Montesquieu. The Spirit of the Laws. Translated and edited by N.M. Kohler. Basha Carolyn Miller. Harold Samuel Stone. Introduction. In a letter written in 1748 when The Spirit of the Laws was first published, Montesquieu wrote, "I can say that I have worked on it my whole life. I was given some law books when I left my college. I sought their spirit, I worked, but I did nothing worthwhile. I discovered my principles 20 years ago. They are quite simple. Anyone else working as hard as I did would have done better. But I swear that this book nearly killed me. I am going to rest now. I shall work no more." Over de Montesquieu, edition André Masson, 3 volumes, Paris, 1950–1954, volume 3, page 1200. The publication of The Spirit of the Laws did mark the end of Montesquieu's work. He was, like La Bruyere and Montaigne before him, a man who put all he knew into his one book. Although it was published as Diderot, D'Alembert, and Rousseau were imagining the Enlightenment in the coffee houses and salons of Paris, and although the first volume of the Encyclopédie Rousseau's Discourse on the Arts and Sciences appeared just 3 years later, these facts suggest the wrong context. Rather, the spirit of the laws belongs to the first half of the 18th century, to a period of relative quiet when one could think of reform, muddling through, or marking time. Montesquieu, for example, wrote of Cromwell, "It was a fine spectacle in the last century to see the impotent attempts of the English to establish democracy among themselves. As those who took part in public affairs had no virtue at all, as their ambition was excited by the success of the most audacious one and the spirit of one faction was repressed only by the spirit of another, the government was constantly changing, the people, stunned, sought democracy and found it nowhere. Finally, after much motion and many shocks and jolts, they had to come to rest on the very government that had been proscribed." 3.3. Here Montesquieu lectured the English, as Burke was later to lecture the French, for forgetting the need to preserve the forms as they changed toward a popular government. In retrospect, we have identified 3 different ways of life in France before the Revolution: that of the orders of the feudal monarchy, that of the absolute king and his servants, the bureaucrats, and their equal subjects, and that of those corners of society which supported the new thought and freedom. But in Montesquieu's time the distinction was not so clear. An examination of Montesquieu's life provides a view of the 18th century as it impinged upon Montesquieu. He was a feudal proprietor, wine merchant, parliamentarian, academician, man of letters. Although he took his place briefly in the Parliament of Bordeaux and toyed with the notion of serving the king in foreign relations, he principally worked to maintain his family and took part in the academies and other less formal gatherings of like-minded men and women. Here we shall first consider Montesquieu's life as a noble landowner, then as an 18th-century man of letters, and finally as the author of The Spirit of the Laws. Then we shall proceed to the book itself and its reception. The noble landowner. Montesquieu's family first appears among the provincial nobility of Bordeaux, when Jean de Secondat, whose wife was related to the Plantagenets, was ennobled in 1562. The title was raised to a barony in 1606 by Henry IV. 2 generations later, Montesquieu's grandfather, whose wife was the daughter of the first president of the Parliament, became president en mortier in the Parliament of Bordeaux. The office of president was bought, sold, and inherited. There were, in the Parliament, a number of presidents en mortier who served on various panels as judges and administrators and one first president. This family offered its members the choice of either the parliamentary nobility of the robe or the military nobility of the sword. At the same time it saw to it that the family lands and goods all stayed within the family, that the children beyond those needed to continue the family joined religious orders, and that those who took up either robe or sword married well. This was a noble family, carefully built and maintained, depending on no single notion of honor or prosperity. Montesquieu was to write to his son, "You are of the robe or the sword. It is up to you to choose when you have to answer as to your estate." Ouvre, Volume 2, Pensées 5, 69. Montesquieu's uncle, his father's oldest brother, became Baron de Montesquieu and President en Mortier, but he had no surviving children. Montesquieu's father, a younger son, took up arms as a profession, finally fighting the Turks in Hungary, where he must have been somewhat well regarded, said Montesquieu, because, when I was in Vienna, I still found former officers who remembered having seen him. Ouvre, Volume 3, page 1564. When Montesquieu's father returned to Bordeaux, he married a rich noblewoman, who inherited the barony of La Brede, as well as many debts that he spent much of the rest of his life retiring. His 3 other brothers became ecclesiastics, and his 3 sisters, nuns. Our Montesquieu, Charles Louis de Secondat, stood to inherit both from his uncle, the Baron de Montesquieu and President en Mortier, and his father, the Baron de la Brede, becoming finally Charles Louis de Secondat, Baron de la Brede et de Montesquieu and President en Mortier of the Parliament of Bordeaux. Eventually Montesquieu sold the presidency he had inherited from his uncle, but he remained the careful steward of the family lands. Montesquieu was born in 1689 at La Brede. His early life moved smoothly toward preparing him for his position both as noble landowner and as parliamentary magistrate. His first experiences were of everyday rural life, and he continued to feel at home on his estates. It is said that, like Montaigne, he was given a beggar as godfather and spent his earliest years being cared for in the mill near La Brede. Much later in his life, he was taken for a worker in his own vineyards by visitors who addressed him as a peasant and asked him the way to Montesquieu's chateau. At age 11 Montesquieu was sent to the College de Juilly near Paris, an excellent and aristocratic institution, to begin the education that was to prepare him for the presidents. There he was given a thorough grounding in history, both ancient and modern. That education seems to have encouraged reading and comparing a wide variety of sources and keeping notebooks of reflections and of observations on a variety of topics, habits which Montesquieu maintained from then on. There is no record of Montesquieu's time at the college, and Montesquieu, typically, remarks not upon the academic content of his education, but upon the moral education embedded in the practices of everyday life of a school which forced a young man to betray his comrades every day in 100 petty ways, and ruined the hearts of all those within. Ouvre, Volume 2, Pensées 218, 1758. After graduating, Montesquieu was sent to study law at the University of Bordeaux, taking a licentiate after 3 years. He then returned to Paris, continuing his study of law in the courts of Paris, keeping notes as always. Little is known about this period of his life, 1708–13, but he maintained an acquaintance with Père Desmoulins and Nicolas Fréret, both of whom were probably known to him from college. Ouvre, Volume 3, page 729. He spoke extensively about China with a Chinese visitor, writing a summary in his notebooks that points toward both the Persian letters and the spirit of the laws. Ouvre, Volume 2, pages 924–63. In 1713, just after his father's death, Montesquieu returned to Bordeaux to take up his inheritance. He bought himself a place in the Parliament as a councillor and married a woman who brought considerable lands and wealth with her. Little is known of her except that she was a practicing Protestant and the trusted steward of his lands during his absences. In 1716 his uncle died, leaving Montesquieu the family estates and the presidents en Mortier. In 3 years Montesquieu, now 27 years old, had become a provincial nobleman of some consequence. These were very quiet years in the Parliament of Bordeaux. The ordinary judicial and administrative activities were primary. There were few moves made to revive and exercise the right of remonstrance, that is, the right to judge the legality of new laws, and no claim to be in any way the representatives of the nation, unlike some of the parliaments in the later period closer to the Revolution. Montesquieu began in the court at its lowest rank, as a councillor in the criminal court, and moved up as far as the senior president in that court. He served as the commissioner of prisons, was one of the councillors charged with overseeing the assignment of those condemned to the galleys, and could not have avoided participating in interrogations that relied upon torture. His activities were always as a member of a panel of judges. The chief issues in the Parliament in those years had to do with the complicated rules of precedence, both as they applied to relations between councillors and presidents, and in respect to the disregard of those same rules by the governor of the region, the Maréchal Barrack, who was to become a lifelong friend of Montesquieu's. Montesquieu's attendance in the sessions, never among the best, became so infrequent after the publication of the Persian letters in 1721 that there appear even to have been murmurs of discontent in the Parliament. When Montesquieu sold the life interest in his presidency in 1728, his friend the President Barbot tried to persuade him to remain by arguing that, although the work was not pleasant, it was routine and easy, that it scarcely distracts you from your other occupations or amusements. Ouvre, Volume 3, page 819. Montesquieu answered that not the questions but the proceedings were incomprehensible to him, and that it was tiresome to see fools in possession of the very talent that fled me, so to speak. Ouvre, Volume 2, Pensées 213, 4. There is no suggestion on either man's part that the Parliament could be anything more than a law court and a job. As a great landowner, Montesquieu took care to maintain his customary rights and to increase his landholding. He was constantly involved in complicated legal actions and in buying land near his own. He advised his daughter to invest her money in land, and that legal actions were a part of being a great lady with much land. Ouvre, Volume 3, pages 1271, 1344. But Montesquieu was a modern farmer concerned with the market for his goods as well as a nobleman collecting his feudal goods. He was concerned with his vines, his wine, and the course of international trade in wine. In 1727 he found himself in conflict with the intendant, writing a memorandum arguing that he knew best what to do with his land and wine, and objecting to the controls on production and export. The intendant responded in a note to his superior with scorn for the excessive cleverness of the enlightened landowner. Ouvre, Volume 3, page 264. Here the nobleman's presumption of independence, even while defending economic freedoms, runs against the planning, and even the egalitarianism, of the king's servant. When the market for his wine collapsed, largely because wars made it impossible to ship it to England, he stayed in La Bride and did not spend his customary time in Paris. Thus, he wrote in 1742, "But I am afraid that if the war continues I shall be forced to go and plant cabbages at La Bride. In Guyenne, our commerce will soon be on its last legs, our wine will be left on our hands, and you know that it is our entire wealth." Ouvre, Volume 3, page 1017. In sum, in a letter to a woman friend in Paris from La Bride, he wrote, "I hear people talk of nothing but grapevines, hard times, and lawsuits, and fortunately I am fool enough to enjoy all that is, to be interested in it." Ouvre, Volume 3, page 1383. He did not conduct his life as a man of letters at the expense of his life as a landowner. Montesquieu followed the family tradition in his arrangements for his children and estates. He educated his son to take over the precedence when it returned to his family upon the death of the man to whom he had sold his life interest. Although his son briefly became a councillor, he wanted to be a naturalist and refused to take up the precedence which Montesquieu subsequently sold altogether. When it became clear to Montesquieu that his son was not likely to have any children, he married his daughter Denise to a distant cousin, Godefroy de Secondat, and arranged for the bulk of the estate to go to her children so that it would stay in the family. The man of letters. In 1715, soon after returning to Bordeaux to take up the life of a provincial nobleman, Montesquieu was elected to the Academy of Bordeaux and remained active in it for the rest of his life, becoming its mainstay and its connection to Paris. The provincial academies offered a protected institutional environment in which the urban, educated nobles, the clergy, and the members of the Third Estate met to conduct altogether secular discussions of scientific, moral, and literary questions. Papers were presented and discussed by the members of the Academy. Montesquieu reported primarily on scientific observations, but his discontent with this science is illustrated by his remarks that these systems are no sooner set up than they are overthrown, Oeuvres, Volume 3, page 52. He also offered a number of papers on social practices in other countries and times, and on duties and natural law, contrasting the performance of duties in accordance with natural law to a totally disordered pursuit of the desire of the moment. In one of the sections that remains from Traité de Devoirs, which Montesquieu never finished for publication, he again follows the traditional formula, saying that the monarchy is based on the spirit of obedience, Oeuvres, Volume 3, page 169. This last comment indicates the distance his thought was to travel before he wrote The Spirit of the Laws, where honor is said to be the principle of action in a monarchy. In 1721 Montesquieu published the Persian letters anonymously and began to move increasingly in Parisian and European literary society. The Persian letters purport to be letters by two Persian gentlemen visiting Europe from 1710 to 1720 written to their friends, to each other, to a miscellany of other figures, and to and from the harem of the protagonist, Uzbek. As they set out, Uzbek praises sincerity and claims that his troubles in Persia began with his decision to speak honestly to the king. In response to a request from his friends in Persia to remind them of their conversations about virtue, he writes the story of the troglodytes, whose inclination to help each other became an inclination to follow their own desires, or self-interest, until all but one virtuous family had died. Their morality remained a consequence of inclinations, not of contemplation. The central portion of the Persian letters offers a cool dissection of the foibles of 18th century, particularly French, society and politics. In the last series of letters Uzbek reacts increasingly despotically to his wives' evasion of their confinement, of their enforced virtue. As a charming and pointed commentary on French mores, the book is part of the long tradition of writing by French moralists, often particularly reminiscent of La Bruyère's characters, but in its concluding pages Montesquieu undermines the position of the moralist, the observer, through his description of the collapse of the harem and the violence of Uzbek's response. This conclusion gives the book its peculiar allure, makes it into a puzzle, and points away from the moralizing works of his youth. From 1721 to 1728, Montesquieu's visits to Paris became longer and more frequent. He became a part of court society, devoting himself to various ladies and offering no disapproval of the morals of the court. He also became a regular in the salon of Madame Lambert. In this salon, as in the others that Montesquieu was to attend when he returned to Paris after 1733, conversation was based not on rank and manners, but upon character, wit, and knowledge. Montesquieu seems also to have attended the Club de l'Entresol, where those invited often had particular expertise. Each session was formally divided into a time for general discussion of government and international events and a time when a paper was read and considered. The chief concern behind these discussions seems to have been both the history and the reform of institutions. Boulainvilliers, whose work Montesquieu discusses extensively in Of the Spirit of the Laws, had attended this club, as did the Abbé de Saint-Pierre and Bolingbroke. It was suppressed by the government, as was another such club that Montesquieu attended, Montesquieu saw the dissolution of these kinds of little free academies as a real loss for men of letters. Oeuvres, Volume 3, pages 1343 to 1344. He seems to have taken advantage of social environs in which the rules and hierarchy of the absolute monarchy were not enforced. In 1728, he arranged to become a member of the French Academy with the help of his friends and what must have been a politic interview with Cardinal Fleury, the first minister of Louis XV. He was not to become an active member of that academy until he resumed his regular visits to Paris after his European tour. Those of Montesquieu's writings that seem to have been directed to this Parisian audience portray exotic settings, pretty women, harmless adventure, and Roman virtue. Only Rousseau took offense, saying of one such piece, if, for example, there is any moral purpose in the Temple de Nidite is thoroughly obfuscated and spoiled by the voluptuous details and lascivious images. What has the author done to cover it with a gloss of modesty? He has pretended that this work was the translation of a Greek manuscript and has fashioned the story about the discovery of this manuscript in the manner most likely to persuade his readers of the truth of his tale. But who has thought to accuse the author of a crime for this lie or to call him a deceiver for it? Rousseau, Reveries, New York, 1982, page 49. The only paper of Montesquieu's found in the files of the Club de l'Entresol is the Dialogue de Sylla et Diocrate, but its only imaginable connection with the interests of the club is the criticism Montesquieu implies by joining Sylla's noble-sounding talk of social reform with his great violence and self-delusion. The author of The Spirit of the Laws. Montesquieu set forth on an extended trip in 1728, traveling primarily to Italy and England, and he did not return to La Brede until 1731, when he began the work that led directly to writing The Spirit of the Laws. What precisely, if anything, Montesquieu originally expected from this tour is not clear. He might already have had the writing of The Spirit of the Laws in mind. In 1747 he wrote in his preface that he had discovered his principles 20 years previously, that is, before setting out. There is no direct evidence for this, but parts of On the Principles of Governments have been identified as among the first written in the only existing manuscript, Oeuvres, Volume 3, pages 567 to 576. In addition, there is also some evidence that at the beginning of his trip Montesquieu harbored the idea of employment in foreign affairs. Montesquieu's first lengthy stop on his trip was in Vienna. There he began to keep a diary of his journey. He kept notes on and recorded his impressions of the art objects, personalities, and governments he encountered, and he kept reminders of books to be bought or people to see. The journal still exists for the trip to Italy and Germany, but not for the trip to England. In Vienna, he met Prince Eugene of Savoy and spent time with his circle, which was notorious for its so-called libertines and freethinkers. In Venice, his next major stop, he sought out Antonio Conti, a churchman and one of the most effective popularizers of Newton's theories in Italy. Conti was in close contact with the circle of Prince Eugene and with the leading scientists and scholars of Italy. Conti, in turn, gave Montesquieu letters of introduction to the leading biologists of northern Italy and to the scholars Ludovico Muratori, a literary critic and historian of the Italian Middle Ages, and Scipione Maffei, a dramatist and classicist. In Naples Montesquieu was led to converse with Costantino Grimaldi, an aged jurist known for his defenses of Cartesian philosophy and his advocacy of the priority of civil over ecclesiastical jurisdiction. Montesquieu's interests in Italy seem to have been in modern thought rather than ancient history. Montesquieu spent 2 years in England. This was the England of George II, whom Montesquieu first met in Hanover, of Swift, Defoe, Pope, and of bitter, violent public discussion and satire, where the Whig, Walpole, was the King's minister and the Tory, Bolingbroke, defended Parliament against what was called corruption, that is the influence of the king and his minister. British political freedom attracted visiting Frenchmen, whereas the disorder of its public debate was upsetting to them. Montesquieu's interests in England seem to have been primarily political. He was acquainted with figures on all sides of the issues and with the court, and he observed Parliament in action. In England he found what was scarcely imaginable in France, a politics where the question was the proper understanding of the relation, or balance, between the representative Parliament and the king, or the king's minister, and the reigning issue was the constitutional propriety of the actions of the king and Parliament. Montesquieu's famous description of English politics and of the possibility of a government based on separated and balanced powers has its source in his observation of this government. His assessment in the spirit of the law of the way the balance operated is carefully neutral between Walpole, who controlled Parliament through his patronage, and Bolingbroke, who disapproved of the minister's invasion of the independence of Parliament, and, as the executive power, which has all the posts at its disposal, could furnish great expectations but not fears. All those who would obtain something from it would be inclined to move to that side, and it could be attacked by all those who could expect nothing from it. Spirit of the Laws, 19.27. For the English balance of power to work, people must be able to move between allegiance to the executive and the legislature. The posts available to the executive make that possible. The years between 1731, when he returned to France, and 1748, when the Spirit of the Laws was finished, were occupied with the serious and extensive reading and writing required to produce first his considerations on the causes of the greatness of the Romans and their decline and then the Spirit of the Laws. The quality of Montesquieu's scholarship has been a perennial question. Shackleton has traced evidence of Montesquieu's extensive reading in his pensees, notebooks, and journals. The search for sources of his thought is handicapped, however, by an excess of evidence. He seems to have read everything. In the Spirit of the Laws, Montesquieu cites some 300 works in over 3,000 references. Muriel Dodds had located many of Montesquieu's references to the travel literature. Iris Cox has investigated the works cited in his analysis of French law, concluding that Montesquieu used the best sources available to him, critically and with judgment. In our experience, if one is attentive to the point Montesquieu is trying to make, and to the possibility of irony, his use of his sources is plausible and responsible. Montesquieu's life showed little external change during the 7 years he lived after his great work was completed. He continued to travel between La Bride and Paris, to care for his family and estates, and to visit with his friends in the Republic of Letters. He wrote that Defense de l'Esprit de Lois, tried to keep his work from being censored by the Sorbonne and from being put on the Index, and wrote an article, Du Gout, for the Encyclopedia.in 1755. He died of a fever in Paris, confessing and taking communion, but without surrendering his papers to the priest. The Spirit of the Laws and its reception. The Spirit of the Laws, in spite of Montesquieu's request to the contrary, has been read piecemeal. As in his life, Montesquieu did not seem to require any clear, overt, organizing device. The best analogy for the book is the complex mosaic and embroidery of the 18th century, or even Rococo painting. Although there is no overarching, organizing image, there are similarities and contrasts that send the viewer, or reader, across the painting, or through the book. The elements that have attracted the attention of those who have read and thought about Montesquieu are, the law and the spirit of the law, the division of governments into republics, monarchies, and despotisms, the notion of a free government of divided and balanced powers, and the examination of the conditions of the existence of such a government, and the distinction between moderate and despotic government. Here, I can give only a brief notion of the standing and ramifications of each notion and point out the thinkers who have responded to each. Montesquieu begins the book with the distinction between the law and the spirit of the law. He refuses in effect to use the great organizing principle of his predecessors, the natural law, however it was understood. As a legal principle, the spirit points away from an assessment of individual laws in terms of some universal principle and towards some particular, unifying principle. In Montesquieu takes up the question of the development of civil law in France from the time of the conquest by the Germanic tribes through the reign of St. Louis and then forward to Charles VII. This is the kind of material that seems to validate the claim of the Enlightenment that the Middle Ages were a period of senseless barbarism. But Montesquieu finds a kind of order in them. One will perhaps be curious to see the monstrous usage of judicial combat reduced to principles and to find the body of so singular a jurisprudence. Men who are fundamentally reasonable place even their prejudices under rules. Nothing was more contrary to common sense than judicial combat, but once this point was granted, it was executed with a certain prudence. 28.23. Later, he speaks of the spirit of a warrior nation governed solely by the point of honor. 28.27. The problem in approaching Montesquieu from this point of view has always been in ascertaining the kind of thing the spirit of a government, or country, is, natural, political, or even divine. Montesquieu does offer a typology of government, presenting the reader with the distinction between monarchies, despotisms, and republics. He distinguishes between the nature of a government, its source of rule, and its principle, the passions that keep it going. This permits him to make a distinction between monarchy and despotism. Both are ruled by one person, but in the first the honor of political men ensures the rule of law, and in the second the fear of the prince is virtually the only passion. In monarchies, there is a complicated, even confusing, hierarchy of institutions. In despotisms, there is only the prince or his agent, and everyone else. Everyone is a slave, and in effect the slave of the prince, who in turn is the slave of his passions. Thus, Montesquieu claims that, because of the complex of institutions that do or do not support it, the same source of rule can be exercised in such different ways that the governments must be said to be different. This notion that the kinds of governments are a consequence of the way rule is exercised, which in turn is due to the entire complex of political and social groupings and institutions, marks a new way of viewing government, which is identified by Durkheim and Raymond Aron as the beginning of sociology, although they express their distress at Montesquieu's continued use of political categories. However, his first readers in France did not follow him. Dupin explicitly objected to this distinction between despotism and monarchy, claiming, as is traditional, that the form of a government determines its end and the way its people act. He was further horrified that it was not the spirit of submission but a monstrous, odious, and false notion of a monarchy based on honor that was put forward. Voltaire objected that Montesquieu's distinctions among governments, particularly the one between monarchy and despotism, were not accurately drawn. They were, he claimed, based on inaccurate information, on mere stories. His view that Montesquieu used his sources uncritically became a commonplace. In the first 8 books, Montesquieu presents a moderate, or regular and law-abiding, monarchy. However, the intermediate powers that make it a monarchy resemble those of the French, a military nobility of the sword, a parliamentary nobility of the robe, and a clergy. The suggestion then, is that the moderation of the French monarchy was a consequence of its intermediate powers. During both the religious wars of the 16th century and the wars of the Fronde of the 17th, the institutions independent of the king defended their place in the monarchy. The parliaments pushed their claim to assess the appropriateness of new laws issued by the king. Claude de Sisel in La Monarchie de France pictured a monarchy held in check by the brakes or reins on the king of religion, justice, and the police, the everyday life and habits of a people. But Montesquieu's notion is that the political bodies create ways of acting and thinking, that in a monarchy, for example, honor channels and regularizes the actions of a king. It does so because each noble conceives of himself as a separately responsible political actor, however unfortunate his notion of honor may be. Politics in this monarchy is no longer the private business of the king, even of a king who must be advised and sometimes curbed. Montesquieu offers an explicit discussion of the history and revolutions of the French monarchy and thus concludes his text with a discussion of the actual condition of France. Here he joins the argument over what the Constitution of France was or had been, if indeed it had, or still had, a constitution. Each of these visions of the Constitution and of its history pointed to a different future for France, making the discussion of the status of its constitution in effect a discussion of the possibilities for change in France. Here one can see the beginning of the discussion that led directly to the French Revolution. An informed historical argument had become possible because the laws of the Germanic tribes and the practices of the Merovingians and Carolingians as well as the Capetians and the Valois had been published and edited during the 17th century. Henri de Boulainvilliers argued that the Frankish king and his nobles conquered Gaul and ruled it together as conquerors, but that this noble rule had dissolved into despotism. Jean-Baptiste Dubois argued that Clovis, the Frankish king, took the place of the Roman emperor and ruled Franks and Romans alike, creating a pattern followed by the contemporary monarch. Montesquieu argued that there were distinctions among both the Franks and the Romans that were worked into the law and practice of a new kingdom in a number of different ways. In each case, the question was the shape or constitution of the monarchy, that is of the relation between the king and the other political bodies, which could be identified by a consistent historical practice or development. The variety of possible constitutions and revolutions over the course of French history makes the very existence of any French constitution problematic. Later Mably claimed that there had been no consistent relation between the parts of the monarchy, in effect, that there had been no constitution for the monarchy. He makes both the king and the nobility usurpers at different times, and in so doing he takes Montesquieu's intermediate position one step further and makes an altogether new start more plausible. Marat, in 1785, offered a formal elegy of Montesquieu which praises his delicate satire, while attributing to him the outrage that was to fuel the revolution. He wrote, "He was the first among us to carry the torch of philosophy into legislation, to avenge outraged humanity, to defend its rights, and in a way, to become the legislator for the whole world." Montesquieu's own willingness to offer thoughts about legislation to the public, rather than to the king, as was proper in the absolute monarchy, is taken by Marat as a model not only for statesmen but for everyone. Republics, in addition to monarchies and despotisms, are the topic for the first 8 books. These governments, small, pagan, and based on slavery, seem to offer little to 18th-century France, but the image of political virtue had great charm in spite of Montesquieu's characterization of the environment that a republic required. He claimed that republics were based on virtue as a principle, understood as love of country. They were maintained by a whole way of life that established equality among the citizens and left them little or nothing other than that country to love or identify with. Put this way, the virtue of Montesquieu's republican government and the virtue celebrated by Rousseau bear a remarkable resemblance. Rousseau was the secretary to Madame de Pan when she and her husband, the Fermier General, wrote, published, and withdrew from publication the first critical assessment of the spirit of the laws. In each case the passions that could be invested in an individual's well-being are directed toward that of the society as a whole. Virtue is that single-minded devotion to country. In the United States, Jefferson and the Anti-Federalists took seriously Montesquieu's account of the social conditions that make republican government possible. In arguing that Americans ought not to take up manufacturing, Jefferson wrote, "Corruption is the mark set on those, who, not looking up to heaven, to their own soil and industry, as does the husbandman, for their subsistence, depend for it on casualties and caprice of customers. Dependence begets subservience and venality, suffocates the germ of virtue, and prepares fit tools for the designs of ambition." Jefferson, Notes on Virginia, New York, 1964, page 157. The Anti-Federalists worried constantly that the proposed new U.S. Constitution did not encourage civic virtue, that it both ignored the question of virtue and set up conditions, such as large size, complex representation, and encouragement of commerce, that positively discouraged the development of such virtue. In addition to the paradigms of republics, monarchies, and despotisms, Montesquieu offered the model of a government whose end was political liberty, the English government of his time, 11.6, 19.27. His analysis of that liberty and that government affected the way both Englishmen and Americans came to think of their political institutions and of the social and economic underpinnings of those institutions. According to Montesquieu, political liberty is the result of the separation of powers. In England, the orders of the old regime, Commons, Lords, and King, each take up a function in the new division of rule into legislative and executive functions, with the judicial function set aside in juries. The functions of government are not entirely separated, as each branch participates to some extent in the task of the others, making the balance a result of an interaction between the branches. However, the question remains of the separation of the three orders. That is, does the king properly have some part in the choice of members of parliament? Is the king, or his minister in parliament, the executive, and what is the meaning of that term? Is it proper to dilute the old nobility by creating new nobles? Montesquieu is quoted approvingly by both Blackstone and Burke. Blackstone defends the separation of powers in their sources, while Burke is quite willing to find reasons for all the ways of electing members of parliament that made it possible for the executive to have some control over them. Still, for Blackstone and Burke, as for Montesquieu, the structure of the government itself, not some appeal to first principles, is the defense of liberty. In France, during and after the French Revolution, Montesquieu's concern to balance power led to the question of whether there remained any independent political body, king, or noble, that could be used to moderate the sovereignty of the people. Burke, a careful student of Montesquieu, berated the French in his reflections on the Revolution in France for not attaching themselves to the institutions of their old regime, as the English had. Tocqueville replied that those institutions were no longer viable in France. Using Montesquieu's analysis of monarchy, he offered the argument that the loss of intermediate powers made possible the revolutionary move from royal to popular tyranny. England did not offer a plausible model. The European Revolution continues among the English, but it continues there by assuming forms that are entirely English. Tocqueville overcompletes, Paris, 1967, 8.1, page 157. Only in America could one see that there were democratic intermediate institutions that could moderate democratic sovereignty. The second half of The Spirit of the Law is a consideration of the conditions of government, of climate, temperament, family structure, commerce, religion and history. Here we come upon the conditions that could support a modern free government, like that of England. It is hard to see how these conditions can be managed to the benefit of the governments, as direct governmental control seems to be precluded by the principle of freedom. In On Freedom as Personal Security, Montesquieu takes up treason, sexual crimes, and heresy, and in each case he moves the government toward punishment only for the most overt, visible acts. His suggestions for the reform of criminal law appealed to the Milanese intellectual Cesare Beccaria, the author of the most famous book of the Italian Enlightenment of Crimes and Punishments, 1764, and came to circulate widely. The spirit of the laws was received with praise by much of the Scottish Enlightenment, including David Hume, Adam Ferguson, and Adam Smith, and was incorporated into their thought and work. Hume wrote Montesquieu a letter upon reading the book that praises by commenting carefully on some passages about English republicanism and commercial policy, Oeuvres, Volume 3, pages 1217 to 1222. Ferguson wrote in an essay on civil society, Philadelphia, A. Finley, 1819, pages 119 to 120, when I recollect what the President Montesquieu has written I am at a loss to tell, why I should treat of human affairs. In his writings will be found, not only the original of what I am now, for the sake of order, to copy from him, but likewise probably the source of many observations, which, in different places, I may, under the belief of invention, have repeated, without quoting their author. The parts of Montesquieu of most interest to these writers were those reflecting on such conditions as temperament, family structure, commerce, religion, and legal history, which made possible free governments such as England's. These writers amplified and restructured the second half of the spirit of the law so that it illustrated the development of the conditions of a modern free government. Unlike Montesquieu, they were not interested in the complex of passions, beliefs, and practices that supported other kinds of governments, or in a comparative politics based on the possibility of fundamentally different governments. James Madison, one of the architects of the U.S. Constitution at the convention where it was written, and one of its great defenders in the Federalist, was an inheritor of this intellectual tradition. Madison attended Princeton, where John Witherspoon, a Scotsman who followed the tradition of thought exemplified by Ferguson and Smith's lectures on jurisprudence, was president and gave the lectures on moral philosophy. Witherspoon, however, added the quality of moral earnestness and anti-aristocratic self-reliance that can lead to political action as well as to the ministry. In Federalist 10, Madison argues that a large republic could halt the Republican tendency to develop majority and minority factions that dominate political life. The effort to disperse large divisions and the confidence in large, modern governments follows in the Scottish tradition. But Madison's analysis of how a government of balanced powers could be expected to work reflects a contemplation of Montesquieu's book itself. In Montesquieu's England and the U.S. Constitution as Madison defended it in the Federalist, the balance of power is a result both of the division of power and of its sharing. The positions within the government are shaped by a notion of the character of good government. As in Montesquieu's monarchy, those who hold the positions are shaped by them. They identify themselves with the importance of the place they hold and the task it gives them. These habits of mind defend the division of powers and form the character of the rule. The distinction between moderate and despotic governments permeates Montesquieu's book. In despotic governments, people are isolated from each other, their only rule is the will or whim of the ruler, they relate to each other only through fear. In moderate governments, people can count on regularity in the rule. They can relate to each other without fear insofar as they rely on the things they hold in common, they share something other than just fear of the ruler. Moderation and despotism are characteristics that can be found in virtually any government in differing proportions. From this point of view, the egalitarian, bureaucratizing impulse of the absolute king was despotic, however well-intentioned. Tocqueville made this notion the cornerstone of his analysis of the old regime and the French Revolution, and the severity of this criticism of the absolute monarchy was more influential than Montesquieu's analysis of the moderate monarchy. In Democracy in America, Tocqueville seems to have patterned his despotic democracy after Montesquieu's despotic king. But there the character of the ruler and the people became identical, leading to a new quiet, calm despotism. Tocqueville suspected that Madison's infinitely divided, shapeless population was inherently despotic and that the formal governmental institutions of the federal government and even of the state governments could not teach the use of political freedom. Rather he sought out the equivalent of Montesquieu's intermediate institutions within the society, finding local governments, voluntary associations, and religious and familial habits and practices that shaped free democratic politics. In turning his attention to the principles of a variety of governments and to the social, economic, and historical foundations of each, Montesquieu turned his readers away from the consideration of political right and toward an analysis of how to make particular governments work. Readers were directed to think of the possibilities, to become a small republic like those of the ancients, a monarchy with ranks and orders, a free government of divided powers, or a despotism of one or many. Each government, other than the despotisms, is a particular arrangement of equalities and inequalities. Montesquieu's thought has been most carefully attended to by those who, like the members of the provincial French academies of his time, tried to use institutional structures to work out a balance. Montesquieu's perspicacity about the possibilities for such balances and the reasons they are essential for any decent politics has made and continues to make him worth reading. Annam. Cohler, Chicago, Illinois. Principal events in Montesquieu's life. 1685. Revocation of the Edict of Nantes, the end of French toleration for Protestantism. 1688. Glorious Revolution in England. 1689. Montesquieu was born, January 18, at the Château of La Bride. 1700. Montesquieu went to college to Julie. 1708. Montesquieu studied law in Bordeaux and Paris. 1713. The papal bull Unigenitus was promulgated condemning some propositions from P. Canales' Reflections Moralis, and thus supporting the Jesuits at the expense of the Jansenists. 1714. Montesquieu became a councillor in the Parliament of Bordeaux. 1715. Montesquieu married Jean Lartigue, a Protestant. They had 3 children. Louis XIV died. 1716. Montesquieu became a member of the Academy of Bordeaux and, when his uncle died, inherited the barony of Montesquieu and became president en mortier in the Parliament of Bordeaux. 1721. The Persian Letters was published, anonymously. 1725. Montesquieu published Le Temple Denied, anonymously, and sold a life interest in his presidents. 1728. Montesquieu was elected to the French Academy and set out on trip to Germany, Italy, and England. 1729. Montesquieu traveled to England. 1731. Montesquieu returned to France. 1734. Publication of the Considerations on the Causes of the Greatness of the Romans and their Decline. 1747. Montesquieu's son refused to take up the precedence and it was sold altogether. 1748. Publication of the Spirit of the Laws. 1750. Publication of the Défense de l'Esprit de Lois. Thomas Nugent published an English translation of the Spirit of the Laws. 1751 to 1765. Diderot and D'Alembert edit the Encyclopedia. 1751. The Spirit of the Laws was put on the Index. Rousseau published the Discourse on the Arts and Sciences. 1754. Montesquieu wrote the essay on taste, which appeared in the Encyclopedia. Rousseau published the discourse on the origins of inequality. 1755. Montesquieu died in Paris of a fever. 1757. A new, revised edition of The Spirit of the Laws was published under the direction of Montesquieu's son from notes left by Montesquieu at his death. 1771. Maupeou dissolved the parliaments and substituted another system of courts, whose members were to be appointed. The parliaments were re-established when Louis XVI became king in 1774. This is often used as a date to mark the beginning of the pre-revolutionary thrust in French history. Bibliographical note. For a general introduction to 18th-century France, Alfred Cobban, A History of Modern France, Volume 1 and the Old Regime and the French Revolution, edition Keith Michael Baker, Volume 7 of Readings in Western Civilization, Chicago, 1987, serve admirably. William Doyle, The Parliament of Bordeaux and the End of the Old Regime, New York, 1974, and Daniel Roche, Le siècle de Lumières en Provence, Paris, 1978, provide a picture of provincial life before the Revolution. The Collected Essays in the Political Culture of the Old Regime, edition Keith Michael Baker, Oxford, 1987, give an idea of contemporary historians' assessment of this period. The references are extremely useful. The standard reference for Montesquieu's biography is Robert Shackleton, Montesquieu, Oxford, 1961. Jean Starobinski's Little Book Montesquieu, Paris, 1979, collects the autobiographical information and has wonderful pictures. Judith N. Schklar, Montesquieu, Oxford, 1987, presents yet another version of Montesquieu's personality and work. Jean Dalat, Montesquieu Magistrat, Archives de Lettres Modernes, N.S. 132, 139 and Jean Dalat, Montesquieu, Chef de Famille, Archives de Lettres Modernes, N. 217, give a closer view of Montesquieu's actual activities than was previously available. Nannerl O. Cohen, Philosophy and the State in France, Princeton, 1980, sees Montesquieu in the light of earlier French constitutionalist thought. Franklin Ford, Robe and Sword, New York, 1965, identifies Montesquieu with the Parliamentary Revolt, and Lloyd Moot, The Revolt of the Judges, the Parliament of Paris and the Fronde, 1643-1652, Princeton, 1971, gives a good notion of the way the parliamentarians thought. E. Carcassonne, Montesquieu et le problème de la Constitution française au XXe siècle, Paris, 1927, places Montesquieu within 18th-century constitutionalism. H. Rodier, De la composition de l'esprit de Lois, Montesquieu et les oratoriens de l'Académie de Juillet, Revue d'Histoire littéraire de la France, 52, 1952, connects Montesquieu's use of historical sources to the way he was taught. The essays in the Œuvre complète de Montesquieu, Paris, 1950-1954, are also useful. There are 3 books which take particular topics and try and assess Montesquieu's use of his sources: Iris Cox, Montesquieu and the History of French Laws, Oxford, 1983, Muriel Dodds, Les Requêtes de Voyages, Sources de l'Esprit de Lois de Montesquieu, Paris, 1929, and Catherine Volpel-Hackauger, Tacite et de Montesquieu, Oxford, 1985. François Furet and Mona Uzuf, 2 historical legitimations of 18th-century French society, Mably and Boulonvilliers, in François Furet in the Workshop of History, Chicago, 1985, helps place the final historical chapters in context. For accounts of Montesquieu in English politics see J. Dedeaux, Montesquieu et la tradition anglaise en France, Paris, 1909, F. T. H. Fletcher Montesquieu and English Politics, Philadelphia, 1980, reprint of 1939 ed. John Plamenat's Man and Society, Harlow, Essex, 1963, Volume 1, pages 284 to 291, and C. P. Courtney, Montesquieu and Burke, Oxford, 1963. Emile Durkheim, Montesquieu and Rousseau, Forerunners of Sociology, Ann Arbor, Michigan, 1965, Raymond Aron, Montesquieu, In Main Currents in Sociological Thought, New York, 1965, pages 11 to 56, Louis Althusser, Politics and History, London, 1972, pages 12 to 109, and Henry J. Mary, Montesquieu System of Natural Government. W. Lafayette, Indiana, 1970, take Montesquieu as the beginning of modern sociology and history. For David Carruthers, in Montesquieu's Philosophy of History, Journal of History of Ideas, 1986, pages 61 to 80. The question is the way Montesquieu looked for underlying causes in history. Albert O. Hirschman, The Passions and the Interests, Princeton, New Jersey, 1977, pages 70 to 80 connects Montesquieu to the development of economic thought. Destutt de Tracy, A Commentary and Review of Montesquieu's Spirit of the Laws, T.R. Thomas Jefferson, New York, 1969, reprinted from 1811 ed. Mark Wadaker, Montesquieu and the Philosophy of Natural Law, The Hague, 1970, and Thomas L. Pangle, Montesquieu's Philosophy of Liberalism, Chicago, 1974, have placed Montesquieu's book within the tradition of natural law, or right, as they understand it. For an assessment see Bernard Mainin, Montesquieu et la politique moderne, Cahiers de philosophie politique, n. 2-3, and Michael A. Mosher, The Particulars of a Universal Politics, Hegel's Adaptation of Montesquieu's Typology, American Political Science Review, 1984, pages 179 to 188. Another approach explores the patterns of overlapping categories and concerns. Georges Benricassa, Montesquieu, Paris, 1968, and M. Kohler, Montesquieu's Comparative Politics and the Spirit of American Constitutionalism, Kansas, 1988, Suzanne Gearhart, The Open Boundary of History and Fiction, Princeton, 1984, Bernard Grothweisen, Philosophie de la Révolution Française précède de Montesquieu, Paris, 1956, Mark Hulleyoung, Montesquieu and the Old Regime, Berkeley, California, 1976, Catherine Larrère. Les typologies de gouvernements chez Montesquieu, Une étude sur le XVIe siècle, Claremont, 1979, Jacques Proust, L'objet et le texte, pour un poétique de la prose française du XVIe siècle, Genève, 1980, Paul Vernier, Montesquieu et l'esprit de Lois ou la raison impure, Paris, 1977. Translator's Preface. The Spirit of the Laws offers a genial surface that carries the reader from one idea to the next. Its array of paradoxes, anecdotes, metaphors, witty phrases and salies, which leads the reader deeper into the text, also amuses. As much as possible of this civilized surface with its light touches is retained here, permitting Montesquieu to help the reader even through the English translation. In Montesquieu's apparent digressions the reader often finds echoes or applications of general principles Montesquieu has already enunciated, sometimes several hundred pages earlier. With this in mind, we have, as often as practicable, chosen the language of each part of the translation in terms of the entire book rather than in terms of the more limited context of the paragraph or chapter. This results in a stabilized core of terminology, which conveys some of the resonance of the original text. Although in the foreword to The Spirit of the Laws Montesquieu says that he has had to find new words or give new meanings to old ones, it is the conservatism of his vocabulary that is striking. Though he plays with the varied meanings of virtu, virtue, principe, principle, esprit, spirit, and constitution, he does so against a background of rigorously correct French usage. In Considerations on the Causes of the Greatness of the Romans and Their Decline, Saint Beuve observes that Montesquieu excels in returning expressions to all their primitive strength, which permits his style to be both succinct and strong, and to appear simple. Accordingly, we have respected Montesquieu's use of various distinctions, for instance between pronouncer, to pronounce, and statuer, to enact, between pine, penalty, and supplice, punishment, between ville, town, and site, city. The greatest problems for the translators were presented by those French words whose broad meaning is not easily rendered into modern English. We have had to translate affairs, business, public business, affairs, public affairs, and even suits and lawsuits, but we have been able to maintain bienses, goods. We use right, fordroit, law, forloy, and money, formonnaie, all terms whose meanings have changed over time and have been the subject of much discussion. The translator's notes are largely concerned with these problems. Montesquieu's discussion of feudal law raises the additional question of the difference between feudal French and feudal English institutions. Once the threshold of simple equivalence is passed with seigneur, lord, comte, county, and prince, modern English words tend to be inseparable from the English institutions to which they refer. Such words as fisc, cens, and police, which can be translated as exchequer, head tax, and administration, are rendered here by the more literal, if obsolete, English forms, fisc, census, and police. The very obsoleteness of the terms will remind the reader that these institutions and categories differ from the English ones. Paragraph divisions and virtually all the sentences are divided as they are in our French text. Where there are curiosities, for example, capital letters following a colon, or question marks followed by a lowercase letter, we have followed the punctuation rather than the capitalization when possible. Within the sentences we have altered the punctuation to conform with English usage. We have kept as much of the structure of the sentences as is compatible with readable English and have used the first person when it appears in the text. The first edition of The Spirit of the Laws was published in 1748 under the supervision of Jacob Vernet in Geneva. In 1749 an edition was published with some minor revisions and a map. In 1750 another edition was published with some additional corrections and the division into 6 parts that had been left out of the first edition. A version with a few substantial revisions and a new author's foreword appeared in 1757 as a separate volume and in 1758 as a part of a complete works. This version was published by Richer under the directions of Montesquieu's son from notes for a new edition left at Montesquieu's death in 1755, Oeuvres, Volume 3, pages 691 to 692. For the preparation of this translation, as there is no critical edition of The Spirit of the Laws, we used the text of the facsimile edition of the Oeuvres Complètes of 1758, Oeuvres Complètes de Montesquieu, edition André Masson, Paris, Nagel, 1950–1955, Volume 1. We have taken the liberty of returning the Invocation to the Muses, which appears in the Masson edition immediately following the editor's introduction, to its original place at the opening of, and of reintroducing the division into 6 parts. The only other translation of the entire book, by Thomas Nugent, was first published in 1750. Although it was based on the first edition, some of the later changes were incorporated in later editions of the translation. We have profited from Nugent's grasp of 18th-century French and have been immensely grateful to have had a predecessor with whom we could argue. Montesquieu's text also contains some 2,000 footnotes. It has seemed appropriate to present his documentation in a format accessible to the modern reader. Our aim has been to make it possible for the specialist and non-specialist alike to evaluate Montesquieu's use of evidence. Montesquieu's references can be grouped under 4 general headings. 1. References to the classical texts of the Greeks and Romans. 2. To Roman law. 3. To the laws, law codes and public documents of the barbarian tribes and the French monarchy, primarily in the early Middle Ages. 4. To the travel literature which he consulted for information about contemporary non-European cultures. For the first category, whereas Montesquieu refers to classical texts with book and chapter numbers, or with page numbers to editions which are no longer in print, we have used the present-day standard form. When a classical text may prove difficult to locate, the specific edition used is identified, otherwise we have relied on the Oxford, Loeb, or Teubner edition. For the second, Montesquieu refers to the laws in the Roman law codes by title. Although this is an efficient and elegant system of reference, it may put off a reader without Latin. We have identified, therefore, the name of the law code and the book, title, law, imperial rescripts, extracts from the classical jurists, and paragraph numbers. For the third, while Montesquieu used the best editions available in his time for citations of the law codes of the barbarians, and of those of the Middle Ages, these are no longer in print. They have been superseded by texts prepared under the auspices of the Monumenta Germaniae Historica. References are traced to this work since these volumes represent the best modern editions. Finally, in respect to the travel literature, as a number of these works have been republished in this century, we have used them whenever possible, otherwise, we have attempted to find the most recent printing. All information appearing in brackets in the footnotes is that of the translators. We have preserved the original information of Montesquieu's citations, adding full author and title where needed. Although there are often incongruities between the numbers in Montesquieu's citations and those in our own, these differences should not be interpreted as his errors. They reflect typographical mistakes, differences in editions, changes in the form of citation, etc. Factual errors and incorrect citations are indicated. These instances are rare. Montesquieu was scrupulous about his references. In earlier editions, many errors in the printing of the documentation resulted from the confusion, or transposition, of Roman and Arabic numerals. Mindful of this, and despite certain traditional forms of citation, we have used Arabic numerals for all the numbers in the notes, except when Roman numerals identify specific pages, as in a preface. Our additions to the footnotes follow 2 basic forms. The first is for classical texts and for works for which there exists a specific standard form of citation. Each element of the citation, book number, chapter or title number, sentence or line number, is set off by a period. The second form of citation is to a particular edition. These citations contain 3 elements, each set off by semicolons. The first element contains information such as book, part, or chapter number, and the title of a specific section is given where it may be helpful in locating the information in a different edition. The second element contains volume and page number, separated by a comma, for the edition cited. The third and last element identifies the specific edition. A bibliography follows the translation. When the form of citation differs from that of the National Union Catalog, the form of the National Union Catalog main entry appears in parentheses. The author's name and the title as they appear in the footnotes correspond to their form in the bibliography. Montesquieu gallicized names and followed the convention of citing all books by a French title, whether or not the one he used was in French. It is often clear that Montesquieu in fact was referring to a Latin, and sometimes even to an English, original. Evidence cited by Montesquieu in Latin, Italian, and Old French has been translated. We indicate in brackets the language of the original when it is not French, e.g., OF.L. Translation of the medieval Latin and Old French presents special problems because the meaning of certain phrases and words remains uncertain. Montesquieu appears to recognize these difficulties, for he leaves certain phrases in the original in the footnote while translating the rest into French, or omits words and phrases when offering a translation in the text of a quotation in a footnote. Since Montesquieu's time, much substantial scholarship has grown up around these problems and frequently their interpretation has remained controversial. In our translations we attempt to find a middle ground between intelligibility and the real opaqueness of certain of his citations. We wish to thank those who have helped us with this project. The work could not have been done without the assistance of the staff of the research collections of the Newberry Library, Regenstein Library of the University of Chicago, the libraries of Northwestern University, and the libraries of Harvard University. Both the Bibliothèque Nationale and the British Library were helpful to visiting strangers. The ARTFL project at the University of Chicago has provided us with periodic reassurance as to our accuracy. We are especially grateful for the support given Harold Stone by the National Endowment for the Humanities, the Travel to Collections program of the Division of Research Programs, for work on the project of completing the documentation. We are immensely grateful for the generosity of our friends in Hyde Park, at the University of Chicago, at Shimer College, and Colgate University. They have put their learning at our disposal. Thanks again to Mary Hinesberry, Joan Grimbert, and George Anastaplo. Keith Baker and Charles Gray have invited us to their seminars and workshops. They, their students, and colleagues have given us an education in 18th-century history. To Keith Baker we are particularly indebted for the encouragement and assistance that has brought this project to a successful conclusion. Our friends and families have been generous enough not to inquire too often when our project would be completed. We, of course, bear the responsibility for the final product. Annam. Kohler-Baziak. Miller Herolds. Stone. Author's foreword. In order to understand the first 4 books of this work, one must note that what I call virtù a republic is love of the homeland, that is, love of equality. It is not a moral virtue or a Christian virtue, it is political virtue, and this is the spring that makes republican government move, Ashonoris the spring that makes monarchy move. Therefore, I have called love of the homeland and of equality political virtue. I have had new ideas, new words have had to be found or new meanings given to old ones. Those who have not understood this have made me say absurdities that would be outrageous in every country in the world, because in every country in the world morality is desired. 2. It should be observed that there is a very great difference between saying that a certain quality, modification of the soul, or virtue is not the spring that makes a government act and saying that it is not present in that government. If I were to say that a certain wheel, a certain gear, is not the spring that makes this watch move, would one conclude that it is not present in the watch? Far from excluding moral and Christian virtues, monarchy does not even exclude political virtue. In a word, honor is in the republic though political virtue is its spring, political virtue is in the monarchy though honor is its spring. Finally, the good man discussed in Chapter 5 is not the Christian good man, but the political good man, who has the political virtue I have mentioned. He is the man who loves the laws of his country and who acts from love of the laws of his country. I have put all these matters in a new light in the present edition by further specifying the ideas, and in most places where I have used the word virtue, I have written political virtue. In the translator's notes, references such as 3.4 Arito books and chapters in the spirit of the laws. Preface. If, among the infinite number of things in this book, there is any that, contrary to my expectations might give offense, at least there is none that has been put here with ill intent. By nature, I have not at all a censorious spirit. Plato thanked heaven that he was born in Socrates' time, and as for me, I am grateful that heaven had me born in the government in which I live and that it wanted me to obey those whom it had me love. I ask a favor that I fear will not be granted, it is that one not judge by a moment's reading the work of 20 years, that one approve or condemn the book as a whole and not some few sentences. If one wants to seek the design of the author, one can find it only in the design of the work. I began by examining men, and I believe that, amidst the infinite diversity of laws and mores, they were not led by their fancies alone. I have set down the principles, and I have seen particular cases conform to them as if by themselves, the histories of all nations being but their consequences, and each particular law connecting with another law or dependent on a more general one. When I turned to antiquity, I sought to capture its spirit in order not to consider as similar those cases with real differences or to overlook differences in those that appear similar. I did not draw my principles from my prejudices but from the nature of things. Many of the truths will make themselves felt here only when one sees the chain connecting them with others. The more one reflects on the details, the more one will feel the certainty of the principles. As for the details, I have not given them all, for who could say everything without being tedious? The sallies that seem to characterize present-day works will not be found here. As soon as matters are seen from a certain distance, such sallies vanish. They usually arise only because the mind attaches itself to a single point and forsakes all others. I do not write to censure that which is established in any country whatsoever. Each nation will find here the reasons for its maxims, and the consequence will naturally be drawn from them that changes can be proposed only by those who are born fortunate enough to fathom by a stroke of genius the whole of a state's constitution. It is not a matter of indifference that the people be enlightened. The prejudices of magistrates began as the prejudices of the nation. In a time of ignorance, one has no doubts even while doing the greatest evils. In an enlightened age, one trembles even while doing the greatest goods. One feels the old abuses and sees their correction, but one also sees the abuses of the correction itself. One lets an ill remain if one fears something worse. One lets a good remain if one is in doubt about a better. One looks at the parts only in order to judge the whole. One examines all the causes in order to see the results. If I could make it so that everyone had new reasons for loving his duties, his prince, his homeland and his laws, and that each could better feel his happiness in his own country, government, and position, I would consider myself the happiest of mortals. If I could make it so that those who command increased their knowledge of what they should prescribe and that those who obey found a new pleasure in obeying, I would consider myself the happiest of mortals. I would consider myself the happiest of mortals if I could make it so that men were able to cure themselves of their prejudices. Here I call prejudices not what makes one unaware of certain things but what makes one unaware of oneself. By seeking to instruct men one can practice the general virtue that includes love of all. Man, that flexible being who adapts himself in society to the thoughts and impressions of others, is equally capable of knowing his own nature when it is shown to him, and of losing even the feeling of it when it is concealed from him. Many times I began this work and many times abandoned it. 1,000 times I cast to the winds the pages I had written. Every day I felt my paternal hands drop. I followed my object without forming a design. I knew neither rules nor exceptions. I found the truth only to lose it. But when I discovered my principles, all that I had sought came to me, and in the course of 20 years, I saw my work begin, grow, move ahead, and end. If this work meets with success, I shall owe much of it to the majesty of my subject. Still, I do not believe that I have totally lacked genius. When I have seen what so many great men in France, England, and Germany have written before me, I have been filled with wonder, but I have not lost courage. And I too am a painter, have I said with Correggio. Part 1. Book 1. On Laws in General. Chapter 1. On laws in their relation with the various beings. Laws, taken in the broadest meaning, are the necessary relations deriving from the nature of things, and in this sense, all beings have their laws, the divinity has its laws, the material world has its laws, the intelligences superior to man have their laws, the beasts have their laws, man has his laws. Those who have said theta blind fate has produced all the effects that we see in the world have said a great absurdity, for what greater absurdity is there than a blind fate that could have produced intelligent beings? There is, then, a primitive reason, and laws are both the relations that exist between it and the different beings, and the relations of these various beings to each other. God is related to the universe, as creator and preserver. The laws according to which he created are those according to which he preserves. He acts according to these rules because he knows them because he made them because they are related to his wisdom and his power. As we see that the world, formed by the motion of matter and devoid of intelligence, still continues to exist, its motions must have invariable laws, and, if one could imagine another world than this, it would have consistent rules or it would be destroyed. Thus creation, which appears to be an arbitrary act, presupposes rules as invariable as the fate claimed by atheists. It would be absurd to say that the Creator, without these rules, could govern the world, since the world would not continue to exist without them. These rules are a consistently established relation. Between one moving body and another moving body, it is in accord with relations of mass and velocity that all motions are received, increased, diminished, or lost. Every diversity is uniformity, every change is consistency. Particular intelligent beings can have laws that they have made, but they also have some that they have not made. Before there were intelligent beings, they were possible, therefore, they had possible relations and consequently possible laws. Before laws were made, there were possible relations of justice. To say that there is nothing just or unjust but what positive laws ordain or prohibit is to say that before a circle was drawn, all its radii were not equal. Therefore, one must admit that there are relations of fairness prior to the positive law that establishes them, so that, for example, assuming that there were societies of men, it would be just to conform to their laws, so that, if there were intelligent beings that had received some kindness from another being, they ought to be grateful for it, so that, if one intelligent being had created another intelligent being, the created one ought to remain in its original dependency, so that one intelligent being who has done harm to another intelligent being deserves the same harm in return, and so forth. But the intelligent world is far from being as well governed as the physical world. For, though the intelligent world also has laws that are invariable by their nature, unlike the physical world, it does not follow its laws consistently. The reason for this is that particular intelligent beings are limited by their nature and are consequently subject to error. Furthermore, it is in their nature to act by themselves. Therefore, they do not consistently follow their primitive laws or even always follow the laws they give themselves. It is not known whether beasts are governed by the general laws of motion or by a movement particular to themselves. Be that as it may, they do not have a more intimate relation with God than the rest of the material world has, and feeling is useful to them only in their relation to one another, either with other particular beings, or with themselves. By the attraction of pleasure they preserve their particular being, by the same attraction they preserve their species. They have natural laws because they are united by feeling, they have no positive laws because they are not united by knowledge. Still, They do not invariably follow their natural laws. Plants, in which we observe neither knowledge nor feeling, better follow their natural laws. Beasts do not have the supreme advantages that we have, they have some that we do not have. They do not have our expectations, but they do not have our fears. They suffer death as we do, but without recognizing it. Most even preserve themselves better than we do and do not make such bad use of their passions. Man, as a physical being, is governed by invariable laws like other bodies. As an intelligent being, he constantly violates the laws God has established and changes those he himself establishes. He must guide himself, and yet he is a limited being. He is subject to ignorance and error, as are all finite intelligences. He loses even the imperfect knowledge he has. As a feeling creature, he falls subject to 1,000 passions. Such a being could at any moment forget his Creator. God has called him back to him by the laws of religion. Such a being could at any moment forget himself. Philosophers have reminded him of himself by the laws of morality. Made for living in society, he could forget his fellows. Legislators have returned him to his duties by political and civil laws. Chapter 2. On the Laws of Nature. Prior to all these laws are the laws of nature, so named because they derive uniquely from the constitution of our being. To know them well, one must consider a man before the establishment of societies. The laws he would receive in such a state will be the laws of nature. The law that impresses on us the idea of a creator and thereby leads us toward him is the first of the natural laws in importance, though not first in the order of these laws. A man in the state of nature would have the faculty of knowing rather than knowledge. It is clear that his first ideas would not be speculative ones. He would think of the preservation of his being before seeking the origin of his being. Such a man would at first feel only his weakness, his timidity would be extreme, and as for evidence, if it is needed on this point, savages have been found in forests. Everything makes them tremble, everything makes them flee. In this state, each feels himself inferior, he scarcely feels himself an equal. Such men would not seek to attack one another, and peace would be the first natural law. Hobbes gives men first the desire to subjugate one another, but this is not reasonable. The idea of empire and domination is so complex and depends on so many other ideas, that it would not be the one they would first have. Hobbes asks, if men are not naturally in a state of war, why do they always carry arms and why do they have keys to lock their doors? But one feels that what can happen to men only after the establishment of societies, which induce them to find motives for attacking others and for defending themselves, is attributed to them before that establishment. Man would add the feeling of his needs to the feeling of his weakness. Thus another natural law would be the one inspiring him to seek nourishment. I have said that fear would lead men to flee one another, but the marks of mutual fear would soon persuade them to approach one another. They would also be so inclined by the pleasure one animal feels at the approach of an animal of its own kind. In addition, the charm that the two sexes inspire in each other by their difference would increase this pleasure, and the natural entreaty they always make to one another would be a third law. Besides feelings, which belong to men from the outset, they also succeed in gaining knowledge, thus they have a second bond, which other animals do not have. Therefore, they have another motive for uniting, and the desire to live in society is a fourth natural law. Chapter 3. On Positive Laws. As soon as men are in society, they lose their feeling of weakness, the equality that was among them ceases, and the state of war begins. Each particular society comes to feel its strength, producing a state of war among nations. The individuals within each society begin to feel their strength, they seek to turn their favor the principal advantages of this society, which brings about a state of war among them. These two sorts of states of war bring about the establishment of laws among men. Considered as inhabitants of a planet so large that different peoples are necessary, they have laws bearing on the relation that these peoples have with one another, and this is the right of nations. Considered as living in a society that must be maintained, they have laws concerning the relation between those who govern and those who are governed, and this is the political right. Further, they have laws concerning the relation that all citizens have with one another, and this is the civil right. The right of nations is by nature founded on the principle that the various nations should do to one another in times of peace the most good possible, and in times of war the least ill possible, without harming their true interests. The object of war is victory, of victory, conquest, of conquest, preservation. All the laws that form the right of nations should derive from this principle and the preceding one. All nations have a right of nations, and even the Iroquois, who eat their prisoners, have one. They send and receive embassies, they know rights of war and peace. The trouble is that their right of nations is not founded on true principles. In addition to the right of nations, which concerns all societies, there is a political right for each one. A society could not continue to exist without a government. The union of all individual strengths, as Gravina aptly says, forms what is called the political state. The strength of the whole society may be put in the hands of phone alone or in the hands of many. Since nature has established paternal power, some have thought that government by one alone is most in conformity with nature. But the example of paternal power proves nothing. For, if the power of the father is related to government by one alone, then after the death of the father, the power of the brothers, or after the death of the brothers, the power of the first cousins, is related to government by many. Political power necessarily includes the union of many families. It is better to say that the government most in conformity with nature is the one whose particular arrangement best relates to the disposition of the people for whom it is established. Individual strengths cannot be united unless all wills are united. The union of these wills, as Gravina again aptly says, is what is called the civil state. Law in general is human reason insofar as it governs all the peoples of the earth, and the political and civil laws of each nation should be only the particular cases to which human reason is applied. Laws should be so appropriate to the people for whom they are made that it is very unlikely that the laws of one nation can suit another. Laws must relate to the nature and the principle of the government that is established or that one wants to establish, whether those laws form it as do political laws, or maintain it, as do civil laws. They should be related to the physical aspect of the country, to the climate, be it freezing, torrid, or temperate, to the properties of the terrain, its location and extent, to the way of life of the peoples, be they plowmen, hunters, or herdsmen. They should relate to the degree of liberty that the Constitution can sustain, to the religion of the inhabitants, their inclinations, their wealth, their number, their commerce, their mores and their manners. Finally, the laws are related to one another, to their origin, to the purpose of the legislator, and to the order of things on which they are established. They must be considered from all these points of view. This is what I undertake to do in this work. I shall examine all these relations, together they form what is called the spirit of the laws. I have made no attempt to separate politica from civil laws, for, as I do not treat laws but the spirit of the laws, and as this spirit consists in the various relations that laws may have with various things, I have had to follow the natural order of laws less than that of these relations and of these things. I shall first examine the relations that laws have with the nature and the principle of each government, and, as this principle has a supreme influence on the laws, I shall apply myself to understanding it well, and if I can once establish it, the laws will be seen to flow from it as from their source. I shall then proceed to other relations that seem to be more particular. Book 2. On laws deriving directly from the nature of the government. Chapter 1. On the nature of the three varieties of governments. There are three kinds of government: republican, monarchical, and despotic. To discover the nature of each, the idea of them held by the least educated of men is sufficient. I assume three definitions, or rather, three facts. 1. Republican government is that in which the people as a body, or only a part of the people, have sovereign power. Monarchical government is that in which one alone governs, but by fixed and established laws, whereas, in despotic government, one alone, without law and without rule, draws everything along by his will and his caprices. That is what I call the nature of each government. One must see what laws follow directly from this nature and are consequently the first fundamental laws. Chapter 2. On republican government and on laws relative to democracy. In a republic, when the people as a body have sovereign power, it is a democracy. When the sovereign power is in the hands of a part of the people, it is called an aristocracy. In a democracy the people are, in certain respects, the monarch; in other respects, they are the subjects. They can be the monarch only through their votes, which are their wills. The sovereign's will is the sovereign himself. Therefore, the laws establishing the right to vote are fundamental in this government. Indeed, it is as important in this case to regulate how, by whom, for whom, and on what issues votes should be cast, as it is in a monarchy to know the monarch and how he should govern. Libanius says that in Athens a foreigner who mingled in the people's assembly was punished with death. This is because such a man usurped the right of sovereignty. It is essential to determine the number of citizens that should form assemblies. Unless this is done, it cannot be known if the people have spoken or only a part of the people. In Lacedaemonia, there had to be 10,000 citizens. In Rome, which started small and became great, Rome, made to endure all the vicissitudes of fortune, Rome, which sometimes had nearly all its citizens outside its walls and sometimes all Italy and a part of the world within them, the number was not determined. This was one of the great causes of its ruin. A people having sovereign power should do for itself all it can do well, and what it cannot do well, it must do through its ministers. Ministers do not belong to the people unless the people name them. Therefore it is a fundamental maxim of this government that the people should name their ministers, that is, their magistrates. The people, like monarchs and even more than monarchs, need to be guided by a council or senate. But in order for the people to trust it, they must elect its members, either choosing the members themselves, as in Athens, or establishing some magistrate to elect them, as was occasionally the practice in Rome. The people are admirable for choosing those to whom they should entrust some part of their authority. They have only to base their decisions on things of which they cannot be unaware and on facts that are evident to the senses. They know very well that a man has often been to war, that he has had such and such successes. They are, then, quite capable of electing a general. They know that a judge is assiduous, that many people leave the tribunal satisfied with him, and that he has not been convicted of corruption. This is enough for them to elect a praetor. They have been struck by the magnificence or wealth of a citizen. That is enough for them to be able to choose an aedile. All these things are facts that they learn better in a public square than a monarch does in his palace. But will the people know how to conduct the public business? Will they know the places, the occasions, the moments, and profit from them? No, they will not. If one were to doubt the people's natural ability to perceive merit, one would have only to cast an eye over that continuous series of astonishing choices made by the Athenians and the Romans. This will doubtless not be ascribed to chance. It is known that in Rome, though the people had given themselves the right to elevate plebeians to posts, they could not bring themselves to elect them, and in Athens, although, according to the law of Aristides, magistrates could be drawn from any class, Xenophon says that it never happened that the common people turned to those classes that could threaten their well-being or glory. Just as most citizens, who are competent enough to elect, are not competent enough to be elected, so the people, who are sufficiently capable to call others to account for their management, are not suited to manage by themselves. Public business must proceed, and proceed at a pace that is neither too slow nor too fast. But the people always act too much or too little. Sometimes with 100,000 arms they upset everything, sometimes with 100,000 feet they move only like insects. In the popular state, the people are divided into certain classes. Great legislators have distinguished themselves by the way they have made this division, and upon it the duration and prosperity of democracies have always depended. Servius Tullius followed the spirit of aristocracy in the composition of his classes. In Livy and Dionysius of Halicarnassus, we see how he put the right to vote into the hands of the principal citizens. He divided the people of Rome into 193 centuries, forming 6 classes. He put the rich men, but in smaller numbers, into the first centuries, he put the less rich, but in larger numbers, into the following ones, he put the entire throng of the poor into the last century, and, since each century had only one voice, it was means and wealth that had the vote rather than persons. Solon divided the people of Athens into 4 classes. Guided by the spirit of democracy, he made these classes in order to specify not those who were to elect but those who could be elected, and leaving to the citizens the right to elect, he wanted them to be able to elect judges from each of those 4 classes but magistrates from the first 3 only, where the well-to-do citizens were found. Just as the division of those having the right to vote is a fundamental law in the Republic, the way of casting the vote is another fundamental law. Voting by lotus in the nature of democracy, voting by coiceus in the nature of aristocracy. The casting of lots is a way of electing that distresses no one, it leaves to each citizen a reasonable expectation of serving his country. But as it is imperfect by itself, the great legislators have outdone each other in regulating and correcting it. In Athens, Solon established that all military posts would be filled by choice but that senators and judges would be elected by lot. He wanted the civil magistrates that required great expenditures to be given by choice and the others to be given by lot. But in order to correct the vote by lot, he ruled that one could elect only from the number of those who presented themselves, that he who had been elected would be examined by judges, and that each judge could accuse him of being unworthy, this derived from both lot and choice. On completing his term, the magistrate had to go through a second judgment regarding the way in which he had conducted himself. People without ability must have been very reluctant to offer their names to be drawn by lot. The law that determines the way ballots are cast is another fundamental law in democracy. Whether the votes should be public or secret is a great question. Cicero writes that the laws that made them secret in the late period of the Roman Republic were one of the major causes of its fall. Given that this practice varies in different republics, here, I believe, is what must be thought about it. When the people cast votes, their votes should no doubt be public, and this should be regarded as a fundamental law of democracy. The lesser people must be enlightened by the principal people and subdued by the gravity of certain eminent men. Thus in the Roman Republic all was destroyed by making the vote secret, it was no longer possible to enlighten a populace on its way to ruin. But votes cannot be too secret in an aristocracy when the body of nobles casts the votes, or in a democracy when the Senate does so, for here the only issue is to guard against intrigues. Intrigue is dangerous in a Senate, it is dangerous in a body of nobles, it is not dangerous in the people, whose nature is to act from passion. In states where the people have no part in the government, they become as inflamed for an actor as they would for public affairs. The misfortune of a republic is to be without intrigues, and this happens when the people have been corrupted by silver. They become cool, they grow fond of silver, and they are no longer fond of public affairs. Without concern for the government or for what is proposed there, they quietly await their payments. Yet another fundamental law in democracy is that the people alone should make laws. However, there are 1,000 occasions when it is necessary for the Senate to be able to enact laws. It is often even appropriate to test a law before establishing it. The constitutions of Rome and Athens were very wise. The decrees of the Senate had the force of law for a year. They became permanent only by the will of the people. Chapter 3. On laws relative to the nature of aristocracy. In aristocracy, sovereign power is in the hands of a certain number of persons. They make the laws and see to their execution, and the rest of the people mean at best no more to these persons than the subjects in a monarchy mean to the monarch. Voting should not be by lot. This would have only drawbacks. Indeed, in a government that has already established the most grievous distinctions, though a man might be chosen by lot, he would be no less odious for it. The noble is envied, not the magistrate. When there are many nobles, there must be a senate to rule on the affairs that the body of nobles cannot decide and to take the preliminary steps for those on which it decides. In the latter case, it may be said that aristocracy is, in a way, in the Senate, that democracy is in the body of nobles, and that the people are nothing. It is a very fine thing in an aristocracy for the people to be raised from their nothingness in some indirect way. Thus, in Genoa, the Bank of St. George, administered largely by the principal men among the people, gives the people a certain influence in government, which brings about their whole prosperity. Senators should not have the right to fill vacancies in the Senate. Nothing would be more likely to perpetuate abuses. In Rome, which was a kind of aristocracy in its early days, the Senate did not name replacements. New senators were named by the censors. When an exorbitant authority is given suddenly to a citizen in a republic, this forms a monarchy or more than a monarchy. In monarchies, the laws have protected the constitution or have been adapted to it. The principle of the government checks the monarch, but in a republic when a citizen takes exorbitant power, the abuse of this power is greater because the laws, which have not foreseen it, have done nothing to check it. The exception to this rule occurs when the constitution of the state is such that it needs a magistracy with exorbitant power. Such was Rome with its dictators, such is Venice with its state inquisitors. These are terrible magistracies which violently return the state to liberty. But how does it happen that the magistracies are so different in these two republics? It is because, whereas Venice uses its state inquisitors to maintain its aristocracy against the nobles, Rome was defending the remnants of its aristocracy against the people. From this it followed that the dictator in Rome was installed for only a short time because the people act from impetuosity and not from design. His magistracy was exercised with brilliance, as the issue was to intimidate, not to punish, the people. The dictator was created for but a single affair and had unlimited authority with regard to that affair alone because he was always created for unforeseen cases. In Venice, however, there must be a permanent magistracy. Here designs can be laid, followed, suspended, and taken up again. Here too, the ambition of one alone becomes that of a family, and the ambition of one family, that of several. A hidden magistracy is needed because the crimes it punishes, always deep-seated, are formed in secrecy and silence. The inquisition of this magistracy has to be general because its aim is not to check known evils but to curb unknown ones. Finally, the Venetian magistracy is established to avenge the crimes it suspects, whereas the Roman magistracy used threats more than punishments. even for those crimes admitted by their instigators. In every magistracy, the greatness of the power must be offset by the brevity of its duration. Most legislators have fixed the time at a year. A longer term would be dangerous, a shorter one would be contrary to the nature of the thing. Who would want thus to govern his domestic affairs? In Ragusa, the head of the republic changes every month, the other officers, every week, the governor of the castle, every day. This can take place only in a small republic surrounded by formidable powers which could easily corrupt petty magistrates. The best aristocracy is one in which the part of the people having no share in the power is so small and so poor that the dominant part has no interest in oppressing it. Thus in Athens, when Antipater established that those with less than 2,000 drachmas would be excluded from the right to vote, he formed the best possible aristocracy, because this census was so low that it excluded only a few people and no one of any consequence in the city. Therefore, aristocratic families should be of the people as far as possible. The more an aristocracy approaches democracy, the more perfect it will be, and to the degree it approaches monarchy the less perfect it will become. Most imperfect of all is the aristocracy in which the part of the people that obeys is in civil slavery to the part that commands, as in the Polish aristocracy, where the peasants are slaves of the nobility. Chapter 4. On laws in their relation to the nature of monarchical government. Intermediate, subordinate, and dependent powers constitute the nature of monarchical government, that is, of the government in which one alone governs by fundamental laws. I have said intermediate, subordinate, and dependent powers. Indeed, in a monarchy, the prince is the source of all political and civil power. These fundamental laws necessarily assume immediate channels through which power flows, for, if in the state there is only the momentary and capricious will of one alone, nothing can be fixed and consequently there is no fundamental law. The most natural intermediate, subordinate power is that of the nobility. In a way, the nobility is of the essence of monarchy, whose fundamental maxim is, no monarch, no nobility, no nobility, no monarch, rather, one has a despot. In a few European states, some people had imagined abolishing all the justices of the Lords. They did not see that they wanted to do what the Parliament of England did. If you abolish the prerogatives of the Lords, clergy, nobility, and towns in a monarchy, you will soon have a popular state or else a despotic state. For several centuries the tribunals of a great European state have been constantly striking down the patrimonial jurisdiction of the Lords and the ecclesiastical jurisdiction. We do not want to censure such wise magistrates, but we leave it to be decided to what extent the constitution can be changed in this way. I do not insist on the privileges of the ecclesiastics, but I would like their jurisdiction to be determined once and for all. It is a question of knowing not if one was right in establishing it but rather if it is established, if it is a part of the country's laws, and if it is relative to them throughout, if between two powers recognized as independent, conditions should not be reciprocal, and if it is not all the same to a good subject to defend the prince's justice or the limits that his justice has always prescribed for itself. To the extent that the power of the clergy is dangerous in republics, it is suitable in monarchies, especially in those tending to despotism. Where would Spain and Portugal have been, after the loss of their laws, without the power that alone checks arbitrary power? Ever a good barrier when no other exists, because, as despotism causes appalling ills to human nature, the very ill that limits it is a good. Just as the sea, which seems to want to cover the whole earth, is checked by the grasses and the smallest bits of gravel on the shore, so monarchs, whose power seems boundless, are checked by the slightest obstacles and submit their natural pride to supplication and prayer. In order to favor liberty, the English have removed all the intermediate powers that formed their monarchy. They are quite right to preserve that liberty. If they were to lose it, they would be one of the most enslaved peoples on earth. Mr. Law, equally ignorant of the republican and of the monarchical constitutions, was one of the greatest promoters of despotism that had until then been seen in Europe. Besides the changes he made, which were so abrupt, so unusual, and so unheard of, he wanted to remove the intermediate ranks and abolish the political bodies. He was dissolving the monarchy by his chimerical repayments and seemed to want to buy back the constitution itself. It is not enough to have intermediate ranks in a monarchy, there must also be a depository of laws. This depository can only be in the political bodies, which announce the laws when they are made and recall them when they are forgotten. The ignorance natural to the nobility, its laxity, and its scorn for civil government require a body that constantly brings the laws out of the dust in which they would be buried. The Prince's Council is not a suitable depository. By its nature it is the depository of the momentary will of the prince who executes, and not the depository of the fundamental laws. Moreover, the monarch's council constantly changes, it is not permanent, it cannot be large, it does not sufficiently have the people's trust, therefore, it is not in a position to enlighten them in difficult times or to return them to obedience. In despotic states, where there are no fundamental laws, neither is there a depository of laws. This is why religion has so much force in these countries. It forms a kind of permanent depository, and if it is not religion, it is customs that are venerated in the place of laws. Chapter 5. On laws relative to the nature of the despotic state. A result of the nature of despotic power is that the one man who exercises it has it likewise exercised by another. A man whose 5 senses constantly tell him that he is everything and that others are nothing is naturally lazy, ignorant, and voluptuous. Therefore, he abandons the public business. But, if he entrusted this business to many people, there would be disputes among them, there would be intrigues to be the first slave, the prince would be obliged to return to administration. Therefore it is simpler for him to abandon them to a vizier who will instantly have the same power as he. In this state, the establishment of a vizier is a fundamental law. It is said that a certain pope, upon his election, overcome with his inadequacy, at first made infinite difficulties. Finally, he agreed to turn all matters of business over to his nephew. He was awestruck and said, would never have believed that it could be so easy. It is the same for the princes of the East. When, from that prison where eunuchs have weakened their hearts and spirits and have often left them ignorant even of their estate, these princes are withdrawn to be put on the throne, they are stunned at first, but when they have appointed a vizier, when in their seraglio they have given themselves up to the most brutal passions, when in the midst of a downtrodden court they have followed their most foolish caprices, they would never have believed that it could be so easy. The more extensive the empire, the larger the seraglio, and the more, consequently, the prince is drunk with pleasures. Thus, in these states, the more peoples the prince has to govern, the less he thinks about government, the greater the matters of business, the less deliberation they are given. Book 3. On the Principles of the Three Governments. Chapter 1. The difference between the nature of the government and its principle. After having examined the laws relative to the nature of each government, one must look at those that are relative to its principle. There is this difference between the nature of the government and its principle: its nature is that which makes it what it is, and its principle, that which makes it act. The one is its particular structure, and the other is the human passions that set it in motion. Now, the laws should be no less relative to the principle of each government than to its nature. Therefore, this principle must be sought. I shall do so in this book. Chapter 2. On the Principle of the Various Governments. I have said that the nature of republican government is that the people as a body, or certain families, have the sovereign power. The nature of monarchical government is that the prince has the sovereign power, but that he exercises it according to established laws. The nature of despotic government is that one alone governs according to his wills and caprices. Nothing more is needed for me to find their three principles, they derive naturally from this. I shall begin with republican government, and I shall first speak of the democratic government. Chapter 3. On the principle of democracy. There need not be much integrity for a monarchical or despotic government to maintain or sustain itself. The force of the laws in the one and the prince's ever-raised arm in the other can rule or contain the whole. But in a popular state there must be an additional spring, which is virtue. What I say is confirmed by the entire body of history and is quite in conformity with the nature of things. For it is clear that less virtue is needed in a monarchy, where the one who sees to the execution of the laws judges himself above the laws, than in a popular government, where the one who sees to the execution of the laws feels that he is subject to them himself and that he will bear their weight. It is also clear that the monarch who ceases to see to the execution of the laws, through bad counsel or negligence, may easily repair the damage. He has only to change his counsel or correct his own negligence. But in a popular government, when the laws have ceased to be executed, as this can come only from the corruption of the republic, the state is already lost. It was a fine spectacle in the last century to see the impotent attempts of the English to establish democracy among themselves. As those who took part in public affairs had no virtue at all, as their ambition was excited by the success of the most audacious one and the spirit of one faction was repressed only by the spirit of another, the government was constantly changing. The people, stunned, sought democracy and found it nowhere. Finally, after much motion and many shocks and jolts, they had to come to rest on the very government that had been proscribed. When Sulla wanted to return liberty to Rome, it could no longer be accepted. Rome had but a weak remnant of virtue, and as it had ever less, instead of reawakening after Caesar, Tiberius, Caius, Claudius, Nero, and Domitian, it became ever more enslaved. All the blows were struck against tyrants, none against tyranny. The political men of Greece who lived under popular government recognized no other force to sustain it than virtue. Those of today speak to us only of manufacturing, commerce, finance, wealth, and even luxury. When that virtue ceases, ambition enters those hearts that can admit it, and avarice enters them all. Desires change their objects, that which one used to love, one loves no longer. One was free under the laws, one wants to be free against them. Each citizen is like a slave who has escaped from his master's house. What was a Maximus now called severity, what was Aurelius now called constraint, what was Vigilantius now called fear, there, frugality, not the desire to possess, is avarice. Formerly the goods of individuals made up the public treasury has now become the patrimony of individuals. The republic is a cast-off husk, and its strength is no more than the power of a few citizens and the license of all. There were the same forces in Athens when it dominated with so much glory and when it served with so much shame. It had 20,000 citizens when it defended the Greeks against the Persians, when it disputed for empire with Lacedaemonia, and when it attacked Sicily. It had 20,000 when Demetrius of Phaleris enumerated them as one counts slaves in a market. When Philip dared dominate in Greece, when he appeared at the gates of Athens, Athens had as yet lost only time. In Demosthenes one may see how much trouble was required to reawaken it. Philip was feared as the enemy not of liberty but of pleasures. This town, which had resisted in spite of so many defeats, which had been reborn after its destructions, was defeated at Chaeronea and was defeated forever. What does it matter that Philip returns all the prisoners? He does not return men. It was always as easy to triumph over the forces of Athens as it was difficult to triumph over its virtue. How could Carthage have sustained itself? When Hannibal, as praetor, wanted to keep the magistrates from pillaging the republic, did they not go and accuse him before the Romans? Unhappy men, who wanted to be citizens without a city and to owe their wealth to the hand of their destroyers. Soon Rome asked them to send 300 of the principal citizens of Carthage as hostages. Rome made them surrender their arms and ships and then declared war on them. Given the things that a disarmed Carthage did from despair, one may judge what it could have done with its virtue when it had its full force. Chapter 4. On the principle of aristocracy. Just as there must be virtue in popular government, there must also be virtue in the aristocratic one. It is true that it is not as absolutely required. The people, who are with respect to the nobles what the subjects are with respect to the monarch, are contained by the nobles' laws. Therefore, they need virtue less than the people of a democracy. But how will the nobles be contained? Those who should see to the execution of the laws against their fellows will instantly feel that they act against themselves. Virtue must, therefore, be in this body by the nature of the constitution. Aristocratic government has a certain strength in itself that democracy does not have. In aristocratic government, the nobles form a body, which, by its prerogative and for its particular interest, represses the people. Having laws is enough to ensure that they will be executed. But it is as easy for this body to repress the others as it is difficult for it to repress itself. Such is the nature of this constitution that it seems to put under the power of the laws the same people it exempts from them. Now such a body may repress itself in only two ways, either by a great virtue that makes the nobles in some way equal to their people, which may form a great republic, or by a lesser virtue, a certain moderation that renders the nobles at least equal among themselves, which brings about their preservation. Therefore, moderation is the soul of these governments. I mean the moderation founded on virtue, not the one that comes from faint-heartedness and from laziness of soul. Chapter 5. That virtue is not the principle of monarchical government. In monarchies, politics accomplishes great things with as little virtue as it can, just as in the finest machines art employs as few motions, forces, and wheels as possible. The state continues to exist independently of love of the homeland, desire for true glory, self-renunciation, sacrifice of one's dearest interests, and all those heroic virtues we find in the ancients and know only by hearsay. The laws replace all these virtues, for which there is no need. The state excuses you from them. Here an action done noiselessly is in a way inconsequential. Though all crimes are by their nature public, truly public crimes are nevertheless distinguished from private crimes, so called because they offend an individual more than the whole society. Now, in republics private crimes are more public, that is, they run counter to the constitution of the state more than against individuals, and, in monarchies, public crimes are more private, that is, they run counter to individual fortunes more than against the constitution of the state itself. I beg that no one be offended by what I have said. I have followed all the histories. I know very well that virtuous princes are not rare, but I say that in a monarchy it is very difficult for the people to be virtuous. Read what the historians of all times have said about the courts of monarchs, recall the conversations of men from every country about the wretched character of courtiers. These are not matters of speculation but of sad experience. Ambition in idleness, meanness in arrogance, the desire to enrich oneself without work, aversion to truth, flattery, treachery, perfidy, the abandonment of all one's engagements, the scorn of the duties of citizens, the fear of the prince's virtue, the expectation of his weaknesses, and more than all that, the perpetual ridicule cast upon virtue, these form, I believe, the character of the greater number of courtiers, as observed in all places and at all times. Now, it is very awkward for most of the principal men of a state to be dishonest people and for the inferiors to be good people, for the former to be deceivers and the latter to consent to be no more than dupes. If there is some unfortunate honest man among the people, hints Cardinal Richelieu in his political testament, a monarch should be careful not to employ him. So true is it that virtue is not the spring of this government. Certainly, it is not excluded, but it is not its spring. Chapter 6. How virtue is replaced in monarchical government. I hasten and I lengthen my steps, so that none will believe I satirize monarchical government. No, if one spring is missing, monarchy has another. Honor, that is, the prejudice of each person in each condition, takes the place of the political virtue of which I have spoken and represents it everywhere. It can inspire the finest actions, joined with the force of the laws, it can lead to the goal of government as does virtue itself. Thus, in well-regulated monarchies everyone will be almost a good citizen, and one will rarely find someone who is a good man, for, in order to be a good man, one must have the intention of being one and love the state less for oneself than for itself. Chapter 7. On the principle of monarchy. Monarchical government assumes, as we have said, preeminences, ranks, and even a hereditary nobility. The nature of honor is to demand preferences and distinctions, therefore, honor has, in and of itself, a place in this government. Ambition is pernicious in a republic. It has good effects in monarchy, it gives life to that government, and it has this advantage, that it is not dangerous because it can constantly be repressed. You could say that it is like the system of the universe, where there is a force constantly repelling all bodies from the center and a force of gravitation attracting them to it. Honor makes all the parts of the body politic move, its very action binds them, and each person works for the common good, believing he works for his individual interests. Speaking philosophically, it is true that the honor that guides all the parts of the state is a false honor, but this false honor is as useful to the public as the true one would be to the individuals who could have it. And is it not impressive that one can oblige men to do all the difficult actions and which require force, with no reward other than the renown of these actions? Chapter 8. That honor is not the principle of despotic states. Honor is not the principle of despotic states, as the men in them are all equal, one cannot prefer oneself to others, as men in them are all slaves, one can prefer oneself to nothing. Moreover, as honor has its laws and rules and is incapable of yielding, as it depends on its own caprice and not on that of another, honor can be found only in states whose constitution is fixed and whose laws are certain. How could honor be endured by the despot? It glories in scorning life, and the despot is strong only because he can take life away. How could honor endure the despot? It has consistent rules and sustains its caprices, the despot has no rule, and his caprices destroy all the others. Honor, unknown in despotic states where even the word to express it is often lacking, reigns in monarchies, there it gives life to the whole body politic, to the laws, and even to the virtues. Chapter 9. On the principle of despotic government. Just as there must be virtue in a republic and honor in a monarchy, there must be fear in a despotic government. Virtue is not at all necessary to it and honor would be dangerous. The prince's immense power passes intact to those to whom he entrusts it. People capable of much self-esteem would be in a position to cause revolutions. Therefore, fear must beat down everyone's courage and extinguish even the slightest feeling of ambition. A moderate government can, as much as it wants and without peril, relax its springs. It maintains itself by its laws and even by its force. But when in despotic government the prince ceases for a moment to raise his arm, when he cannot instantly destroy those in the highest places, all is lost, for when the spring of the government, which is fear, no longer exists, the people no longer have a protector. Apparently it was in this sense that the Cadus claimed that the Grand Signior was not obliged to keep his word or his oath if by doing so he limited his authority. The people must be judged by the laws, and the important men by the prince's fancy. The head of the lowest subject must be safe, and the pasha's head always exposed. One cannot speak of these monstrous governments without shuddering. The Safi of Persia, deposed in our time by Mirwais, saw his government perish before it was conquered because he had not spilled enough blood. History tells us that Domitian's horrible cruelties so frightened the governors that the people revived somewhat during his reign. In the same way, a flood, destroying everything on one bank, leaves stretches of land on the other where meadows can be seen in the distance. Chapter 10. The difference in obedience between moderate governments and despotic governments. In despotic states the nature of the government requires extreme obedience, and the prince's will, once known, should produce its effect as infallibly as does one ball thrown against another. No tempering, modification, accommodation, terms, alternatives, negotiations, remonstrances, nothing as good or better can be proposed. Man is a creature that obeys a creature that wants. He can no more express his fears about a future event than he can blame his lack of success on the caprice of fortune. There, men's portion, like beasts, is instinct, obedience, and chastisement. It is useless to counter with natural feelings, respect for a father, tenderness for one's children and women, laws of honor, or the state of one's health. One has received the order and that is enough. In Persia, when the king has condemned someone, no one may speak to him further about it or ask for a pardon. If he were drunken or mad, the decree would have to be carried out just the same. If it were not, he would be inconsistent, and the law cannot be inconsistent. This has always been their way of thinking. As the order given by Ahasuerus to exterminate the Jews could not be revoked, it was decided to give them permission to defend themselves. There is, however, one thing with which one can sometimes counter the prince's will, that is religion. One will forsake one's father, even kill him, if the prince orders it, but one will not drink wine if the prince wants it and orders it. The laws of religion are part of a higher precept, because they apply to the prince as well as to the subjects. But it is not the same for natural right. The prince is not assumed to be a man. In monarchical and moderate states, power is limited by that which is its spring, I mean honor, which reigns like a monarch over the prince and the people. One will not cite the laws of religion to a courtier, he would feel it was ridiculous. Instead one will incessantly cite the laws of honor. This results in necessary modifications of obedience. Honor is naturally subject to eccentricities, and obedience will follow them all. Though the way of obeying is different in these two governments, the power is nevertheless the same. In whatever direction the monarch turns, he prevails by tipping the balance and he is obeyed. The whole difference is that, in the monarchy, the prince is enlightened and the ministers are infinitely more skillful and experienced in public affairs than they are in the despotic state. Chapter 11. Reflections on all this. Such are the principles of the three governments. This does not mean that in a certain republic one is virtuous, but that one ought to be, nor does this prove that in a certain monarchy there is honor or that in a particular despotic state there is fear, but that unless it is there, the government is imperfect. Book 4. That the laws of education should be relative to the principles of the government. Chapter 1. On the laws of education. The laws of education are the first we receive. And as these prepare us to be citizens, each particular family should be governed according to the plan of the great family that includes them all. If there is a principle for the people taken generally, then the parts which compose it, that is, the families, will have one also. Therefore, the laws of education will be different in each kind of government. In monarchies, their object will be honor, in republics, virtue, in despotisms, fear. Chapter 2. On Education in Monarchies. In monarchies, the principal education is not in the public institutions where children are instructed. In a way, education begins when one enters the world. The world is the school of what is called honor, the universal master that should everywhere guide us. Here, one sees and always hears three things: a certain nobility must be put in the virtues, a certain frankness in the mores, and a certain politeness in the manners. The virtues we are shown here are always less what one owes others than what one owes oneself. They are not so much what calls us to our fellow citizens as what distinguishes us from them. One judges men's actions here not as good but as fine, not as just but as great, not as reasonable but as extraordinary. As soon as honor can find something noble here, honor becomes either a judge who makes it legitimate or a sophist who justifies it. It allows gallantry when gallantry is united with the idea of an attachment of the heart or the idea of conquest, and this is the true reason mores are never as pure in monarchies as in republican governments. It allows deceit when deceit is added to the idea of greatness of spirit or greatness of business, as in politics, whose niceties do not offend it. It forbids adulation only when adulation is separated from the idea of a great fortune and is joined only with the feeling of one's own meanness. I have said that, in monarchies, education should bring a certain frankness to the mores. Therefore, truth is desired in speech. But is this for the love of truth? Not at all. It is desired because a man accustomed to speaking the truth appears to be daring and free. Indeed, such a man seems dependent only on things and not on the way another receives them. This is why, commending this kind of frankness here, one scorns that of the people, which has for its aim only truth and simplicity. Finally, education in monarchies requires a certain politeness in manners. Men, born to live together, are also born to please each other, and he who does not observe the proprieties offends all those with whom he lives and discredits himself so much that he becomes unable to do any good thing. But politeness does not customarily have its origin in such a pure source. It arises from the desire to distinguish oneself. We are polite from arrogance. We flatter ourselves that our manners prove that we are not common and that we have not lived with the sort of people who have been neglected through the ages. In monarchies, politeness is naturalized at court. One excessively great man makes all others small. Hence the regard owed to everyone else and the politeness that flatters as much those who are polite as those to whom they are polite, because that politeness makes it understood that one belongs to the court or that one is worthy of belonging to it. The courtly air consists in putting away one's own greatness for a borrowed greatness. This greatness is more flattering to a courtier than is his own. It gives a certain haughty modesty that spreads afar but whose arrogance diminishes imperceptibly in proportion to its distance from the source of greatness. At court one finds a delicacy of taste in all things, which comes from continual use of the excesses of a great fortune, from the variety, and especially the weariness, of pleasures, from the multiplicity, even the confusion, of fancies, which, when they are pleasing, are always accepted. Education bears on all these things to make what is called theanetum, who has all the qualities and all the virtues required in this government. Honor, meddling in everything, enters into all the modes of thought and all the ways of feeling and even directs the principles. This eccentric honor shapes the virtues into what it wants, and as it wants, on its own, it puts rules on everything prescribed to us, according to its fancy. It extends or limits our duties, whether their source be religion, politics, or morality. There is nothing in monarchy that laws, religion, and honor prescribe so much as obedience to the wills of the prince, but this honor dictates to us that the prince should never prescribe an action that dishonors us, because it would make us incapable of serving him. Crillon refused to assassinate the Duke of Guise, but he proposed to Henry III that he engage the Duke in battle. After St. Bartholomew's Day, when Charles IX had sent orders to all the governors to have the Huguenots massacred, the Viscount of Orte, who was in command at Bayonne, wrote to the king, "Sire, I have found among the inhabitants and the warriors only good citizens, brave soldiers, and not one executioner. Thus, they and I together beg your majesty to use our arms and our lives for things that can be done." This great and generous courage regarded a cowardly action as an impossible thing. For the nobility, honor prescribes nothing more than serving the prince in war. Indeed, this is the preeminent profession because its risks, successes, and even misfortunes lead to greatness. But honor wants to be the arbiter in imposing this law, and if honor has been offended, it permits or requires one to withdraw to one's home. It wants one to be able indifferently to aspire to posts or to refuse them. It regards this liberty as greater than fortune itself. Honor, therefore, has its supreme rules, and education is obliged to conform to them. The principal rules are that we are indeed allowed to give importance to our fortune, but that we are sovereignly forbidden to give any to our life. The second is that, when we have once been placed in a rank, we should do or suffer nothing that might show that we consider ourselves inferior to the rank itself. The third is that, what honor forbids is more rigorously forbidden when the laws do not agree in proscribing it, and that what honor requires is more strongly required when the laws do not require it. Chapter 3. On Education in Despotic Government. Just as education in monarchies works only to elevate the heart, education in despotic states seeks only to bring it down. There, education must bring about servility. It will be a good, even for the commander, to have had such an education, since no one is a tyrant there without at the same time being a slave. Extreme obedience assumes ignorance in the one who obeys, it assumes ignorance even in the one who commands. He does not have to deliberate, to doubt, or to reason, he has only to want. In despotic states, each household is a separate empire. Therefore, education, which comes mainly from living with others, is quite limited there. It is reduced to putting fear in the heart and in teaching the spirit a few very simple religious principles. Knowledge will be dangerous, rivalry deadly, and, as for the virtues, Aristotle cannot believe that any are proper to slaves. This would indeed limit education in this government. Therefore, education is, in a way, null there. One must take everything away in order to give something, and begin by making a bad subject in order to make a good slave. Well, why would education be intent upon forming a good citizen to take part in the public unhappiness? If he loved the state, he would be tempted to relax the springs of the government. If he failed, he would be ruined. If he succeeded, he would run the risk of ruining himself, the prince, and the empire. Chapter 4. The difference in the effect of education among the ancients and among ourselves. Most of the ancient peoples lived in governments that had virtue for their principle, and when that virtue was in full force, things were done in those governments that we no longer see and that astonish our small souls. Their education had another advantage over ours: it was never contradicted. In the last year of his life, Epaminondas said, heard, saw, and did the same things as at the time that he was first instructed. Today we receive three different or opposing educations: that of our fathers, that of our schoolmasters, and that of the world. What we are told by the last upsets all the ideas of the first two. This comes partly from the opposition there is for us between the ties of religion and those of the world, a thing unknown among the ancients. Chapter 5. On Education in Republican Government. It is in republican government that the full power of education is needed. Fear in despotic governments arises of itself from threats and chastisements. Honor in monarchies is favored by the passions and favors them in turn, but political virtue is a renunciation of oneself, which is always a very painful thing. One can define this virtue as love of the laws and the homeland. This love, requiring a continuous preference of the public interest over one's own, produces all the individual virtues. They are only that preference. This love is singularly connected with democracies. In them alone, government is entrusted to each citizen. Now government is like all things in the world. In order to preserve it, one must love it. One never hears it said that kings do not love monarchy or that despots hate despotism. Therefore, in a republic, everything depends on establishing this love, and education should attend to inspiring it. But there is a sure way for children to have it. It is for the fathers themselves to have it. One is ordinarily in charge of giving one's knowledge to one's children and even more in charge of giving them one's own passions. If this does not happen, it is because what was done in the father's house is destroyed by impressions from the outside. It is not young people who degenerate. They are ruined only when grown men have already been corrupted. Chapter 6. On some Greek institutions. The ancient Greeks, persuaded that peoples who lived in a popular government must of necessity be brought up to be virtuous, made singular institutions to inspire virtue. When you see, in the life of Lycurgus, the laws he gave the Lacedaemonians, you believe you are reading the history of the Severams. The laws of Crete were the originals for the laws of Lacedaemonia, and Plato's laws were their correction. I pray that one pay a little attention to the breadth of genius of those legislators who saw that by running counter to all received usages and by confusing all virtues, they would show their wisdom to the universe. Lycurgus, mixing larceny with the spirit of justice, the harshest slavery with extreme liberty, the most heinous feelings with the greatest moderation, gave stability to his town. He seemed to remove all its resources, arts, commerce, silver, walls. One had ambition there without the expectation of bettering oneself. One had natural feelings but was neither child, husband, nor father. Modesty itself was removed from chastity. In these ways, Sparta was led to greatness and glory, with such an infallibility in its institutions that nothing was gained by winning battles against it, until its police was taken away. Crete and Laconia were governed by these laws. Lacedaemonia was the last to yield to the Macedonians, and Crete was the last prey of the Romans. The Samnites had these same institutions and they provided the occasion for 24 triumphs for the Romans. We can see that which was extraordinary in the Greek institutions in the dregs and corruption of modern times. A legislator, Anhenitum, has formed a people in whom integrity seems as natural as bravery was among the Spartans. Mr. Penn is a true Lycurgus, and, though he has had peace for his object as Lycurgus had war, they are alike in the unique path on which they have set their people, in their ascendancy over free men, in the prejudices they have vanquished, and in the passions they have subdued. Paraguay can furnish us with another example. Some have wanted to use it to level charges against the society, which considers the pleasure of commanding the only good in life, but governing men by making men happier will always be a fine thing. It is fortunate for the society that it was the first to show in these countries the idea of religion joined with that of humanity. By repairing the pillages of the Spaniards, it has begun to heal one of the greatest wounds mankind has yet received. The society's exquisite feeling for all it calls honor and its zeal for a religion that humbles those who listen far more than those who preach have made it undertake great things, and it has been successful. It has brought dispersed peoples out of the woods, it has assured their sustenance, it has clothed them, and if, in so doing, it had done no more than increase industry among men, it would have accomplished much. Those who want to make similar institutions will establish the community of goods of Plato's Republic, the respect he required for the gods, the separation from strangers in order to preserve the mores, and commerce done by the city, not by the citizens. They will produce our arts without our luxury and our needs without our desires. They will proscribe silver, whose effect is to fatten the fortune of men beyond the limits nature has set for it, to teach men to preserve vainly what has been amassed vainly, to multiply desires infinitely and to supplement nature, which has given us very limited means to excite our passions and to corrupt one another. The Epidamnians, feeling that their communication with the barbarians corrupted their mores, elected a magistrate to do all their trading in the name of the city and for the city. In this way commerce does not corrupt the constitution, and the constitution does not deprive the society of the advantages of commerce. Chapter 7. In what case these singular institutions can be good. These sorts of institutions can be suitable in republics, because political virtue is their principle, but less care is needed to induce honor in monarchies or to inspire fear in despotic states. Furthermore, they can have a place only in a small state, where one can educate the general populace and raise a whole people like a family. The laws of Minos, Lycurgus, and Plato assume that all citizens pay a singular attention to each other. This cannot be promised in the confusion, oversights, and extensive business of a numerous people. As has been said, silver must be banished from these institutions. But in large societies, the number, the variety, the press and the importance of business, the ease of purchases, and the slowness of exchanges, all these require a common measure. In order to carry one's power everywhere or defend it everywhere, one must have that to which men everywhere have attached power. Chapter 8. Explanation of a paradox of the ancients in relation to mores. Polybius, judicious Polybius, tells us that music was necessary to soften the mores of the Arcadians, who lived in a country where the weather is gloomy and cold, that the inhabitants of Cainiths, who neglected music, surpassed all the other Greeks in cruelty and that never had so much crime been seen in a town. Plato is not afraid to say that no change can be made in music which is not a change in the constitution of the state. Aristotle, who seems to have written his Politixenly in order to oppose his feelings to Plato's, nevertheless agrees with him about the power of music over mores. Theophrastus, Plutarch, and Strabo, all the ancients, have thought likewise. This is not an opinion proffered without reflection, it is one of the principles of their politics. It is thus that they gave laws, it is thus that they wanted the cities to be governed. I believe I can explain this. One must keep in mind that in the Greek towns, especially in those whose principal aim was war, all work and all professions that could lead to earning silver were regarded as unworthy of a free man. Most arts, said Xenophon, corrupt the body of the one who practices them, they oblige one to sit in the shade or near the fire, one has no time for one's friends, no time for the republic. It was only when some democracies became corrupted that craftsmen managed to become citizens. Aristotle teaches us this, and he holds that a good republic will never give them citizenship. Agriculture, too, was a servile profession, and it was ordinarily some conquered people who followed it. The Helots farmed for the Lacedaemonians, the Perioikoi for the Cretans, the Penastai for the Thessalians, and other slave peoples in other republics. Finally, all common commerce was disgraceful to the Greeks. A citizen would have had to provide services for a slave, a tenant, or a foreigner. This idea ran counter to the spirit of Greek liberty, thus Plato in his Laws wants any citizen who engages in commerce to be punished. In the Greek republics, one was, therefore, in a very awkward position. One did not want the citizens to work in commerce, agriculture, or the arts, nor did one want them to be idle. They found an occupation in the exercises derived from gymnastics and those related to war. The institutions gave them no others. One must regard the Greeks as a society of athletes and fighters. Now, these exercises, so appropriate for making people harsh and savage, needed to be tempered by others that might soften the mores. Music, which enters the spirit through the organs of the body, was quite suitable. It is a mean between the physical exercises that render men harsh and the speculative sciences that render them savage. One cannot say that music inspired virtue, it would be inconceivable, but music curbed the effect of the ferocity of the institution and gave the soul a part in education that it would not otherwise have had. I assume among ourselves a society of people so enamored of hunting that they did nothing else, they would surely acquire a certain roughness. If these same people were also to develop a taste for music, one would soon find a difference in their manners and in their mores. In short, the exercises practiced by the Greeks aroused in them only one type of passion, roughness, anger, and cruelty. Music arouses them all and can make the soul feel softness, pity, tenderness, and sweet pleasure. Those who write on morality for us and so strongly proscribe the theatres make us feel sufficiently the power of music on our souls. If one gave only drums and trumpet fanfares to the society I have mentioned, would not one fall shorter of one's goal than if one gave it a tender music? The ancients were right, therefore, when, under certain circumstances, they preferred one mode of music to another for the sake of mores. But, one will say, why should music be preferred? Of all the pleasures of the senses, none corrupts the soul less. We blush to read in Plutarch that the Thebans, in order to soften the mores of their young people, established by their laws a love that ought to be proscribed by all nations in the world. Book 5. That the laws given by the legislator should be relative to the principle of the government. Chapter 1. The idea of this book. We have just seen that the laws of education should have a relation to the principle of each government. It is the same for the laws the legislator gives to the society as a whole. This relation between the laws and the principle tightens all the springs of the government, and the principle in turn receives a new force from the laws. Thus, in physical motion, an action is always followed by a reaction. We shall examine this relation in each government, and we shall begin with the republican state, which has virtue for its principle. Chapter 2. What virtue is in the political state? Virtue, in a republic, is a very simple thing. It is love of the republic, it is a feeling and not a result of knowledge. The lowest man in the state, like the first, can have this feeling. Once the people have good maxims, they adhere to them longer than do those who are Caledonets gens. Corruption seldom begins with the people. From their middling enlightenment they have often derived a stronger attachment to that which is established. Love of the homeland leads to goodness in mores, and goodness in mores leads to love of the homeland. The less we can satisfy our particular passions, the more we give ourselves up to passions for the general order. Why do monks so love their order? Their love comes from the same thing that makes their order intolerable to them. Their rule deprives them of everything upon which ordinary passions rest. What remains, therefore, is the passion for the very rule that afflicts them. The more austere it is, that is, the more it curtails their inclinations, the more force it gives to those that remain. Chapter 3. What love of the Republic is in a democracy? Love of the Republic in a democracy is love of democracy. Love of democracy is love of equality. Love of democracy is also love of frugality. As each one there should have the same happiness and the same advantages, each should taste the same pleasures and form the same expectations. This is something that can be anticipated only from the common frugality. Love of equality in a democracy limits ambition to the single desire, the single happiness, of rendering greater services to one's homeland than other citizens. Men cannot render it equal services, but they should equally render it services. At birth one contracts an immense debt to it that can never be repaid. Thus distinctions in a democracy arise from the principle of equality, even when equality seems to be erased by successful services or superior talents. Love of frugality limits the desire to possess the mindfulness required by that which is necessary for one's family, and even by that which is superfluous for one's homeland. Wealth gives a power that a citizen cannot use for himself, for he would not be equal. It also procures delights that he should not enjoy, because these would likewise run counter to equality. Thus, by establishing frugality in domestic life, good democracies opened the gate to public expenditures, as happened in Athens and Rome. Magnificence and abundance had their source in frugality itself, and, just as religion requires unsullied hands so that one can make offerings to the gods, the laws wanted frugal mores so that one could give to one's homeland. The good sense and happiness of individuals largely consists in their having middling talents and fortunes. If a republic whose laws have formed many middling people is composed of sober people, it will be governed soberly. If it is composed of happy people, it will be very happy. Chapter 4. How love of equality and frugality is inspired. Love of equality and love of frugality are strongly aroused by equality and frugality themselves, when one lives in a society in which both are established by the laws. In monarchies and despotic states, no one aspires to equality. The idea of equality does not even occur. In these states everyone aims for superiority. The people of the lowest conditions desire to quit those conditions only in order to be masters of the others. It is the same for frugality. In order to love it, one must practice it. Those who are corrupted by delights will not love the frugal life, and if this had been natural and ordinary, Alcibiades would not have been the wonder of the universe. Nor will those who envy or admire the luxury of others love frugality. People who have before their eyes only rich men, or poor men like themselves, detest their poverty without loving or knowing what puts an end to poverty. Therefore, it is a very true maxim that if one is to love equality and frugality in a republic, these must have been established by the laws. Chapter 5. How the laws establish equality in democracy. Some legislators of ancient times, like Lycurgus and Romulus, divided the lands equally. This could happen only at the founding of a new republic, or when the old one was so corrupt and spirits so disposed that the poor believed themselves obliged to seek, and the rich obliged to suffer, such a remedy. If the legislator who makes such a division does not give laws to maintain it, his is only a transitory constitution. Inequality will enter at the point not protected by the laws, and the republic will be lost. One must, therefore, regulate to this end dowries, gifts, inheritances, testaments, in sum, all the kinds of contracts. For if it were permitted to give one's goods to whomever one wanted and as one wanted, each individual would disturb the disposition of the fundamental laws. In Athens, Solon acted inconsistently with the old laws, which ordered that goods should remain in the family of the testator, when he permitted one to leave one's goods to whomever one wanted by testament provided one had no children. He acted inconsistently with his own laws, for, by cancelling debts, he had sought equality. The law that forbade one to have two inheritances was a good law for democracy. It originated in the equal division of the lands and portions given to each citizen. The law did not want any one man to have several portions. The law ordering the closest male relative to marry the female heir arose from a similar source. Among the Jews, this law was given after a similar division. Plato, who founds his laws on this division, gives it also, and it was an Athenian law. There was a certain law in Athens of which, so far as I know, no one has understood the spirit. Marriage was permitted to the stepsister on the father's side, but not to the stepsister on the mother's side. This usage originated in republics, whose spirit was to avoid giving two portions of land and consequently two inheritances to one person. When a man married the stepsister on the father's side, he could receive only one inheritance, that of his father, but, when he married the stepsister on the mother's side, it could happen that the father of this sister, in the absence of male children, might leave her the inheritance, and that the brother, who had married her, might consequently receive two of them. Let not what Philo says be proposed to me as an objection, that, although in Athens one might marry a stepsister on the father's side and not on the mother's side, in Lacedaemonia one could marry a stepsister on the mother's side and not on the father's side. For I find in Strabo that in Lacedaemonia when a stepsister married a brother, she had half the brother's portion for her dowry. It is clear that this second law was made to curb the bad consequences of the first. In order to prevent the goods of the stepsister's family from passing to the brothers, half the brother's goods were given to the stepsister as a dowry. Seneca, speaking of Silanus, who had married his stepsister, says that such permission had restricted application in Athens and was applied generally in Alexandria. In the government of one alone, the question of maintaining the division of goods hardly arose. In order to maintain this division of lands in a democracy, it was a good law that wanted the father of several children to choose one to inherit his portion and have his other children adopted by someone who had no children, so that the number of citizens might always be maintained equal to the number of shares. Phalias of Chalcedon devised a way of rendering fortunes equal in a republic where they were not equal. He wanted the rich to give dowries to the poor and to receive none from them, and the poor to receive silver for their daughters and to give none. But I know of no republic that adopted such a rule. It places the citizens under such strikingly different conditions that they would hate the very equality that one sought to introduce. It is sometimes good for laws not to appear to go so directly toward the end they propose. Although in a democracy real equality is the soul of the state, still this equality is so difficult to establish that an extreme precision in this regard would not always be suitable. It suffices to establish a census that reduces differences or fixes them at a certain point, after which, it is the task of particular laws to equalize inequalities, so to speak, by the burdens they impose on the rich and the relief they afford to the poor. Only wealth of middling size can give or suffer these kinds of adjustments, because, for men of immoderate fortunes, all power and honor not accorded them is regarded as an affront. Every inequality in a democracy should be drawn from the nature of democracy and from the very principle of equality. For example, it can be feared there that people who need steady work for their livelihood might become too impoverished by a magistracy, or that they might neglect its functions, that artisans might become arrogant, that too numerous freed men might become more powerful than the original citizens. In these cases, equality among the citizens in the democracy can be removed for the utility of the democracy. But it is only an apparent equality that is removed, for a man ruined by a magistracy would be in a worse condition than the other citizens, and this same man, who would be obliged to neglect its functions, would put the other citizens in a condition worse than his, and so forth. Chapter 6. How laws should sustain frugality in democracy. It is not sufficient in a good democracy for the portions of land to be equal, they must be small, as among the Romans. Curius said to his soldiers, God forbid that a citizen should esteem as little that land which is sufficient to nourish a man. As the equality of fortunes sustains frugality, frugality maintains the equality of fortunes. These things, although different, are such that they cannot continue to exist without each other, each is the cause and the effect. If one of them is withdrawn from democracy, the other always follows. Certainly, when democracy is founded on commerce, it may very well happen that individuals have great wealth, yet that the mores are not corrupted. This is because the spirit of commerce brings with it the spirit of frugality, economy, moderation, work, wisdom, tranquility, order, and rule. Thus, as long as this spirit continues to exist, the wealth it produces has no bad effect. The ill comes when an excess of wealth destroys the spirit of commerce. One sees the sudden rise of the disorders of inequality which had not made themselves felt before. In order for the spirit of commerce to be maintained, the principal citizens must engage in commerce themselves. This spirit must reign alone and not be crossed by another. All the laws must favor it, these same laws, whose provisions divide fortunes in proportion as commerce increases them, must make each poor citizen comfortable enough to be able to work as the others do, and must bring each rich citizen to a middle level such that he needs to work in order to preserve or to acquire. In a commercial republic, the law giving all children an equal portion in the inheritance of the fathers is very good. In this way, whatever fortune the father may have made, his children, always less rich than he, are led to flee luxury and work as he did. I speak only of commercial republics, because, for those that are not, the legislator has to make many other regulations. In Greece there were two sorts of republics. Some were military, like Lacedaemonia, others, commercial, like Athens. In the former, one wanted the citizen to be idle, in the latter, one sought to instill a love for work. Solon made idleness a crime and wanted each citizen to account for the way he earned his living. Indeed, in a good democracy where spending should be only for necessities, each person should have them, for from whom would he receive them? Chapter 7. Other means of favoring the principle of democracy. An equal division of lands cannot be established in all democracies. There are circumstances in which such an arrangement would be impractical and dangerous and would even run counter to the Constitution. One is not always obliged to take extreme courses. If one sees that this division, which should maintain the mores, is not suitable in a democracy, one must have recourse to other means. If a fixed body is established that is in itself the rule in mores, a senate to which age, virtue, gravity and service give entrance, the senators, who are seen by the people as simulacra of gods, will inspire feelings that will reach into all families. The Senate must, above all, be attached to the old institutions and see that the people and the magistrates never deviate from these. With regard to mores, much is to be gained by keeping the old customs. Since corrupt peoples rarely do great things and have established few societies, founded few towns, and given few laws, and since, on the contrary, those with simple and austere mores have made most establishments, recalling men to the old maxims usually returns them to virtue. Furthermore, if there has been some revolution and one has given the state a new form, it could scarcely have been done without infinite pain and work, and rarely with idleness and corrupt mores. The very ones who made the revolution wanted it to be savored, and they could scarcely have succeeded in this without good laws. Therefore, the old institutions are usually correctives, and the new ones, abuses. In a government that lasts a long time, one descends to ills by imperceptible degrees, and one climbs back to the good only with an effort. It has been asked whether the members of the Senate of which we are speaking should be members for life or chosen for a set time. They should doubtless be chosen for life, as was done in Rome, Lacedaemonia, and even Athens. The Senate in Athens, a body that changed every 3 months, must not be confused with the Areopagus, whose members were established for life, a permanent model, as it were. Here is a general maxim: in a Senate made to be the rule, and, so to speak, the depository of the mores, senators should be elected for life. In a Senate made to plan public business, the senators can change. The spirit, says Aristotle, ages like the body. This reflection is good only in regard to a single magistrate and cannot be applied to an assembly of senators. Besides the Areopagus, Athens had guardians of the mores and guardians of the laws. In Lacedaemonia all the old men were censors. In Rome, 2 of the magistrates were the censors. Just as the Senate keeps watch over the people, the censors must keep their eyes on the people and the Senate. They must re-establish all that has become corrupted in the Republic, notice slackness, judge oversights, and correct mistakes just as the laws punish crimes. The Roman law that wanted the accusation of adultery to be made public maintained the purity of mores remarkably well. It intimidated the women and also intimidated those who kept watch over them. Nothing maintains mores better than the extreme subordination of the young to the elderly. Both are contained, the former by the respect they have for the elderly, the latter by the respect they have for themselves. Nothing gives greater force to the laws than the extreme subordination of the citizens to the magistrates. The great difference Lycurgus set up between Lacedaemonia and other cities, says Xenophon, consists above all in his having made the citizens obey the laws. They hasten when the magistrate calls them. But in Athens, a rich man would despair if one believed him dependent on the magistrate. Paternal authority is also very useful for maintaining mores. We have already said that none of the forces in a republic is as repressive as those in other governments. The laws must, therefore, seek to supplement them. They do so by paternal authority. In Rome fathers had the right of life and death over their own children. In Lacedaemonia each father had the right to correct the child of another. In Rome paternal power was lost along with the republic. In monarchies, where there is no question of such pure mores, one wants each person to live under the power of magistrates. The laws of Rome, which accustomed young people to dependency, delayed their coming of age. Perhaps we were wrong to take up this usage. This much constraint is not needed in a monarchy. The same subordination in a republic could make it possible for the father to remain the master of his children's goods during his life, as was the rule in Rome. But this is not in the spirit of monarchy. Chapter 8. How laws should relate to the principle of the government in aristocracy. In an aristocracy, if the people are virtuous, they will enjoy almost the same happiness as in popular government, and the state will become powerful. But, as it is rare to find much virtue where men's fortunes are so unequal, the laws must tend to give, as much as they can, a spirit of moderation, and they must seek to re-establish the equality necessarily taken away by the constitution of the state. The spirit of moderation is what is called virtue in aristocracy. There it takes the place of the spirit of equality in the popular state. If the pomp and splendor surrounding kings is a part of their power, modesty and simplicity of manners are the strength of nobles in an aristocracy. When the nobles affect no distinction, when they blend with the people, dress like them, and share all their pleasures with them, the people forget their own weakness. Each government has its nature and its principle. The aristocracy must, therefore, not assume the nature and principle of monarchy, which would happen if the nobles had any personal and particular prerogatives distinct from those of the body to which they belong, privileges should be for the Senate, and simple respect for the senators. There are two principal sources of disorders in aristocratic states: extreme inequality between those who govern and those who are governed, and a similar inequality between the different members of the governing body. Hatreds and jealousies that the laws should prevent or check result from these two inequalities. The first inequality is found chiefly when the privileges of the principal men are considered honorable only because they bring shame to the people. Such was the law in Rome that prohibited patricians from marrying plebeians, which had no other effect than to render the patricians, on the one hand, more haughty, and on the other, more odious. Witness the advantages the tribunes drew from this in their harangues. This inequality will again be found if the conditions of citizens differ in relation to payments, which happens in four ways: when the nobles give themselves the privilege of not paying them, when they exempt themselves fraudulently, when they recover them for themselves on the pretext of remunerations or stipends for the tasks they do, finally, when they make the people their tributaries and divide among themselves the imposts they levy upon them. This last case is rare. When it occurs, an aristocracy is the harshest of all governments. While Rome leaned toward aristocracy, it avoided these defects very well. The magistrates never drew stipends from their magistracies. The principal men of the Republic were assessed like all others. They were assessed even more, and sometimes they were the only ones assessed. Finally, far from dividing the revenues of the state among themselves, they distributed all that could be drawn from the public treasury, all the wealth that fortune sent them, to the people, to be pardoned for their honors. It is a fundamental maxim that distributions made to the people have pernicious effects in democracy to the same extent that they have good effects in aristocratic government. The former cause the loss of the spirit of citizenship, the latter lead back to it. If the revenues are not distributed to them, the people must be shown that they are well administered. Displaying them to the people is a way of letting the people enjoy them. The gold chain that was hung in Venice, the wealth carried in Rome during the triumphs, and the treasures kept in the temple of Saturn, all were truly the people's wealth. In aristocracy it is essential above all that the nobles not levy taxes. In Rome, the highest order of the state had nothing to do with levying taxes, the second was charged with it, and even that led to serious drawbacks. If the nobles were to levy taxes in an aristocracy, all private individuals would be taxed at the discretion of the men concerned with matters of public business. There would be no higher tribunal to correct them. The nobles appointed to relieve the abuses would prefer to enjoy the abuses. Nobles would be like princes of despotic states, who confiscate the goods of whomever they please. Soon these profits would be regarded as a patrimony, which avarice would extend according to its fancy. Tax farming would collapse, public revenues would be reduced to nothing. In this way some states, without having received an observable setback, fall into a weakness that surprises their neighbors and stuns the citizens themselves. The laws must also prohibit nobles from engaging in commerce. Merchants with such rank would set up all sorts of monopolies. Commerce is the profession of equal people, and the poorest despotic states are those whose prince is a merchant. The laws of Venice prohibit nobles from engaging in any commerce, for it could give them, even innocently, exorbitant wealth. The laws should use the most effective means to make the nobles render justice to the people. If the laws have not established a tribune, they must themselves be the tribune. Every sort of refuge from the execution of the laws ruins aristocracy, and tyranny is very near. The laws should always humble the arrogance of domination. There must be, for a time or forever, a magistrate to make the nobles tremble, like the ephors in Lacedaemonia and the state inquisitors in Venice, whose magistracies are subject to no formalities. This government needs violent springs. In Venice, a stone mouth is open for every informer, you might say it is the mouth of tyranny. These tyrannical magistracies in aristocracies are related to censorship in democracy, which is no less independent by its nature. Indeed, the censors should not be examined about the things they have done during their censorship, they must be trusted, never daunted. The Romans were remarkable, all the magistrates except the censors could be required to explain their conduct. Two things are pernicious in aristocracy, the extreme poverty of the nobles and their exorbitant wealth. To curb their poverty, they must above all be obliged to pay their debts promptly. To moderate their wealth, provisions must be made that are wise and imperceptible, in contrast to confiscations, agrarian laws, or the abolition of debts, which produce infinite evils. The laws should remove the right of primogeniture from the nobles so that fortunes are always restored to equality by the continual division of inheritances. There must be no substitutions, no redemptions by one of the lineage, no entailed property, and no adoptions. The means invented to perpetuate the greatness of families in monarchical states cannot be used in aristocracy. When the laws have equalized families, it remains for them to maintain the union between families. Disagreements among nobles should be resolved promptly, failing this, disputes between persons become disputes between families. Arbiters can end proceedings or keep them from arising. Finally, the laws must not favor the distinctions that vanity puts between families on the pretext that some are nobler or older. This should rank with the pettinesses of private individuals. One has only to cast an eye at Lacedaemonia, one will see how the Ephors were able to humble the weaknesses of the kings, those of the important men, and those of the people. Chapter 9. How laws are relative to their principle in monarchy. Since honor is the principle of this government, the laws should relate to it. In monarchy they must work to sustain that nobility for whom honor is, so to speak, both child and father. They must render it hereditary, not in order to be the boundary dividing the power of the prince from the weakness of the people, but to be the bond between them. Substitutions, which keep goods in families, will be very useful in this government, though they are not suitable in the others. Redemption by one of the lineage will return to the noble families the lands that a prodigal relative has transferred. Noble lands, like noble persons, will have privileges. One cannot separate the dignity of the monarch from that of the kingdom, one can scarcely separate the dignity of the noble from that of his fief. All these prerogatives will be peculiar to the nobility and will not transfer to the people, unless one wants to run counter to the principle of the government, unless one wants to diminish the force of the nobility and the force of the people. Substitutions hamper commerce, redemption by one of the lineage makes an infinite number of proceedings necessary, and all the lands that are sold in the kingdom are more or less without a landlord for at least a year. Prerogatives attached to fiefs give a very burdensome power to those who hold them. These are the peculiar drawbacks of a nobility, which disappear in the face of the general utility it procures. But if these are extended to the people, one uselessly runs counter to all principles. In monarchies, a man can be permitted to leave most of his goods to one of his children, this permission is good only there. The laws must favor all the commerce that the constitution of this government can allow, so that the subjects can, without being ruined, satisfy the ever-recurring needs of the prince and his court. The laws must put a certain order in the manner of levying taxes so that the manner is not heavier than the burdens themselves. The weight of burdens at first produces work, dejection, the spirit of laziness. Chapter 10. On the promptness of execution in monarchy. Monarchical government has a great advantage over republican. As public business is led by one alone, execution is more prompt. But, since this promptness could degenerate into haste, here the laws will introduce a certain slowness. They should not only favor the nature of each constitution, but also remedy the abuses that can result from this same nature. In monarchies, Cardinal Richelieu wants one to avoid the intricacies of corporations, which form difficulties at every point. Even if this man's heart was not filled with despotism, his head was. The bodies that are the depository of the laws never obey better than when they drag their feet and bring into the prince's business the reflection that one can hardly expect from the absence of enlightenment in the court concerning the laws of the state and the haste of the prince's counsels. What would have become of the finest monarchy in the world if the magistrates, by their slowness, their complaints, and their prayers, had not checked the course of even the virtues of its kings, when these monarchs, consulting only their generous souls, wanted to reward boundlessly services that were rendered with a similarly boundless courage and fidelity. Chapter 11. On the Excellence of Monarchical Government. Monarchical government has a great advantage over despotic. As it is in its nature to have under the prince several orders dependent on the constitution, the state is more fixed, the constitution more unshakable, and the persons of those who govern more assured. Cicero believes that the establishment of tribunes in Rome saved the republic. Indeed, he says, the force of the people without a leader is more terrible. A leader feels that the business turns on him, he thinks about it, but the people in their impetuosity do not know the peril into which they throw themselves. One can apply this reflection to a despotic state, where the people have no tribunes, and to a monarchy, where the people do, in a way, have tribunes. Indeed, one sees everywhere in the activities of despotic government that the people, led by themselves, always carry things as far as they can go, all the disorder they commit is extreme, whereas, in monarchies, things are very rarely carried to excess. The leaders fear for themselves, they fear being abandoned. The intermediate dependent powers do not want the people to have the upper hand too much. Rarely are the orders of the state entirely corrupted. The prince depends on these orders, seditious men, who have neither the will nor the expectation of overturning the state, have neither the power or the will to overthrow the prince. In these circumstances, people of wisdom and authority intervene, temperings are proposed, agreements are reached, corrections are made, the laws become vigorous again and make themselves heard. Thus all our histories are full of civil wars without revolutions, those of despotic states are full of revolutions without civil wars. Those who have written the history of the civil war of some states, even those who have fomented them, have sufficiently proven how rarely princes should be suspicious of the authority they leave to certain orders in return for their service, for, even in their frenzy, these orders have longed only for the laws and their duty and have slowed the ardor and impetuosity of factious men more than they were able to serve them. Cardinal Richelieu, thinking perhaps that he had degraded the orders of the state too much, has recourse to the virtues of the prince and his ministers to sustain it, and he requires so many things of them that, in truth, only an angel could have so much care, so much enlightenment, so much firmness, and so much knowledge. One can scarcely flatter oneself that, between now and the dissolution of monarchies, there could ever be such a prince and such ministers. Just as the peoples who live under a good police are happier than those who run about in the forest, without rule and without leaders, so monarchs who live under the fundamental laws of their state are happier than despotic princes, who have nothing to rule their people's hearts or their own. Chapter 12. Continuation of the same subject. Let one not seek magnanimity in despotic states, there, the prince could not give a greatness that he himself does not have, there is no glory there. In monarchies one sees the subjects around the prince receive his light, there, as each one has, so to speak, a larger space, he can exercise those virtues that give the soul not independence but greatness. Chapter 13. The idea of despotism. When the savages of Louisiana want fruit, they cut down the tree and gather the fruit. There you have despotic government. Chapter 14. How the laws are relative to the principle of despotic government. Despotic government has fear as its principle, and not many laws are needed for timid, ignorant, beaten-down people. Everything should turn on 2 or 3 ideas, therefore, there must be no new ones. When you instruct a beast, you take great care not to let him change masters, training, or gait. You stamp his brain with 2 or 3 impulses and no more. When the prince is enclosed, he cannot end his stay among sensual pleasures without distressing all those who keep him there. They cannot allow his person and his power to pass into other hands. Therefore, he rarely wages war in person and scarcely dares have it waged by his lieutenants. Such a prince, accustomed to meeting no resistance in his palace, becomes insulted at that offered him by armed men. He is, therefore, usually moved by anger or vengeance. Besides, he cannot have an idea of true glory. Therefore, wars have to be waged there in all their natural fury, and the right of nations has to be less extensive than elsewhere. Such a prince has so many faults that one must fear exposing his natural foolishness to the light of day. He is hidden, and one remains in ignorance of his condition. Fortunately, men in these countries are such that they need only a name to govern them. Charles XII, meeting some resistance in the Senate of Sweden while he was at Bender, wrote that he would send one of his boots to command it. The boot would have governed like a despotic king. If the prince is taken prisoner, he is supposed dead, and another ascends the throne. The treaties made by the prisoner are null, his successor would not ratify them. Indeed, as he is the laws, the state, and the prince, and as from the moment he is no longer the prince, he is nothing, if he were not considered dead, the state would be destroyed. One of the things that led the Turks to decide to make their separate peace with Peter I was that the Muscovites told the vizier that in Sweden another king had been put on the throne. The preservation of the state is only the preservation of the prince, or rather of the palace in which he is enclosed. Nothing which does not directly menace the palace or the capital makes an impression on ignorant, arrogant, and biased minds, and, as for the sequence of events, they cannot follow it, foresee it, or even think about it. Politics with its springs and laws should here be very limited, and political government is as simple as civil government. Everything comes down to reconciling political and civil government with domestic government, the officers of the state with those of the seraglio. Such a state will be in the best situation when it is able to consider itself as alone in the world, when it is surrounded by deserts and separated from the peoples it calls barbarians. It will be good for the despotism, unable to count on the militia, to destroy a part of itself. While the principle of despotic government is fear, its end is tranquility, but this is not a peace, it is the silence of the towns that the enemy is ready to occupy. Since force is not in the state but in the army that has founded it, that army must be preserved in order to defend the state. However, it is dangerous to the prince. How then is the security of the state to be reconciled with the security of the person? I beg you to observe with what industry the Muscovite government seeks to escape the despotism which weighs on the government even more than it does on the peoples. Great bodies of troops have been disbanded, penalties for crimes have been lessened, tribunals have been established, some men have begun to be versed in the laws, the peoples have been instructed. But there are particular causes that will perhaps return it to the misfortune it had wanted to flee. In these states, religion has more influence than in any other, it is a fear added to fear. In Mohammedan empires the peoples derive from religion a part of the astonishing respect they have for their prince. It is religion that slightly corrects the Turkish constitution. Those subjects who are not attached to the glory and greatness of the state by honor are attached to it by force and by religious principle. Of all despotic governments, none is more oppressive to itself than the one whose prince declares himself owner of all the land and heir to all his subjects. This always results in abandoning the cultivation of the land and, if the prince is a merchant, in ruining every kind of industry. In these states, nothing is repaired, nothing improved. Houses are built only for a lifetime, one digs no ditches, plants no trees, one draws all from the land, and returns nothing to it, all is fallow, all is deserted. Do you think that laws that take away ownership of land and inheritance of goods will diminish the avarice and cupidity of the important men? No, such laws will excite their cupidity and avarice. The important men will be led to take 1,000 oppressive measures because they will not consider anything their own but the gold or silver that they can steal or hide. In order that all not be lost, it is well to moderate the greediness of the prince by some custom. Thus, in Turkey, the prince is usually satisfied to take 3% from the inheritances of the people. But, as the Grand Signior gives most of the land to his militia and disposes of it according to his fancy, as he seizes all the inheritances of the officers of the empire, as, when a man dies without male children, the Grand Signior becomes the owner and the daughters have only the usufruct, it happens that most of the goods of the state are held in precarium. According to a law of Bantam, the king takes the inheritance, including the wife, the children, and the house. In order to elude the most cruel provision of this law, one is obliged to marry children at the age of 8, 9, or 10, and sometimes even younger, so that they do not remain an unfortunate part of the father's inheritance. In states where there are no fundamental laws, the inheritance of the empire cannot be fixed. The prince elects from within his family or from outside it the one who is to wear the crown. It would be vain to establish inheritance by the eldest, the prince could always choose another. The successor is declared either by the prince himself, by his ministers, or by a civil war. Thus, this state has one more reason for dissolution than a monarchy. As each prince of the royal family is equally entitled to be elected, it happens that the one who ascends to the throne immediately has his brothers strangled, as in Turkey, or blinded, as in Persia, or driven mad, as with the Moguls, and, if these precautions are not taken, as in Morocco, each time the throne is vacated a horrible civil war follows. According to the constitutions of Muscovy, the Tsar can choose whomever he wants as his successor, either from within his family or from outside it. The establishment of such a succession causes 1,000 revolutions and renders the throne as unsteady as the succession is arbitrary. As one of the most important things for the people to know is the order of succession, the best one is that which is most obvious, such as birth and a certain order of birth. Such a provision checks intrigues and stifles ambition, the spirit of a weak prince is no longer captive, and the dying are not made to speak. When a fundamental law establishes the order of succession, one prince alone is the successor, and his brothers have no real or apparent right to contend for the crown. One can neither presume nor bring to bear a particular will of the father. It is, therefore, no more a question of checking the king's brother or of killing him than it is of checking or killing any other subject at all. But in despotic states, where the prince's brothers are equally his slaves and his rivals, prudence requires that they be imprisoned, especially in Mohammedan countries, where the religion regards victory or success as a judgment of God, so that no one is sovereign there by right, but only in fact. In states where the princes of the blood see that they will be enclosed or put to death if they do not ascend to the throne, ambition is excited much more than among ourselves, where princes of the blood enjoy a condition which, though not as satisfying to ambition, is perhaps more satisfying to moderate desires. In despotic states princes have always abused marriage. They usually take several wives, especially in that part of the world, Asia, where despotism is, so to speak, naturalized. They have so many children that they can scarcely have any affection for them, nor can the children have any for their brothers. The reigning family resembles the state, it is too weak, and its leader is too strong, it seems extensive, and it amounts to nothing. Artaxerxes had all his children murdered for having plotted against him. It is not credible that 50 children would conspire against their father, and still less that they would conspire because he had refused to yield his concubine to his eldest son. It is simpler to believe that this was some intrigue in those seraglios of the East, those places where artifice, wickedness, and deceit reign in silence and are covered by the darkness of night, where an old prince who becomes more imbecilic every day is the first prisoner of the palace. After all we have just said, it seems that human nature would rise up incessantly against despotic government. But, despite men's love of liberty, despite their hatred of violence, most peoples are subjected to this type of government. This is easy to understand. In order to form a moderate government, one must combine powers, regulate them, temper them, make them act. One must give one power a ballast, so to speak, to put it in a position to resist another. This is a masterpiece of legislation that chance rarely produces and prudence is rarely allowed to produce. By contrast, a despotic government leaps to view, so to speak, it is uniform throughout, as only passions are needed to establish it, everyone is good enough for that. Chapter 15. Continuation of the same subject. In hot climates, where despotism usually reigns, passions make themselves felt earlier and are also deadened sooner, the spirit ages more quickly, the perils of dissipating one's goods are not as great, it is not as easy to distinguish oneself, and there is not as much commerce among the young, who are shut in at home. One marries younger, one can, therefore, come of age earlier than in our European climates. In Turkey, one reaches majority at the age of 15. The surrender of goods has no place there. In a government where no one is assured of his fortune, one's lending is based on persons rather than on goods. This surrender enters by nature into moderate governments, and above all into republics, because there one should have greater trust in the citizen's integrity and because of the gentleness that should be inspired by a form of government that each seems to have given to himself. If the legislators in the Roman Republic had established the surrender of goods, Rome would not have been thrown into so many seditions and civil discords and would have risked neither the dangers of those ills or the perils of the remedies. Poverty and the uncertainty of fortunes naturalizes usury in despotic states, as each one increases the price of his silver in proportion to the peril involved in lending it. Therefore, destitution is omnipresent in these unhappy countries. There everything is taken away including the recourse to borrowing. It follows that a merchant cannot engage in much commerce there, he lives from day to day. If he burdened himself with many commodities, he would lose more on the interest owed on the purchase than he would make on the commodities. Thus the laws of commerce scarcely apply there, these laws amount only to a simple police. Government could not be unjust without hands to exercise its injustices. Now, it is impossible for these hands not to be used on their own behalf. Therefore, embezzlement is natural in despotic states. As this is the ordinary crime there, confiscations are useful. In this way the people are consoled. The silver from confiscations amounts to a substantial tax that the prince would find difficult to levy on his downtrodden subjects. There is not even any family in this country one wants to preserve. In moderate states, it is entirely different. Confiscations would render the ownership of goods uncertain, they would despoil innocent children, they would destroy a family man when it was only a question of punishing a guilty man. In republics, confiscations would have the ill effect of taking away the equality which is their soul, by depriving a citizen of his physical necessities. A Roman law wants confiscation in only the most serious case of the crime of high treason. It would often be very wise to follow the spirit of this law and limit confiscation to certain crimes. In those countries where local custom has made provision for goods by inheritance, as Bowden aptly states, one must confiscate only those that are acquired. Chapter 16. On the communication of power. In despotic government, power passes entirely into the hands of the one to whom it is entrusted. The vizier is the despot himself, and each individual officer is the vizier. In monarchical government, power is not applied without some mediation. The monarch, in giving it, tempers it. He distributes his authority in such a way that he never gives a part without retaining a greater part. Thus, in monarchical states individual governors of towns are not so answerable to the governor of the province as not to be even more answerable to the prince, and individual officers of military units are not so dependent upon the general as not to have an even greater dependence upon the prince. In most monarchical states it has wisely been established that those whose command is somewhat extensive are not attached to any body of militia, with the result that, as their command derives only from the particular will of the prince, who employs them or not, they are, in a way, in service and, in a way, outside it. This is incompatible with despotic government. For, if those who had no current employment nevertheless had prerogatives and titles, there would be men in the state who were great in themselves, and this would run counter to the nature of this government. If the governor of a town were independent of the pasha, there would have to be constant temperings to accommodate the two of them, an absurdity in a despotic government. And, in addition, if an individual governor could disobey, how could the pasha personally answer for his province? In this government authority cannot be counterbalanced, neither that of the lowest magistrate nor that of the despot. In moderate countries law is everywhere wise, it is known everywhere, and the lowest of the magistrates can follow it. But in despotism, where law is only the will of the prince, even if the prince is wise, how can a magistrate follow a will that he does not know? He must follow his own. Furthermore, as law is only what the prince wants, and the prince is able to want only what he knows, surely there must be an infinite number of people who want in his name and in the same way he does. Finally, as law is the momentary will of the prince, those who want in his name necessarily want instantly as he does. Chapter 17. On Presents. In despotic countries the usage is that one does not approach a superior, even a king, without giving him a present. The emperor of the Moguls does not accept requests from his subjects unless he has received something from them. These princes go so far as to corrupt their own pardons. It should be this way in a government where no one is a citizen, in a government where one is filled with the idea that the superior owes nothing to the inferior, in a government where men believe themselves bound only by the chastisements that the former give the latter, in a government where there is little public business and where one is rarely introduced into the presence of an important man to request something of him, and even more rarely to complain to him. Presents are an odious thing in a republic because virtue has no need of them. In a monarchy, honor is a stronger motive than presents. But in the despotic state, where there is neither honor nor virtue, one can decide to act only in anticipation of the comforts of life. In accordance with his ideas about the republic, Plato wanted those who received presents for doing their duty to be punished by death. One must not accept them, he states, either for good things or for bad. It was a bad law of the Romans that permitted magistrates to accept small presents provided they did not exceed 100 ekus per year. Those to whom nothing is given desire nothing, those to whom a little is given soon desire a little more and then a great deal. Besides, it is easier to convict the one who ought to take nothing but take something than it is to convict the one who takes more when he ought to take less and who always finds plausible pretexts, excuses, causes and reasons for doing so. Chapter 18. On rewards given by the sovereign. In despotic governments, where, as we have said, one decides to act only in anticipation of the comforts of life, the prince who gives rewards has only silver to give. In a monarchy, where honor alone reigns, the prince would reward only with distinctions were it not that the distinctions established by honor are joined with a luxury that necessarily produces needs, therefore, the prince rewards with honors that lead to fortune. But in a republic under the reign of virtue, a motive that suffices in itself and excludes all others, the state rewards only with testimonies to that virtue. It is a general rule that great rewards in a monarchy and a republic are a sign of their decadence because they prove that the principles have been corrupted. On the one hand, the idea of honor no longer has as much force, on the other, citizenship has been weakened. The worst Roman emperors were those who gave the most, for example, Caligula, Claudius, Nero, Otho, Vitellius, Commodus, Heliogabalus, and Caracalla. The best, such as Augustus, Vespasian, Antoninus Pius, Marcus Aurelius, and Pertinax, were frugal. Under the good emperors, the state regained its principles, the treasure of honor replaced other treasures. Chapter 19. New consequences of the principles of the three governments. I cannot bring myself to finish this book without making some further applications of my three principles. First question. Should the laws force a citizen to accept public employments? I say that they should in republican government and not in monarchical. In the former, magistracies are testimonies to virtue, they are depositories entrusted by the homeland to a citizen who should live, act, and think only for its sake. He cannot, therefore, refuse them. In the latter, magistracies are testimonies to honor. Now, such is the eccentricity of honor that it is pleased to accept magistracies only when it wants and in the manner it wants. The late King of Sardinia punished those who refused the dignities and employments of his state. Unwittingly he followed republican ideas. His manner of governing, however, proves sufficiently that this was not his intention. Second question. Is it a good maxim whereby a citizen can be obliged to accept a place in the army below one he has previously held? Among the Romans the captain often served the next year under his lieutenant. This is because virtue here asks for the continuous sacrifice to the state of oneself and one's aversions. But in monarchies, honor, true or false, cannot suffer that which it calls degradation. In despotic governments where honor, posts, and ranks are equally abused, it is indifferent whether a lout is made from a prince or a prince from a lout. Third question. Shall civil and military employments be given to one person? They must be united in a republic and separated in a monarchy. In republics it would be very dangerous to make the profession of arms a particular estate distinct from that of civil functions, and, in monarchies, there would be no less peril in giving the two functions to the same person. One takes up arms, in the republic, only to defend the laws and the homeland. It is because one is a citizen that one becomes, for a time, a soldier. If these were two distinct estates, the one who bore arms and believed himself a citizen would come to feel he was only a soldier. In monarchies, the object of men of war is only glory, or at least honor or fortune. One should be very careful not to give civil employments to such men. They must, on the contrary, be contained by civil magistrates, and they must not have at the same time both the people's trust and the force to abuse it. In a nation where the republic hides under the form of monarchy, observe how a particular estate for fighting men is feared and how the warrior still remains a citizen or even a magistrate, so that these titles serve as a pledge to the homeland so that it is never forgotten. That division of the magistracies into civil and military ones, which the Romans made after the loss of the republic, was not arbitrary. It followed from a change in the Roman constitution. It was in the nature of monarchical government. And in order to temper the military government, the emperors that succeeded Augustus were obliged to finish what he had only begun. Thus Procopius, rival of Valens for the empire, failed to grasp this when, giving the dignity of proconsul to Hormisdas, prince of the royal blood of Persia, he returned to this magistracy its former command of the armies, but perhaps he had particular reasons for this. A man who aspires to sovereignty seeks what is useful to the state less than what is useful to his cause. Fourth question. Is it suitable for posts to be sold? They should not be sold in despotic states, where the prince must place or display subjects in an instant. Venality is good in monarchical states, because it provides for performing as a family vocation what one would not want to undertake for virtue, and because it destines each to his duty and renders the orders of the state more permanent. Suedas aptly says that Anastasius had made a kind of aristocracy of the empire by selling all the magistracies. Plato cannot endure such venality. It is, he says, as if, on a ship, one made someone a pilot or a sailor for his silver. Is it possible that the rule is good only for guiding a republic and bad in all other life employments? But Plato is speaking of a republic founded on virtue, and we are speaking of a monarchy. Now, in a monarchy, where, if the posts were not sold by a public regulation, the courtiers' indigence and avidity would sell them all the same, chance will produce better subjects than the choice of the prince. Finally, advancing oneself by way of wealth inspires and maintains industry, a thing badly needed in this kind of government. Fifth question. In which government must there be censors? There must be censors in a republic where the principle of government is virtue. It is not only crimes that destroy virtue, but also negligence, mistakes, a certain slackness in the love of the homeland, dangerous examples, the seeds of corruption, that which does not run counter to the laws but eludes them, that which does not destroy them but weakens them, all these should be corrected by censors. It is astonishing that an Areopagite was punished for killing a sparrow that had taken refuge in his breast while in flight from a hawk. It is surprising that the Areopagus sent to his death a child who had put out the eyes of a bird. Notice that the question is not that of condemning a crime but of judging mores in a republic founded on mores. In monarchies there must be no censors, monarchies are founded on honor, and the nature of honor is to have the whole universe as a censor. Every man who commits a breach of honor is subject to the reproaches of even those without honor. Their censors would be spoiled by the very men they ought to correct. Their opposition to the corruption of a monarchy would do no good, the corruption of a monarchy would be too strong for them. It is manifest that there must be no censors in despotic governments. The example of China seems to be an exception to this rule, but in the course of this work we shall see the singular reasons for its establishment there. Book 6. Consequences of the principles of the various governments in relation to the simplicity of civil and criminal laws, the form of judgments, and the establishment of penalties. Chapter 1. On the simplicity of civil laws in the various governments. Monarchical government does not admit of such simple laws as does despotic government. In monarchical government there must be tribunals. These tribunals give decisions. These decisions should be preserved, they should be learned, so that one judges there today as one judged yesterday and so that the citizen's property and life are as secure and fixed as the very constitution of the state. In a monarchy, the administering of a justice that hands down decisions not only about life and goods, but also about honor, requires scrupulous inquiries. The fastidiousness of the judge grows as more issues are deposited with him and as he pronounces upon greater interests. In the laws of these states, therefore, one must not be astonished to find so many rules, restrictions, and extensions that multiply particular cases and seem to make an art of reasoning itself. The differences in rank, origin, and condition that are established in monarchical government often carry with them distinctions in the nature of men's goods, and the laws regarding the constitution of this state can increase the number of these distinctions. Thus, among ourselves, goods are inherited, acquired, or seized, dotal, paraphernal, paternal and maternal, those of personal estates of several kinds, free, substituted, those of the lineage or not, noble, freely held, or common goods, ground rents, or those given a price in silver. Each sort of goods is subject to particular rules. These must be followed in order to make disposition of the goods, which further removes simplicity. In our governments fiefs became hereditary. The nobility had to have had a certain standing so that the owner of a fief would be in a position to serve the prince. This produced many variations. For example, there are countries in which fiefs could not be divided among brothers. In others, younger brothers could receive a more extensive provision of their own. The monarch, who knows each of his provinces, can set up various laws or permit different customs. But the despot knows nothing and can attend to nothing. He must approach everything in a general way. He governs with a rigid will that is the same in all circumstances. All is flattened beneath his feet. In monarchies, in proportion to the number of judgments made by tribunals, jurisprudence is responsible for decisions that are sometimes inconsistent, because successive judges think differently, or because suits are sometimes well and sometimes poorly defended, or finally, because an infinity of abuses slips into whatever is touched by the hands of men. This is a necessary ill that the legislator corrects from time to time, as being an ill that is contrary even to the spirit of moderate governments. For when one is obliged to turn to the tribunals, it must be because of the nature of the constitution and not because of the inconsistency and uncertainty of the laws. There must be privileges in governments where there are necessarily distinctions between persons. This further diminishes simplicity and produces 1,000 exceptions. One of the privileges least burdensome to society and least of all to him who gives it is that of being allowed to plead before one tribunal rather than another. Otherwise there are new suits, that is, those which seek to ascertain the tribunal before which one must plead. The peoples in despotic states present a very different case. I do not know on what matter the legislator could enact or the magistrate judge in these countries. It follows from the fact that the lands belong to the prince that there are scarcely any civil laws concerning the ownership of lands. It follows from the sovereign's right to inherit that there are no laws concerning inheritance. Because trade belongs exclusively to the despot in some countries, all sorts of laws concerning commerce are rendered useless. Because marriages are contracted there with female slaves, there are scarcely any civil laws about dowries or the privileges of wives. Another result of the prodigious multitude of slaves there is that scarcely anyone has a will of his own, and consequently scarcely anyone is answerable for his conduct before a judge. Most moral actions, which are nothing but the wills of the father, the husband, or the master, are regulated by them and not by magistrates. I have almost forgotten to say that since what we call honor is scarcely known in these states, suits concerning honor, such an important subject among us, do not arise there. Despotism is self-sufficient, everything around it is empty. Thus when travelers describe countries to us where despotism reigns, they rarely speak of civil laws. Therefore, all occasions for disputes and proceedings are taken away there. This is, in part, what makes pleaders so mistreated. The injustice of their request appears baldly, being neither hidden, mitigated, nor protected by an infinity of laws. Chapter 2. On the simplicity of criminal laws in the various governments. It is constantly said that justice should be rendered everywhere as it is in Turkey. Can it be that the most ignorant of all peoples have seen clearly the one thing in the world that it is most important for men to know? If you examine the formalities of justice in relation to the difficulties a citizen endures to have his goods returned to him or to obtain satisfaction for some insult, you will doubtless find the formalities too many. If you consider them in their relation to the liberty and security of the citizens, you will often find them too few, and you will see that the penalties, expenses, delays, and even the dangers of justice are the price each citizen pays for his liberty. In Turkey, where one pays very little attention to the fortune, life, or honor of the subjects, all disputes are speedily concluded in one way or another. The manner of ending them is not important, provided that they are ended. The Pasha is no sooner informed than he has the pleaders bastinadoed according to his fancy and sends them back home. And, for one to have the passions of pleaders would be quite dangerous there. These passions presuppose an ardent desire to see justice done, a hatred, an active spirit, and a steadfastness in pursuit of justice. All this should be avoided in a government where there must be no feeling other than fear and where everything leads abruptly and unforeseeably to revolutions. Each man should know that the magistrate must not hear of him and that he owes his safety only to his nothingness. But in moderate states where the head of even the lowest citizen is esteemed, his honor and goods are removed from him only after long examination. He is deprived of his life only when the homeland itself attacks it, and when the homeland attacks his life, it gives him every possible means of defending it. Thus, when a man makes himself more absolute, his first thought is to simplify the laws. In these states he begins by being struck more by particular drawbacks than by the liberty of the subjects, with which he is not concerned. One can see that there must be at least as many formalities in republics as in monarchies. In both governments, formalities increase in proportion to the importance given to the honor, fortune, life, and liberty of the citizens. Men are all equal in republican government, they are equal in despotic government. In the former, it is because they are everything, in the latter, it is because they are nothing. Chapter 3. In which governments and in which cases one should judge according to a precise text of the law. The more the government approaches a republic, the more the manner of judging becomes fixed, and it was a vice of the Lacedaemonian republic that the ephors judged arbitrarily without laws to guide them. In Rome, the first consuls judged like the ephors. The drawbacks of this were felt, and precise laws were made. In despotic states there is no law, the judge himself is the rule. In monarchical states there is a law, and, when it is precise, the judge follows it, when it is not, he seeks its spirit. In republican government, it is in the nature of the constitution for judges to follow the letter of the law. No law can be interpreted to the detriment of a citizen when it is a question of his goods, his honor, or his life. In Rome, judges pronounced only that the accused was guilty of a certain crime, and the penalty was found in the law, as can be seen from various laws that were made. In England likewise, the jury decides whether the accused is guilty or not of the deed brought before it, and, if he is declared guilty, the judge pronounces the penalty imposed by law for this deed, and he needs only his eyes for that. Chapter 4. On the manner of forming judgments. The different ways of forming judgments follow from this. In monarchies judges assume the manner of arbiters, they deliberate together, they share their thoughts, they come to an agreement, one modifies his opinion to make it like another's, opinions with the least support are incorporated into the two most widely held. This is not in the nature of a republic. In Rome and in the Greek towns, judges did not communicate with each other, each gave his opinion in one of three ways: I absolve, I condemn, it is not evident to me because the people judged or were thought to judge. But the people are not jurists, the modifications and temperings of arbiters are not for them, they must be presented with a single object, a deed, and only one deed, and they have only to see whether they should condemn, absolve, or remand judgment. The Romans, following the example of the Greeks, introduced formulae for actions at law, and established that it was necessary for each suit to be managed by the action proper to it. This was necessary to their manner of judging. The state of the question had to be fixed in order to keep it before the people. Otherwise, in the course of an important suit, the state of the question would continually change and become unrecognizable. Thus it followed that judges, among the Romans, would admit only the specific request without increasing, diminishing, or modifying anything. But the praetors imagined other formulae for the guidance of actions, which were cahiers in good faith, where the manner of pronouncing judgment was more at the disposition of the judge. This arrangement was more in agreement with the spirit of monarchy. Thus, French legal experts say, in France, all actions are in good faith. Chapter 5. In which governments the sovereign can be the judge. Machiavelli attributes the loss of liberty in Florence to the fact that the people as a body did not judge the crimes of high treason committed against them, as was done in Rome. 8 judges were established for this, but, states Machiavelli, few are corrupted by few. I would gladly adopt this great man's maxim, but, as in these cases of treason, political interest forces civil interest, so to speak, for it is always a drawback if the people themselves judge their offenses. The laws must provide, as much as they can, for the security of individuals in order to remedy this drawback. Using this idea, the Roman legislators did 2 things. They permitted accused men to exile themselves before the judgment, and they wanted the goods of condemned men to be made sacred so that the people could not confiscate them. Other limitations placed on the people's power to judge will be seen in Book 11. Solon knew very well how to curb the people's abuses of their power when judging crimes. He wanted the Areopagus to review the suit, and if it believed the accused to be unjustly acquitted, it accused him again before the people, and if it believed him unjustly condemned, it checked the execution and had the suit judged again, an admirable law, which subjected the people to the censure of the magistracy they most respected and to their own censure as well. It will be well to slow down such suits, especially after the accused is made a prisoner, so that the people will be calmed and will judge with cool heads. In despotic states the prince himself can judge. He cannot judge in monarchies. The constitution would be destroyed and the intermediate dependent powers reduced to nothing. One would see all the formalities of judgment cease, fear would invade all spirits, one would see pallor on every face, there would be no more trust, honor, love, security, or monarchy. Here are some other reflections. In monarchical states, the prince is the party who pursues those who are accused and has them punished or acquitted. If he himself judged, he would be both judge and party. In these same states, the prince often receives what is confiscated. If he judged the crimes, he would again be both judge and party. Moreover, he would lose the finest attribute of his sovereignty, which is that of pardoning. It would be senseless for him both to make and unmake his own judgments. He would not want to contradict himself. Beyond the confusion into which this would throw all ideas, one would not know if a man had been acquitted or pardoned. Louis XIII wanted to be the judge in the case against the Duc de la Valette, and for this purpose called into his chambers some officers of the Parliament and state councillors. As the king forced them to give an opinion on the warrant for arrest, the president of Belivre said that he saw something strange in this business where a prince would give an opinion in the case of one of his subjects, that kings had kept only pardons for themselves and that they had left condemnations to their officers. And your majesty would be glad to see before him at the bar a man, who by your judgment would go to his death in an hour. That the countenance of the prince, who pardons, cannot endure this, that his visage alone suspended the interdicts of churches, and that one should never be anything but satisfied on leaving the presence of the prince. When the merits of the case were judged, the same president said in his opinion, "It is an unexampled judgment, not to say contrary to all examples from the past to the present, that a king of France as judge has, by his opinion, condemned a gentleman to death." Judgments rendered by the prince would be an inexhaustible source of injustices and abuses. The courtiers would extort his judgments by their badgering. Some of the Roman emperors had a craze for judging. No reign stunned the universe more by their injustices than these. Tacitus says, as Claudius had taken for himself the judgment of suits and the functions of the magistrates, he occasioned all sorts of rapine. Thus when Nero, on becoming emperor after Claudius, wanted to win over men's spirits, he declared that he would take care not to be the judge of all suits, so that the accusers and the accused, within the walls of a palace, should not be exposed to the iniquitous power of a few freedmen. In the reign of Arcadius, says Zosimus, the nation of slanderers increased, surrounded the court, and infected it. It was assumed, when a man died, that he had left no children. His goods were given by a rescript of the emperor. For, as the prince was strangely dull-witted and the empress venturesome to excess, she served the insatiable avarice of her domestics and confidants, so that for moderate people nothing was more desirable than death. Formerly, says Procopius, there were few people at court, but under Justinian, since the judges were no longer free to render justice, the tribunals were deserted, while the prince's palace resounded with the clamor of the parties soliciting suits. Everyone knows how judgments, and even laws, were sold there. The laws are the prince's eyes, he sees with them what he could not see without them. Does he want to perform the function of the tribunals? Then he works not for himself, but for those who would deceive him. Chapter 6. That, in a monarchy, the ministers should not judge. It is also a great drawback in a monarchy for the ministers of the prince themselves to judge contested suits. Today we still see states in which there are innumerable judges to decide suits concerning the fisc, and the ministers, who would believe it, still want to judge them. Reflections on this subject crowd upon me. I shall offer just one. There is, by the nature of things, a kind of contradiction between the monarch's council and his tribunals. The king's council should be composed of few persons, and the tribunals of the judiciary require many. The reason is that in the king's council one must undertake public business with a certain passion and pursue it likewise. This can be expected only from 4 or 5 men who make it their business. Tribunals of the judiciary must, on the contrary, be cool-headed and, in a way, neutral in all matters of business. Chapter 7. On the single magistrate. Such a magistrate can have a place only in despotic government. In Roman history one sees to what point a single judge can abuse his power. How could Appius in his tribunal not have despised the laws, since he violated even the law he had made? Livy tells us of this Decemvir's iniquitous distinction. He had induced a man to claim before him that Virginia was his slave. Virginia's relatives asked that, by virtue of his law, she be returned to them until final judgment. He declared that his law had been made only to benefit the father, and that, as Virginius was absent, it was not applicable. Chapter 8. On accusations in the various governments. In Rome citizens were permitted to accuse one another. This was established in the spirit of the Republic, where each citizen should have boundless zeal for the public good, where it is assumed that each citizen has all the rights of the homeland in his hands. The maxims of the Republic were followed under the emperors, and one saw a dreadful kind of man, a band of informers, immediately appear. Whoever had many vices and many talents, a common soul and an ambitious spirit, would seek out a criminal whose condemnation might please the prince. This was the way to advance to honors and to fortune. a thing that we never see among ourselves. At present we have an admirable law. It wants the prince, who is established in order to see to the execution of the laws, to appoint an officer in each tribunal who will pursue all crimes in his name. Thus the office of informer is unknown among us. And if this public avenger were suspected of abusing his ministry, he would be obliged to name the one who had made the denunciation. In Plato's laws, those who neglect to alert or aid magistrates are to be punished. This would not be suitable today. The party for the public keeps watch for the citizens, it acts, and they are tranquil. Chapter 9. On the severity of penalties in the various governments. Severity in penalties suits despotic government, whose principle is terror, better than monarchies and republics, which have honor and virtue for their spring. In moderate states, love of the homeland, shame, and fear of blame are motives that serve as restraints and so can check many crimes. The greatest penalty for a bad action will be to be convicted of it. Therefore in moderate states civil laws will make corrections more easily and will not need as much force. In these states a good legislator will insist less on punishing crimes than on preventing them. He will apply himself more to giving mores than to inflicting punishments. Chinese writers have perpetually observed that, in their empire, the more severe the punishments, the nearer the revolution. This is the case because punishments increased in severity to the extent that mores were lost. It would be easy to prove that in all or nearly all the states of Europe penalties have decreased or increased in proportion as one has approached or departed from liberty. In despotic countries one is so unhappy that one fears death more than one cherishes life, therefore, punishments should be more severe there. In moderate states one fears the loss of life more than one dreads death as such. Punishments that simply suppress life are sufficient there. Extremely happy men and extremely unhappy men are equally disposed to harshness, witness monks and conquerors. Only the middling sort, and the mixture of good fortune with bad, offer gentleness and pity. One can find in the various nations what one sees in men taken individually. There is equal cruelty among savage peoples, who lead a hard life, and among the peoples of despotic governments where fortune favors only one man exorbitantly and abuses all the rest. Gentleness reigns in moderate governments. When we read in histories the examples of the atrocious justice of the sultans, we feel with a kind of sorrow the ills of human nature. In moderate governments a good legislator can form anything into penalties. Is it not quite extraordinary that in Sparta one of the principal penalties forbade a man to lend his wife to another or to receive that man's wife or ever to be in his own house except with virgins? In a word, whatever the law calls a penalty is in effect a penalty. Chapter 10. On the Old French Laws. In the old French laws one surely finds the spirit of monarchy. In cases involving pecuniary penalties, non-nobles are punished less than nobles. It is quite the contrary for crimes. The noble loses his honor and his voice at court while the villain, who has no honor, is punished corporally. Chapter 11. That when a people is virtuous few penalties are needed. The Romans were a people of integrity. Their integrity was so strong that often the legislator needed only to show them the good to have them follow it. It seemed that it was enough to give them counsels instead of ordinances. Almost all the penalties in the royal laws and in the laws of the 12 Tables were removed during the Republic, either in accordance with the Valerian law, or as a consequence of the Porcian law. One observes that the Republic was no more poorly ruled and that no injury to its police resulted. The Valerian law, which forbade the magistrates to attack in any way a citizen who had appealed to the people, inflicted on one who transgressed the law only the penalty of a reputation for wickedness. Chapter 12. On the power of penalties. Experience has shown that, in countries where penalties are gentle, the citizen's spirit is struck by them as it is elsewhere by heavy ones. Is some defect felt in a state? A violent government wants to correct it instantly, and, instead of considering that the old laws should be executed, one establishes a cruel penalty that checks the ill then and there. But the spring of the government wears down, the imagination becomes inured to this heavier penalty as it had to the lesser, and as fear of the lesser penalty diminishes, one is soon forced to establish the heavier in every case. Highway robberies were common in some states. One wanted to check them. The punishment of the wheel was invented, which halted them for a while. Since that time there have been robberies on the highways as before. In our time desertion has been very frequent. The death penalty has been established against deserters, yet desertion has not diminished. There is a very natural reason for this. A soldier, accustomed to risking his life every day, despises danger or flatters himself that he despises it. He is accustomed to fearing shame every day. The penalty of marking him for life should have been kept. It was claimed that the penalty had been increased and in reality it had been diminished. Men must not be led to extremes. One should manage the means that nature gives us to guide them. If one examines the cause of every instance of laxity, one will see that it is unpunished crimes and not moderated penalties. Let us follow nature, which has given men shame for their scourge, and let the greatest part of the penalty be the infamy of suffering it. If there are countries in which shame is not an effect of punishment, it is a result of tyranny, which has inflicted the same penalties on scoundrels as on good people. And, if you see other countries in which men are restrained only by cruel punishments, reckon again that this arises largely from the violence of the government, which has employed these punishments for slight transgressions. A legislator who wants to correct an ill often thinks only of that correction. His eye is on that object and not on its defects. Once the ill has been corrected, only the harshness of the legislator is seen, but a vice produced by the harshness remains in the state. Spirits are corrupted, they have become accustomed to despotism. After Lysander had won a victory over the Athenians, the prisoners were judged. The Athenians were accused of having hurled the captives from 2 galleys over a precipice and of having resolved, in full assembly, to cut off the hands of any prisoners they might take. The Athenians were all slaughtered except Adeimantus, who had opposed the Athenian decree. Before sending Philocles to his death, Lysander reproached him for depraving the spirit of the Athenians and for giving lessons in cruelty to all Greece. After the Argives had 1,500 citizens put to death, says Plutarch, the Athenians ordered expiatory sacrifices so that the gods would turn the hearts of the Athenians from such a cruel thought. There are 2 kinds of corruption, one, when the people do not observe the laws, the other, when they are corrupted by the laws. The latter is an incurable ill because it lies in the remedy itself. Chapter 13. Powerlessness of Japanese laws. Extravagant penalties can corrupt despotism itself. Let us look at Japan. In Japan almost all crimes are punished by death because disobedience to such a great emperor as Japan's is an enormous crime. It is not a question of correcting the guilty man but of avenging the prince. These ideas are drawn from servitude and derive chiefly from the fact that the emperor is the owner of all the goods and so almost all crimes are committed directly against his interests. Lies told to the magistrates are punished by death, a thing that is contrary to natural defense. There, things that do not appear to be crimes are severely punished. For example, a man who risks silver at gaming is punished by death. It is true that the astonishing character of these opinionated, capricious, determined, eccentric people, who brave every peril and every misfortune, seems at first sight to absolve their legislators for their atrocious laws. But, are people who naturally despise death and who disembowel themselves at the slightest fancy corrected or checked by the continual prospect of punishments? Or, do they not become accustomed to them? On the subject of the education of the Japanese, accounts tell us that children must be treated gently because they resist penalties and that slaves should not be treated too roughly because they immediately take a defensive posture. From the spirit that should reign in domestic government, could one not judge what should be carried into political and civil government? A wise legislator would have sought to lead men's spirits back by a just tempering of penalties and rewards, by maxims of philosophy, morality, and religion, matched to this character, by the just application of the rules of honor, by using shame as a punishment, and by the enjoyment of a constant happiness and a sweet tranquility. And, if this legislator had feared that men's spirits, accustomed to being checked only by cruel penalties, could no longer be checked by a gentle one, he would have acted silently and imperceptibly and would have moderated the penalty for the crime in the most pardonable particular cases until he could manage to modify it in every case. But despotism does not know these springs, it does not lead in these ways. It may abuse itself, but that is all it can do. In Japan it has made an effort and has become more cruel than itself. Souls that are everywhere startled and made more atrocious can be guided only by a greater atrocity. This is the origin and spirit of the Japanese laws. But these laws had more fury than force. They have succeeded in destroying Christianity, but such unheard-of efforts are a proof of their powerlessness. The laws wanted to establish a good police, and their weakness has appeared even more clearly. One must read the account of the meeting between the emperor and the dairo of Miko. The number of people smothered or killed by rogues then was unbelievable. Girls and boys were carried off. They were discovered in the following days exposed in public places, at all hours, entirely naked, sewed up in canvas bags so that they would not know where they had been. Men stole what they wanted. Horses' stomachs were split open to make their riders fall. Coaches were overturned in order to plunder the ladies inside. The Dutch, who were told that they could not spend the night outdoors on the benches without being murdered, departed, and so forth. I shall briefly mention another point. The emperor, given to infamous pleasures, had not married, he ran the risk of dying without an heir. The dairo sent him 2 beautiful girls, he married one of them out of respect but had no commerce with her. His nurse sent for the most beautiful woman in the empire. Nothing availed. The daughter of an armorer caught his fancy, his decision was made, he had a son by her. The ladies of the court, outraged that he had preferred a person of such low birth to them, smothered the child. This crime was hidden from the emperor, he would have caused much bloodshed. Therefore, atrocity in the laws prevents their execution. When the penalty is excessive, one is often obliged to prefer impunity. Chapter 14. On the spirit of the Roman Senate. During the consulate of Acilius Glabrio and Piso, the Acilian law was made in order to check intrigues. Dio says that the Senate engaged the consuls to propose it, because the tribune C. Cornelius had resolved to establish terrible penalties for this crime, which the people were strongly inclined to commit. The Senate thought that immoderate penalties would certainly terrify men's spirits but that, as a result, no one could be found to accuse or condemn, whereas, with moderate penalties, there would be both judges and accusers. Chapter 15. On the laws of the Romans in respect to penalties. I am strengthened in my maxims when I find the Romans on my side, and I believe that penalties depend on the nature of the government, when I see that, in step with the changes in their political laws, this great people made corresponding changes in the penalties of the civil laws. Theroialos, made for a people composed of fugitives, slaves, and brigands, were very severe. The spirit of the Republic would have required the Decemvirs not to put these laws in the 12 tables, but those who aspired to tyranny cared nothing about following the spirit of the Republic. Concerning the punishment of Medius Fuficius, the dictator of Alba, whom Tullus Hostilius condemned to be pulled apart by 2 chariots, Livy says that this was the first and final punishment that bore witness to one's failure to remember humanity. He is mistaken. The law of the 12 tables is full of very cruel provisions. The provision that best reveals the design of the Decemvirs is the pronouncement of the death penalty against authors of libels and against poets. That is scarcely in accord with the genius of the Republic, where the people like to see important men humbled. But those who wanted to overthrow liberty feared writings that could call back the spirit of liberty. After the expulsion of the Decemvirs, almost all of the laws with fixed penalties were removed. They were not expressly abrogated, but, as the Porcian law prohibited putting Roman citizens to death, they were no longer applicable. To that time one can ascribe what Livy says of the Romans, that never had a people more loved moderation in penalties. If one adds, to the gentleness of penal laws, the right of the accused to depart before the judgment, one will see that the Romans followed that spirit which I have said is natural to a republic. Sulla, who confused tyranny, anarchy, and liberty, made the Cornelian laws. His regulations seem to have been made only in order to establish crimes. Thus, defining an infinite number of actions as murder, he found murderers everywhere, and by a practice that was followed only too often, he laid snares, scattered thorns, and opened abysses in the path of all citizens. Almost all of Sulla's laws stipulated only the interdiction of water and fire. Caesar added the confiscation of goods because the rich, who kept their patrimony even in exile, were bolder in committing crimes. After the emperors had established a military government, they soon felt that it was no less terrible for them than for their subjects. They sought to temper it. They believed they needed dignities and the respect accompanying them. They drew somewhat nearer to monarchy and divided penalties into 3 classes, those regarding the principal persons of the state, which were gentle enough, those inflicted on persons of an inferior rank, which were more severe, and finally, those penalties concerning only those of low condition, which were the most strict. The ferocious and senseless Maximinus excited, so to speak, the military government, which should have been gentle. The Senate learned, says Capitolinus, that some men had been hung on crosses, others thrown to beasts or wrapped in the skins of freshly killed beasts without regard to dignities. He seemed to want to exert military discipline, the model on which he intended to regulate civil business. One can find in the Considerations on the grandeur of the Romans and their decadence how Constantine changed the military despotism into a military and civil despotism and drew nearer to monarchy. In that book one can follow the various revolutions of this state and see how it went from strictness to indolence, and from indolence to impunity. Chapter 16. On the just proportion between the penalties and the crime. It is essential for penalties to be harmonious among themselves, because it is essential that the greater crime be avoided rather than the lesser one, the one that attacks society rather than the one that runs less counter to it. An impostor, who called himself Constantine Ducas, sparked a great uprising in Constantinople. He was caught and condemned to be flogged, but, as he had accused eminent persons, he was condemned to be burned as a slanderer. It is singular that one should have apportioned penalties in this way between the crime of high treason and that of calumny. This recalls a remark of Charles II, King of England. He passed a man in the pillory. He asked why he was there. "Sire," he was told, "he has written libels against your ministers." "The great fool," said the king, "why didn't he write them against me? Nothing would have happened to him." 70 persons conspired against the Emperor Basil. He had them thrashed, their hair and beards were burned. When a stag caught the emperor's belt with his antlers, one of his attendants drew his sword, cut the belt, and freed him. The emperor had him beheaded, because, the emperor said, he had drawn his sword against him. Who could believe that these two judgments were rendered under the same prince? Among ourselves, it is a great ill that the same penalty is inflicted on the highway robber and on the one who robs and murders. For the public safety, it is evident that there must be some difference in the penalties. In China, robbers who are cruel are cut to bits, the others are not. Because of this difference, one robs there but does not murder. In Muscovy, where the penalty for robbery is the same as for murder, one always murders. Dead men, they say, tell no tales. When there is no difference in the penalty, there must be some difference in the expectation of pardon. In England, robbers do not murder because, unlike murderers, they can expect to be transported to the colonies. Letters of pardon are a great spring of moderate governments. The power of the prince to pardon, executed wisely, can have admirable results. The principle of despotic government, a government which does not pardon and which is never pardoned, deprives it of these advantages. Chapter 17. On torture or the question for criminals. Because men are wicked, the law is obliged to assume them to be better than they are. Thus the deposition of 2 witnesses is enough in the punishment of all crimes. The law believes them as if they spoke with the mouth of truth. Also, every child conceived during marriage is judged legitimate. The law trusts the mother as if she were modesty itself. Though the law is forced to make the preceding assumptions, it is not forced to use the question in criminal cases. Today we see a well-policed nation reject it without meeting drawbacks. The use of the question is, therefore, not necessary by its nature. So many clever people and so many men of genius have written against this practice that I dare not speak after them. I was going to say that it might be suitable for despotic government, where everything inspiring fear enters more into the springs of the government. I was going to say that slaves among the Greeks and Romans. But I hear the voice of nature crying out against me. Chapter L8. On pecuniary penalties and corporal penalties. Our fathers the Germans admitted almost none but pecuniary penalties. These men, who were both warriors and free, considered that their blood should be spilled only when they were armed. The Japanese, by contrast, reject these sorts of penalties on the pretext that rich people would escape punishment. But do not rich people fear the loss of their goods? Cannot pecuniary penalties be proportionate to fortunes? And, finally, cannot infamy be joined with these penalties? A good legislator takes a middle way. He does not always order pecuniary penalties, he does not always inflict corporal penalties. Chapter 19. On the law of retaliation. Despotic states, which prefer simple laws, make much use of the law of retaliation. Moderate states sometimes accept it. But the difference is that the former have it exercised strictly, while the others almost always temper it. The law of the 12 tables admitted both. It sentenced in terms of retaliation only when the pleader could not be appeased. After sentencing, one could pay damage and interest, and the corporal penalty would be converted into a pecuniary penalty. Chapter 20. On fathers being punished for their children. Fathers are punished in China for the offenses of their children. This was the usage in Peru. It is another punishment derived from despotic ideas. It is all very well to say that in China the father is punished for not having used that paternal power established by nature and augmented by the laws themselves. This always assumes that there is no honor among the Chinese. Among ourselves, fathers whose children are condemned to punishment and children whose fathers have met the same fate are punished as much by shame as they would be in China by the loss of life. Chapter 21. On the clemency of the prince. Clemency, the distinctive quality of monarchs. In a republic which has virtue as its principle, it is less necessary. In a despotic state, where fear reigns, it is used less, because the important men of the state must be restrained by examples of severity. In monarchies, where one is governed by honor, which often requires what the law prohibits, it is more necessary. Disgrace there is equivalent to a penalty, even the formalities of judgments are punishments. There, shame comes from all sides and forms penalties particular to monarchies. The important men there are so heavily punished by disgrace, by the often imaginary loss of their fortune, their credit, their habits, and their pleasures, that strictness in respect to them is useless. It can serve only to take from the subjects the love they bear the person of their prince and the respect they should have for positions. Just as the instability of important men is in the nature of despotic government, their security enters into the nature of monarchy. Monarchs have so much to gain from clemency, it is followed by such love, and they draw such glory from it, that it is almost always a fortunate thing for them to have occasion to exercise it, and one can almost always do so in our countries. There will perhaps be disputes over some branch of their authority but almost never over their whole authority, and, if they sometimes fight for the crown, they never fight for their lives. But, one will ask, when is one to punish? When to pardon? This is something better felt than prescribed. Though clemency has dangers, they are visible. Clemency is easily distinguished from the weakness that leads the prince to scorn punishing and even to lack the power to do so. The Emperor Maurice resolved never to shed the blood of his subjects. Anastasius did not punish crimes. Isaac the angel swore that, during his reign, he would put no one to death. The Greek emperors had forgotten that they did not carry the sword in vain. Book 7. Consequences of the different principles of the three governments in relation to sumptuary laws, luxury, and the condition of women. Chapter 1. On luxury. Luxurious always proportionate to the inequality of fortunes. If wealth is equally divided in a state, there will be no luxury, for luxury is founded only on the comforts that one can give oneself from the work of others. For wealth to remain equally divided, the law must give each man only the physical necessities. If men have more than that, some will spend, others will acquire, and inequality will be established. Assuming physical necessities equal to a given sum, the luxury of those who have only the necessary will be equal to 0, he who has its double will have a luxury equal to 1, he who has double the goods of the latter will have a luxury equal to 3, when the next has yet again the double, he will have a luxury equal to 7, so that, always assuming the goods of the next individual to be twice those of the previous one, luxury will increase by twice plus 1, in this progression, 0, 1, 3, 7, 15, 31, 63, 127. In the Republic of Plato, it was possible to calculate luxury accurately. 4 levels of census were established. The first was set precisely at the point where poverty ended, the second at double the first, the third triple, and the fourth, quadruple. In the first census, luxury was equal to 0, it was equal to 1 in the second, to 2 in the third, to 3 in the fourth, and it followed arithmetic proportion accordingly. The luxury of the various peoples in regard to each other exists in each state as a compound ratio of the inequality of fortunes among the citizens and the inequality of wealth of the various states. In Poland, for example, there is an extreme inequality in fortunes, but the poverty of the whole prevents it from having as much luxury as would a richer state. Luxury is also proportionate to the size of the towns and above all of the capital, so that luxury exists in a compound ratio of the wealth of the state, the inequality of the fortunes of individuals, and the number of men gathered together in certain places. The more men there are together, the more vain they are, and the more they feel arise within them the desire to call attention to themselves by small things. If their number is so great that most are unknown to one another, the desire to distinguish oneself redoubles because there is more expectation of succeeding. Luxury produces this expectation. Each man takes the marks of the condition above his own. But, by dint of wanting to distinguish themselves, all became equal, and one is no longer distinct. As everyone wants to be looked at, no one is noticed. The result of all this is a general distress. Those who excel in a profession put their own price on their art, the least talented follow this example. There is no longer harmony between needs and means. When I am forced to plead, I need to be able to pay a lawyer. When I am sick, I must be able to have a doctor. Some people have thought that gathering of so many people in a capital has diminished commerce because men are no longer a certain distance apart. I do not believe it. Men have more desires, more needs, and more fancies when they are together. Chapter 2. On Sumptuary Laws in Democracy. I have just said that in republics where wealth is equally divided, there can be no luxury, and, as one has seen in Book 5 that this equality of distribution made the excellence of a republic, it follows that the less luxury there is in a republic, the more perfect it is. There was none among the first Romans, there was none among the Lacedaemonians, and in republics where equality is not altogether lost, the spirit of commerce, of work, and of virtue makes each one there able and willing to live from his own goods. Consequently, there is little luxury. Laws dividing the fields anew, demanded with such insistence in certain republics, were salutary by their nature. They are dangerous only as a sudden action. By abruptly removing wealth from some and increasing the wealth of others, they make a revolution in each family and must produce one generally throughout the state. So far as luxury is established in a republic, so far does the spirit turn to the interest of the individual. For people who have to have nothing but the necessities, there is left to desire only the glory of the homeland and one's own glory. But a soul corrupted by luxury has many other desires, soon it becomes an enemy of the laws that hamper it. When those in the garrison at Rhegium became familiar with luxury, they slaughtered the town's inhabitants. As soon as the Romans were corrupted, their desires became immense. This can be judged by the price they put on things. A jug of Falernian wine sold for 100 Roman deniers, a barrel of salt meat from the Black Sea cost 400 deniers, a good cook, for talents. Young boys were priceless. When everyone, by a common impulse, was carried to voluptuousness, what became of virtue? Chapter 3. On Sumptuary Laws in Aristocracy. The misfortune of the badly constituted aristocracy is that its nobles have wealth but should not spend it. Luxury, which is contrary to the spirit of moderation, should be banished from it. Therefore, there are only the very poor who cannot get anything and the very rich who cannot spend anything. In Venice the laws force the nobles to be modest in their tastes. They are so accustomed to thrift that only courtesans can make them give up money. This course is taken to maintain industry. The most despised women spend without danger, while those who pay them tribute lead the most obscure lives in the world. The good Greek republics had admirable institutions in this regard. The rich used their silver for festivals, musical choruses, chariots, race horses, and onerous magistracies. Wealth there was as burdensome as poverty. Chapter 4. On Sumptuary Laws in Monarchies. The sway ones, a German nation, honor wealth, says Tacitus, which makes them live under the government of one alone. This means that luxury is singularly appropriate in monarchies and that they do not have to have sumptuary laws. As wealth is unequally divided in accord with the constitution of monarchies, there must be luxury. If wealthy men do not spend much, the poor will die of hunger. There the rich must indeed spend in proportion to the inequality of fortunes, and, as we have said, luxury must increase in this proportion. Individual wealth has increased only because it has removed physical necessities from a part of the citizens. These must, therefore, be returned to them. Thus, for the monarchical state to sustain itself, luxury has to increase from the laborer to the artisan, to the merchant, to the nobles, to the magistrates, to the great lords, to the principal revenue officers, to the princes, otherwise, all would be lost. In the Roman Senate, composed of serious magistrates, jurists, and men filled with the idea of the earliest times, one proposed, under Augustus, the correction of the mores and luxury of women. It is interesting to see in Dio the art with which Augustus evaded the importunate demands of these senators. This is because he was founding a monarchy and dissolving a republic. Under Tiberius, the aediles in the Senate proposed the re-establishment of the old sumptuary laws. This enlightened prince opposed it, saying, the state could not continue to exist, given the present situation. How could Rome live? How could the provinces live? We were frugal when we were citizens of a single town. Today we consume the wealth of the whole universe. Masters and slaves are made to work for us. He saw clearly that they could no longer have sumptuary laws. When, under the same emperor, it was proposed to the Senate that governors be prohibited from taking their wives with them to the provinces because of the dissoluteness that accompanied them, the proposal was rejected. It was said that the examples of the harshness of the ancients had been changed into a more pleasant way of living. One felt that there had to be different mores. Luxury is, therefore, necessary in monarchical states. It is also necessary in despotic states. In the former, it is a use of the liberty one possesses, in the latter, it is an abuse of the advantages of one's servitude, when a slave, chosen by his master to tyrannize over the other slaves, uncertain of enjoying each day's fortune on the following day, has no other felicity than that of sating the arrogance, desires, and voluptuousness of each day. All this leads to a reflection: republics end in luxury, monarchies, in poverty. Chapter 5. In which cases sumptuary laws are useful in a monarchy. In the middle of the 13th century in Aragon sumptuary laws were made in the spirit of the Republic, if not for some particular cases. James I ordered that neither the king nor any of his subjects could eat more than 2 sorts of meat at any meal, and that each meat would be prepared in only one way, unless it was game that one had killed oneself. In our time, sumptuary laws have been made in Sweden, but they have a different purpose from those of Aragon. A state can make sumptuary laws with the purpose of an absolute frugality. This is the spirit of sumptuary laws in republics, and the nature of the thing shows that this was the purpose of the laws in Aragon. Sumptuary laws can also have relative frugality for their purpose, when a state, feeling that foreign commodities are too highly priced and that so many exports of its own commodities are required that it would deprive itself of more of what it needs than these foreign commodities can satisfy, absolutely prohibits their entrance. And this is the spirit of the laws made in our time in Sweden. These are the only sumptuary laws suitable to monarchies. In general, the poorer the state, the more it is ruined by relative luxury, and the more, consequently, it must have relative sumptuary laws. The richer the state, the more its relative luxury enriches it, and one must be careful not to make relative sumptuary laws there. We shall explain this better in the book on commerce. Here only absolute luxury is in question. Chapter 6. On luxury in China. Particular reasons can require sumptuary laws in some states. The people can become so numerous through the force of the climate, and on the other hand, their means of subsistence can be so uncertain that it is well for all the people to cultivate the land. In these states luxury is dangerous and sumptuary laws should be strict. Thus, in order to know if luxury must be encouraged or proscribed, one should first observe the relation between the number of people and the ease of giving them enough to eat. In England the soil produces much more grain than is needed to feed both those who cultivate the land and those who provide clothing. There they can have frivolous arts and, consequently, luxury. In France enough wheat grows to feed both those who work the land and those employed in manufacture. In addition, commerce with foreigners can bring in return for frivolous things so many necessary things that luxury should scarcely be feared there. In China, on the other hand, women are so fertile and humankind multiplies so fast that the fields, even heavily cultivated, scarcely suffice to produce enough food for the inhabitants. Consequently, luxury is pernicious there and the spirit of work and economy is as requisite as in any republic whatever. One must apply oneself to the necessary arts and avoid those of voluptuousness. This is the spirit of the fine ordinances of the Chinese emperors. Our ancestors, says an emperor of the Tang family, took it as a maxim that if there were a man who did not plow the fields, a woman who did not spin, someone in the empire would suffer from cold or hunger, and on this principle he had an infinite number of the Bonze monasteries destroyed. The third emperor of the 21st dynasty, when given precious stones found in a mine, had it closed, not wanting to tire his people with working for what could neither feed nor clothe them. Our luxury is so great, said Kiawai, that the people embroider the shoes of the boys and girls whom they are obliged to sell. Is it by occupying so many men with making garments for one that many people are kept from lacking clothes? For each plowman there are 10 men who eat the yield of the lands. Is this the way to keep many people from lacking food? Chapter 7. A fatal consequence of luxury in China. One sees in the history of China that it has had 22 dynasties in succession, that is, it has suffered 22 general revolutions, not counting an infinite number of particular ones. The first 3 dynasties lasted a long time, because they were wisely governed and because the empire was less extensive than it was to become. But in general, one can say that all these dynasties began well enough. Virtue, care, and vigilance are necessary for China. They were present at the beginning of the dynasties and missing at the end. Indeed, it was natural for emperors raised on the hardship of war and successful in forcing a family inundated by delights from the throne, to preserve the virtue they had found so useful and to fear the voluptuousness they had seen to be so fatal. But, after these first 3 or 4 princes, corruption, luxury, laziness, and delights master their successors, they shut themselves in the palace, their spirits grow weak, their lives are short, the family declines, the important men rise up, the eunuchs gain credit, children only are put on the throne, the palace becomes the enemy of the empire, the lazy people living there ruin those who work, the emperor is killed or destroyed by a usurper, who founds a family, whose successor in the 3rd or 4th generation goes into the same palace and shuts himself in again. Chapter 8. On Public Continence. So many imperfections are attached to the loss of virtue in women, their whole soul is so markedly degraded by this, and when this principal point is removed so many others fall, that in a popular state one can regard public incontinence as the last misfortune and as assurance of a change in the constitution. Thus good legislators have required a certain gravity in the mores of women. They have proscribed from their republics not only vice but even the appearance of vice. They have banished even that commerce of gallantry that produces laziness, that causes women to corrupt even before being corrupted, that puts a high price on every trifle and reduces the price on what is important, and that makes one no longer conduct oneself by any but the maxims of ridicule that women understand so well how to establish. Chapter 9. On the condition of women in the various governments. In monarchies women have so little restraint because, called to court by the distinction of ranks, they there take up the spirit of liberty that is almost the only one tolerated. Each man uses their charms and their passions to advance his fortune, and as their weakness allows them not arrogance but vanity, luxury always reigns there with them. In despotic states women do not introduce luxury, but they are themselves an object of luxury. They should be kept in extreme slavery. Each man follows the spirit of the government and brings to his home what he sees established outside of it. As the laws in these states are severe and executed on the spot, one fears that women's liberty could be a cause for bringing suit. Women's quarrels, their indiscretions, their aversions, their inclinations, their jealousies, their spiteful remarks, in short that art by which narrow souls affect generous ones, cannot be without consequence there. In addition, as the princes in these states trifle with human nature, they have several wives, and 1,000 considerations oblige them to enclose their women. In republics women are free by the laws and captured by the mores, luxury is banished there and with it, corruption and vices. In the Greek towns where one did not live under the religion which established that even among men the purity of mores is a part of virtue, in the Greek towns where a blind vice reigned unbridled, where love took only a form one dare not mention while only friendship was to be found within marriages, women's virtue, simplicity, and chastity were such that one has scarcely ever seen a people who had a better police in this regard. Chapter 10. On the domestic tribunal among the Romans. Unlike the Greeks, the Romans had no special magistrates to inspect women's conduct. The censors paid no more attention to women than to the rest of the republic. The institution of a domestic tribunal replaced the magistracy established among the Greeks. The husband assembled the wife's relatives and judged her before them. This tribunal maintained mores in the republic. But these same mores maintained this tribunal. Its task was to judge not only the violation of laws but also the violation of mores. Now, in order to judge the violation of mores, one must have mores. The penalties of this tribunal had to be arbitrary as, indeed, they were, for all that concerns mores and all that concerns the rules of modesty can scarcely be included in a code of laws. It is easy to regulate by laws what one owes others, it is difficult to include in them all that one owes oneself. The domestic tribunal was concerned with the general conduct of women. But there was one crime which, besides being reproved by this tribunal, was also submitted to public accusation. This crime was adultery, either because such a serious violation of mores in a republic is of interest to the government, or because the profligacy of the wife might imply that of the husband, or finally, because one feared that even honest people might prefer hiding the crime to punishing it, might prefer ignorance to vengeance. Chapter 11. How institutions changed in Rome with the government. Just as the domestic tribunal presupposed mores, public accusation also presupposed them, and this made both of them collapse along with the mores and come to an end with the republic. The establishment of perpetual questions, that is, the division of jurisdiction among the praetors, and the custom that was gradually introduced that the praetors themselves judged all suits, weakened the use of the domestic tribunal. The evidence for this change is the surprise registered by the historians, who regard the judgments Tiberius rendered through this tribunal as singular facts and as the renewal of the old practice. The establishment of the monarchy and the change in mores also brought public accusation to an end. One could fear that a dishonest man, stung by a woman's sneers, indignant at her refusals, outraged even by her virtue, might form the design of ruining her. The Julian law ordered that one could accuse a woman of adultery only after accusing her husband of encouraging her profligacies, a stipulation which greatly restrained this accusation and reduced it, so to speak, to nothing. Sixtus V seemed to want to renew public accusation. But one has to reflect only a little to see that this law, in a monarchy such as his, was even more out of place than in any other. Chapter 12. On the tutelage of women among the Romans. The Roman institutions put women under perpetual guardianship unless they were under the authority of a husband. This guardianship was given to the closest male relative, and it appears, according to a popular phrase, that the women were very hemmed in by it. This was good for the Republic, and was not necessary in the monarchy. It seems, according to the various law codes of the barbarians, that among the early Germans, women were also under perpetual guardianship. This usage passed into the monarchies they founded, but it did not continue to exist. Chapter 13. On penalties established by the emperors against women's debaucheries. The Julian law established a penalty for adultery. But this law and those made later on the same subject were far from indicating the goodness of the mores. On the contrary, they indicated their debasement. The whole political system with regard to women changed in the monarchy. It was no longer a question of establishing the purity of their mores but of punishing their crimes. New laws were made to punish these crimes only because the violations, which were not the same as the crimes, were no longer punished. The dreadful excesses of the mores obliged the emperors to make laws to check immodesty at some point, but their intention was not to correct mores generally. Positive facts, reported by historians, are more a proof of this than all the laws could be proof of the contrary. One can see in Dio both the conduct of Augustus in this regard and his evasion of the demands that were made of him when he was praetor and censor. In the historians, one finds rigid judgments rendered under Augustus and Tiberius against the indecency of certain Roman ladies, but by acquainting us with the spirit of these reigns, they acquaint us with the spirit of these judgments. Augustus and Tiberius thought principally of punishing the debauchery of their female relatives. They did not punish dissolute mores but a certain crime of impiety or of high treason that they had invented, which was useful both for instilling respect and for taking revenge. Hence the strong protests of the Roman authors against this tyranny. The penalty in the Julian law was light. The emperors wanted the penalty they had put into the law to be increased in the judgments. This was an object of the historians' invective. They did not examine whether the women deserved to be punished, but whether the law had been violated in order to punish them. One of the principal tyrannies of Tiberius was his abuse of the old laws. When he wanted to push some Roman matron beyond the penalty set by the Julian law, he re-established the domestic tribunal for her. These provisions in respect to women involved only the families of senators, not those of the people. One wanted pretexts for accusing the important men, and women's misconduct provided innumerable ones. Finally, what I have said, that the goodness of mores is not the principle of the government of one alone, was never more verified than under these first emperors, and if there were any doubt about it, one would have only to read Tacitus, Suetonius, Juvenal, and Martial. Chapter 14. Sumptuary laws among the Romans. We have spoken of public incontinence because it is joined to luxury, it is always followed by luxury, and always follows luxury. If you leave the impulses of the heart at liberty, how can you hamper the weaknesses of the spirit? In Rome, in addition to the general institutions, the censors had the magistrates make several particular laws to keep women frugal. The Faunian, Licinian, and Oppian laws had this purpose. One must see in Livy how agitated the Senate became when the women demanded the revocation of the Oppian Law. Valerius Maximus dates the epoch of luxury among the Romans from the time of the repeal of this law. Chapter 15. On Dowries and the Advantages of Marriage in the Various Constitutions. Dowries held be of a considerable size in monarchies so that married men can sustain their rank and its established luxury. They should be of medium size in republics, where luxury should not reign. They should be nearly nothing in despotic states where women are, in a way, slaves. The community of goods between husband and wife introduced by French laws is very suitable to monarchical government because it interests women in domestic business and recalls them, as if in spite of themselves, to the care of their households. It is less suitable in a republic, where wives are more virtuous. It would be absurd in despotic states, where wives are themselves almost always a part of the master's property. Since women are, by their state, sufficiently inclined to marriage, the advantages the law gives them over their husband's goods are useless. But such advantages would be very pernicious in a republic, because the individual wealth of wives produces luxury. In despotic states the advantages of marriage should be the wife's sustenance and nothing more. Chapter 16. A fine custom of the Samnites. The Samnites had a custom, which, in a small republic and especially one in the situation theirs had, produced admirable effects. All the young people were assembled and judged. The one who was declared best took for his wife the girl he wanted, he who had the next largest vote then chose, and so on. It was admirable to consider among the goods of the boys only the fine qualities and the services rendered to the homeland. He who was richest in these sorts of goods would choose a girl from among the whole nation. Love, beauty, chastity, virtue, birth, even wealth, all were, so to speak, the dowry of virtue. It would be difficult to imagine a reward that was nobler, greater, less burdensome to a small state, or more able to have an effect on both sexes. The Samnites were descendants of the Lacedaemonians, and Plato, whose institutions are only the perfection of the laws of Lycurgus, gave almost the same law. Chapter 17. On Administration by Women. It is against reason and against nature for women to be mistresses in the house, as was established among the Egyptians, but not for them to govern an empire. In the first case, their weak state does not permit them to be preeminent; in the second, their very weakness gives them more gentleness and moderation, which, rather than the harsh and ferocious virtues, can make for a good government. In the Indies government by women turns out very well. It is established that, if the males do not come from a mother of the same blood, a daughter whose mother is of royal blood succeeds to the throne. She is given a certain number of people to help her carry the weight of the government. According to Mr. Smith, government by women also turns out very well in Africa. If one adds to this the examples of Muscovy and of England, one will see that they succeed equally well in moderate government and in despotic government. Book 8. On the Corruption of the Principles of the Three Governments. Chapter 1. The general idea of this book. The corruption of each government almost always begins with that of its principles. Chapter 2. On the corruption of the principle of democracy. The principle of democracy is corrupted not only when the spirit of equality is lost but also when the spirit of extreme equality is taken up and each one wants to be the equal of those chosen to command. So the people, finding intolerable even the power they entrust to the others, want to do everything themselves, to deliberate for the Senate, to execute for the magistrates, and to cast aside all the judges. Then there can no longer be virtue in the republic. The people want to perform the magistrates' functions, therefore, the magistrates are no longer respected. The Senate's deliberations no longer carry weight, therefore, there is no longer consideration for senators or, consequently, for elders. And if there is no respect for elders, neither will there be any for fathers. Husbands no longer merit deference nor masters, submission. Everyone will come to love this license. The restraint of commanding will be as tiresome as that of obeying had been. Women, children, and slaves will submit to no one. There will no longer be mores or love of order, and finally, there will no longer be virtue. One sees in Xenophon's Symposium an artless depiction of a republic whose people have abused equality. Each guest in turn gives his reason for being pleased with himself. I am pleased with myself, says Charmides, because of my poverty. When I was rich I was obliged to pay court to slanderers, well aware that I was more likely to receive ill from them than to cause them any. The republic constantly asked for a new payment. I could not travel. Since becoming poor, I have acquired authority. No one threatens me, I threaten the others. I can go or stay. The rich now rise from their seats and make way for me. Now I am a king, I was a slave. I used to pay a tax to the republic. Today the republic feeds me. I no longer fear loss, I expect to acquire. The people fall into this misfortune when those to whom they entrust themselves, wanting to hide their own corruption, seek to corrupt the people. To keep the people from seeing their own ambition, they speak only of the people's greatness. To keep the people from perceiving their avarice, they constantly encourage that of the people. Corruption will increase among those who corrupt, and it will increase among those who are already corrupted. The people will distribute among themselves all the public funds, and, just as they will join the management of business to their laziness, they will want to join the amusements of luxury to their poverty. But given their laziness and their luxury, only the public treasure can be their object. One must not be astonished to see votes given for silver. One cannot give the people much without taking even more from them, but, in order to take from them, the state must be overthrown. The more the people appear to take advantage of their liberty, the nearer they approach the moment they are to lose it. Petty tyrants are formed, having all the vices of a single one. What remains of liberty soon becomes intolerable. A single tyrant rises up, and the people lose everything, even the advantages of their corruption. Therefore, democracy has to avoid two excesses, the spirit of inequality, which leads it to aristocracy or to the government of one alone, and the spirit of extreme equality, which leads it to the despotism of one alone, as the despotism of one alone ends by conquest. It is true that those who corrupted the Greek republics did not always become tyrants. They had applied themselves more to eloquence than to military arts. Besides, there was in the hearts of all Greeks an implacable hatred for those who had overthrown the republican government, which made anarchy crumble into dissolution instead of turning into tyranny. But Syracuse, situated among many little oligarchies that had become tyrannies, Syracuse, whose senate is scarcely ever mentioned in history, endured misfortunes not produced by ordinary corruption. This town, always licentious or oppressed, equally tormented by its liberty and by its servitude, always receiving the one or the other like a tempest, and, in spite of its power abroad, always determined to revolution by the smallest foreign force, had an immense population whose only choice was the cruel one between giving itself to a tyrant and being one. Chapter 3. On the Spirit of Extreme Equality. As far as the sky is from the earth, so far is the true spirit of equality from the spirit of extreme equality. The former consists neither in making everyone command nor in making no one command, but in obeying and commanding one's equals. It seeks not to have no master but to have only one's equals for masters. In the state of nature, men are born in equality, but they cannot remain so. Society makes them lose their equality, and they become equal again only through the laws. The difference between the democracy that is regulated and the one that is not is that, in the former, one is equal only as a citizen, and, in the latter, one is also equal as a magistrate, senator, judge, father, husband, or master. The natural place of virtue is with liberty, but virtue can no more be found with extreme liberty than with servitude. Chapter 4. A particular cause of the corruption of the people. Great successes, especially those to which the people contribute much, make them so arrogant that it is no longer possible to guide them. Jealous of the magistrates, they become jealous of the magistracy; enemies of those who govern, they soon become enemies of the constitution. In this way the victory at Salamis over the Persians corrupted the Republic of Athens, in this way the defeat of the Athenians ruined the Republic of Syracuse. The Republic of Marseilles never underwent these great shifts from lowliness to greatness; thus, it always governed itself with wisdom, thus, it preserved its principles. Chapter 5. On the corruption of the principle of aristocracy. Aristocracy is corrupted when the power of the nobles becomes arbitrary; there can no longer be virtue either in those who govern or in those who are governed. When the ruling families observe the laws, it is a monarchy that has many monarchs and is quite good by its nature; almost all these monarchs are bound by the laws. But when these families fail to observe the laws, it is a despotic state that has many despots. In this case the republic continues to exist only with regard to the nobles and only among them. The body that governs is a republic and the body that is governed is a despotic state; they are the two most ill-matched bodies in the world. Extreme corruption occurs when nobility becomes hereditary; the nobles can scarcely remain moderate. If they are few in number, their power is greater, but their security diminishes; if they are greater in number, their power is less and their security greater, so that power keeps increasing and security diminishing up to the despot in whose person lies the extreme of power and danger. Therefore, a large number of nobles in an hereditary aristocracy will make the government less violent, but as there will be little virtue there, one will fall into a spirit of nonchalance, laziness, and abandon, which will make a state with neither force nor spring. An aristocracy can sustain the force of its principle if the laws are such that they make the nobles feel more strongly the perils and fatigues of command than its delights, and if the state is in such a situation that it has something to dread, and if security comes from within and uncertainty from without. A certain kind of confidence is the glory and security of a monarchy, but, by contrast, a republic must dread something. Fear of the Persians maintained the laws among the Greeks. Carthage and Rome intimidated one another and were mutually strengthened. How singular! The more secure these states are, the more, as with tranquil waters, they are subject to corruption. Chapter 6. On the corruption of the principle of monarchy. Just as democracies are ruined when the people strip the Senate, the magistrates, and the judges of their functions, monarchies are corrupted when one gradually removes the prerogatives of the established bodies or the privileges of the towns. In the first case, one approaches the despotism of all; in the other, the despotism of one alone. What ruined the dynasties of Qin and Sui, says a Chinese author, is that the princes, instead of limiting themselves like the ancients to a general inspection, which is the only one worthy of a sovereign, wanted to govern everything by themselves without an intermediary. Here the Chinese author gives us the cause for the corruption of almost all monarchies. A monarchy is ruined when a prince believes he shows his power more by changing the order of things than by following it, when he removes the functions that are natural to some to give them arbitrarily to others, and when he is more enamored of what he fancies than of what he wills. A monarchy is ruined when the prince, referring everything to himself exclusively, reduces the state to its capital, the capital to the court, and the court to his person alone. Finally, it is ruined when a prince misunderstands his authority, his situation, and his people's love, and when he does not realize that a monarch should consider himself secure, just as a despot should believe himself imperiled. Chapter 7. Continuation of the same subject. The principle of monarchy has been corrupted when the highest dignities are the marks of the greatest servitude, when one divests the important men of the people's respect and makes them into vile instruments of arbitrary power. It has been corrupted even more when honor has been set in opposition to honors and when one can be covered at the same time with infamy and with dignities. It has been corrupted when the prince changes his justice into severity, when he puts a Medusa's head on his breast as did the Roman emperors, and when he takes on that menacing and terrible air which Commodus required in his statues. The principle of monarchy has been corrupted when some singularly cowardly souls grow vain from the greatness of their servitude and when they believe that what makes them owe everything to the prince makes them owe nothing to their homeland. But, if it is true, as has been seen through the ages, that insofar as the monarch's power becomes immense, his security diminishes, is it not a crime of high treason against him to corrupt this power to the extent of changing its nature? Chapter 8. A danger of the corruption of the principle of monarchical government. It is not a drawback when the state passes from moderate government to moderate government, as from republic to monarchy or from monarchy to republic, but rather when it falls and collapses from moderate government into despotism. Most European peoples are still governed by mores. But if, by a long abuse of power or by a great conquest, despotism became established at a certain time, neither mores or climate would hold firm, and in this fine part of the world, human nature would suffer, at least for a while, the insults heaped upon it in the other three. Chapter 9. How much the nobility is inclined to defend the throne. The English nobility was buried with Charles I in the debris of the throne, and before that, when Philip II sounded the name of liberty in French ears, the crown had always been sustained by that nobility which holds it an honor to obey a king but regards it as the sovereign infamy to share power with the people. The House of Austria tried persistently to oppress the Hungarian nobility. It did not know how much it would one day prize that nobility. It sought among these peoples silver they did not have, it did not see the men who were there. When the many princes had divided the states of the Hungarian monarchy among themselves, all its pieces fell, so to speak, one on top of the other, immobile and inactive. The only life that then remained was in the nobility, which grew indignant, forgot everything in order to fight, and believed that its glory lay in dying and in forgiving. Chapter 10. On the corruption of the principle of despotic government. The principle of despotic government is endlessly corrupted because it is corrupt by its nature. Other governments are destroyed because particular accidents violate their principle. This one is destroyed by its internal vice if accidental causes do not prevent its principle from becoming corrupt. Therefore, it can maintain itself only when circumstances, which arise from the climate, the religion, and the situation or the genius of the people, force it to follow some order and to suffer some rule. These things force its nature without changing it, its ferocity remains, it is, for a while, tractable. Chapter 11. Natural effects of the goodness and of the corruption of the principles. Once the principles of the government are corrupted, the best laws become bad and turn against the state. When their principles are sound, bad laws have the effect of good ones, the force of the principle pulls everything along. The Cretans, in order to keep the highest magistrates dependent on the laws, used a very singular means, that if insurrection, part of the citizenry would rise up, put the magistrates to flight, and oblige them to return to private life. This was supposedly done in pursuance of the law. Such an institution, which established sedition in order to prevent the abuse of power, seemed bound to overthrow any republic at all. It did not destroy that of Crete. Here is why. When the ancients wanted to speak of a people who had the greatest love of the homeland, they cited the Cretans, the homeland, a tender name among the Cretans, said Plato. They called it by a name that expresses a mother's love for her children. Now, love of the homeland corrects everything. The laws of Poland have also their insurrection, but the drawbacks that result from it show clearly that only the people of Crete were in a state to use such a remedy successfully. The gymnastic exercises established among the Greeks depended no less on the goodness of the principle of government. The Lacedaemonians and the Cretans, said Plato, opened those famous academies that gave them such a distinguished rank in the world. At first modesty was alarmed, but it yielded to public usefulness. In Plato's time, these institutions were remarkable. They were related to a great purpose, the military art. But when the Greeks were no longer virtuous, these institutions destroyed the military art itself. One no longer went down to the wrestling arena to be trained but to be corrupted. Plutarch tells us that, in his time, the Romans thought these games were the principal cause of the servitude into which the Greeks had fallen. On the contrary, it was the Greek servitude that had corrupted these exercises. In Plutarch's time, the parks, where one fought naked, and the wrestling matches, made the young people cowardly, inclined them to an infamous love and made only dancers of them, but in Epaminondas' time, wrestling had brought victory to the Thebans at the Battle of Leuctra. There are few laws that are not good when the state has not lost its principles, and, as Epicurus said, speaking of wealth, it is not the drink that is spoiled, it is the jar. Chapter 12. Continuation of the same subject. In Rome, judges were taken from the order of senators. The Gracchi transferred this prerogative to the knights. Drusus gave it to both senators and knights, Sulla, to senators alone, Cotta, to senators, knights, and public treasurers. Caesar excluded these last. Antony made decurions of senators, knights, and centurions. When a republic has been corrupted, none of the ills that arise can be remedied except by removing the corruption and recalling the principles. Every other correction is either useless or a new ill. So long as Rome preserved its principles, judgments could be in the hands of the senators without suffering abuse, but when it had been corrupted, regardless of the body to which judgments were transferred, whether to senators, knights, or public treasurers, or to two of these bodies, to all three together, or to any other body at all, the result was always bad. Knights had no more virtue than senators, public treasurers no more than knights, and the latter as little as centurions. When the Roman people had secured their participation in the patrician magistracies, it was natural to think that their flatterers would be the arbiters of the government. No, one saw these people, who had opened the common magistracies to plebeians, always elect patricians. Because the people were virtuous, they were magnanimous, because they were free, they scorned power. But when they had lost their principles, the more power they had, the less carefully they managed it, until finally, having become their own tyrant and their own slave, they lost the strength of liberty and fell into the weakness of license. Chapter 13. The effect of the oath on a virtuous people. There has never been a people, says Livy, to whom dissoluteness came later than to the Romans and among whom moderation and poverty were honored longer. Theoth had so much force among these people that nothing attached them more to the laws. In order to observe an oath, they often did what they would never have done for glory or for the homeland. When the consul Quinctius Cincinnatus wanted to raise an army against the Aequi and the Volscians, the tribunes objected. "All right, then," he said, "let all those who swore their oath to the consul last year march under my banner." In vain the tribunes cried out that no one was still bound by that oath and that when it had been sworn, Quinctius was a private citizen, the people were more religious than those who attempted to guide them. The people would not listen to the distinctions and interpretations of the tribunes. When these same people wanted to withdraw to the Mons Caesar, they felt restrained by the oath they had sworn to follow the consuls to war. They formed the design of killing the consuls. They were made to understand that the oath would none the less continue to exist. One can judge their idea of the violation of an oath by the crime they wanted to commit. After the Battle of Cannae, the people were frightened and wanted to withdraw to Sicily. Scipio made them swear they would remain in Rome. The fear of breaking their oath overcame every other fear. Rome in the storm was a vessel held by two anchors, religion and mores. Chapter 14. How the slightest change in the constitution entails the ruin of the principles. Aristotle speaks to us of the Republic of Carthage as a well-regulated republic. Polybius tells us that during the Second Punic War, the trouble in Carthage was that the Senate had lost almost all its authority. Livy teaches us that when Hannibal returned to Carthage, he found the magistrates and principal citizens turning the public revenues to their own profit and abusing their power. Therefore, the virtue of the magistrates fell along with the authority of the Senate. Everything flowed from the same principle. The prodigious results of the censorship among the Romans are well known. At one time it became oppressive but was kept up because there was more luxury than corruption. Clodius weakened it. By that weakening, corruption became even greater than luxury, and the censorship abolished itself, so to speak. Having been altered, demanded, resumed, and abandoned, it was entirely suspended until it became useless, I mean during the reigns of Augustus and Claudius. Chapter 15. Some very effective means of preserving the three principles. I shall be able to be understood only when the next 4 chapters have been read. Chapter 16. Distinctive properties of the Republic. It is in the nature of a republic to have only a small territory, otherwise, it can scarcely continue to exist. In a large republic, there are large fortunes, and consequently little moderation in spirits. The depositories are too large to put in the hands of a citizen, interests become particularized. At first a man feels he can be happy, great, and glorious without his homeland, and soon, that he can be great only on the ruins of his homeland. In a large republic, the common good is sacrificed to 1,000 considerations, it is subordinated to exceptions, it depends upon accidents. In a small one, the public good is better felt, better known, lies nearer to each citizen, abuses are less extensive there and consequently less protected. What made Lacedaemonia last so long is that, after all its wars, it always remained within its territory. Lacedaemonia's only goal was liberty, the only advantage of its liberty was glory. It was in the spirit of the Greek republics for them to be as satisfied with their lands as they were with their laws. Athens was seized with ambition and transmitted it to Lacedaemonia, but this was in order to command free peoples rather than to govern slaves, to be at the head of the union rather than to shatter it. All was lost when a monarchy rose up, a government whose spirit tends more toward expansion. It is difficult for any government other than the republican to continue to exist in a single town unless there are particular circumstances. A prince of such a small state would naturally be inclined to oppression because he would have a great power and few ways to enjoy it or to make it respected, therefore he would trample his people greatly. Then again, such a prince would be easily oppressed by a foreign force or even by a domestic force. The people could come together and unite against him at any moment. Now, when the prince of a single town is driven from his town, the proceeding is finished. If he has several towns, it has just begun. Chapter 17. Distinctive properties of monarchy. A monarchical state should be of a medium size. If it were small, it would form itself into a republic. If it were quite extensive, the principal men of the state, being great in themselves, away from the eyes of the prince, with their court outside of his court, and, moreover, secured by the laws and by the mores from hasty executions, could cease to obey, they would not fear a punishment that was so slow and so distant. Thus, Charlemagne had scarcely founded his empire before it had to be divided, either because the governors of the provinces did not obey, or because they would obey better if the empire were divided into several kingdoms. After Alexander's death, his empire was divided. How could those important men of Greece and Macedonia, who were once free or were at least leaders of conquering peoples then so scattered across that vast conquest, how could they have obeyed others? After Attila's death, his empire was dissolved. The many kings who were no longer constrained could not take up their chains again. In these cases, the quick establishment of unlimited power is the remedy which can prevent dissolution, a new misfortune after that of expansion. Rivers run together into the sea, monarchies are lost in despotism. Chapter 18. That the Spanish monarchy was a particular case. Let Spain not be cited as an example, rather, it proves what I say. In order to hold America, it did what despotism itself does not do, it destroyed the inhabitants. In order to preserve its colony, Spain had to keep it dependent even for its subsistence. Spain attempted despotism in the Low Countries, and, as soon as it had abandoned this attempt, it became more encumbered. On the one hand, the Walloons would not be governed by the Spaniards, and, on the other, the Spanish soldiers refused to obey the Walloon officers. Spain maintained itself in Italy only by enriching Italy and ruining itself, for those who wanted to be rid of the King of Spain were nevertheless not in a humor to relinquish his money. Chapter 19. Distinctive properties of despotic government. A large empire presupposes a despotic authority in the one who governs. Promptness of resolutions must make up for the distance of the places to which they are sent, fear must prevent negligence in the distant governor or magistrate, the law must be in a single person, and it must change constantly, like accidents, which always increase in proportion to the size of the state. Chapter 20. Consequence of the preceding chapters. If the natural property of small states is to be governed as republics, that of medium-sized ones, to be subject to a monarch, and that of large empires to be dominated by a despot, it follows that, in order to preserve the principles of the established government, the state must be maintained at the size it already has and that it will change its spirit to the degree to which its boundaries are narrowed or extended. Chapter 21. On the Chinese Empire. Before completing this book, I shall answer an objection that may be raised about all I have said to this point. Our missionaries speak of the vast empire of China as of an admirable government, in whose principle intermingle fear, honor, and virtue. I would therefore have made an empty distinction in establishing the principles of the three governments. I do not know how one can speak of honor among peoples who can be made to do nothing without beatings. Moreover, our men of commerce, far from giving us an idea of the same kind of virtue of which our missionaries speak, can rather be consulted about the banditry of the mandarins. I also call to witness the great man, Lord Anson. Besides, Father Perennin's letters on the proceeding that the Emperor caused to be brought against the neophyte princes of the blood who had displeased him show us a tyrannical plan consistently followed and affronts to human nature done as a matter of rule, that is, in cold blood. We also have letters from M. de Myran and the same Father Perennin concerning the government of China. After some very sensible questions and answers, the aura of the marvelous vanishes. Could it not be that the missionaries were deceived by an appearance of order, that they were struck by that continuous exercise of the will of one alone by which they themselves are governed and which they so like to find in the courts of the kings of India? For, as they go there only to make great changes, it is easier for them to convince princes that they can do everything than to persuade the peoples that they can suffer everything. Finally, there is often something true even in errors. Particular and perhaps unique circumstances may make it so that the Chinese government is not as corrupt as it should be. In this country, causes drawn mostly from the physical aspect, climate, have been able to force the moral causes and, in a way, to perform prodigies. The climate of China is such that it prodigiously favors the reproduction of mankind. Women there have such great fertility that nothing like it is seen elsewhere on earth. The cruelest tyranny cannot check the progress of propagation. The prince cannot say, with the pharaoh, "Let us oppress them wisely." He would be reduced, rather, to formulating Nero's wish that mankind should have only one head. Despite tyranny, China, because of its climate, will always populate itself and will triumph over tyranny. China, like all countries where rice is grown, is subject to frequent famines. When the people are starving, they scatter to seek something to eat. Everywhere bands of 3, 4, or 5 robbers form, most are immediately wiped out, others grow and are also wiped out. But, in such a great number of distant provinces, a group may meet with success. It maintains itself, grows stronger, forms itself into an army, goes straight to the capital, and its leader comes to the throne. The nature of the thing is such that bad government there is immediately punished. Disorder is born suddenly when this prodigious number of people lacks subsistence. What makes it so hard to recover from abuses in other countries is that the effects are not felt, the prince is not alerted as promptly and strikingly as in China. He will not feel, as our princes do, that if he governs badly, he will be less happy in the next life, less powerful and less rich in this one. He will know that, if his government is not good, he will lose his empire and his life. As the Chinese people become ever more numerous despite exposing their children, they must work tirelessly to make the lands produce enough to feed themselves. This demands great attention on the part of the government. It is in its interest for everyone at every moment to be able to work without fear of being frustrated for his pains. This should be less a civil government than a domestic government. This is what has produced the rules that are so much discussed. Some have wanted to have laws reign along with despotism, but whatever is joined to despotism no longer has force. This despotism, beset by its misfortunes, has wanted in vain to curb itself. It arms itself with its chains and becomes yet more terrible. Therefore, China is a despotic state whose principle is fear. In the first dynasties, when the empire was not so extensive, perhaps the government deviated a little from that spirit. But that is not so today. Part 2. Book 9. On the laws in their relation with defensive force. Chapter 1. How republics provide for their security. If a republic is small, it is destroyed by a foreign force; if it is large, it is destroyed by an internal vice. This dual drawback taints democracies and aristocracies equally, whether they are good or whether they are bad. The ill is in the thing itself, there is no form that can remedy it. Thus, it is very likely that ultimately men would have been obliged to live forever under the government of one alone if they had not devised a kind of constitution that has all the internal advantages of republican government and the external force of monarchy. I speak of the Federal Republic. This form of government is an agreement by which many political bodies consent to become citizens of the larger state that they want to form. It is a society of societies that make a new one, which can be enlarged by new associates that unite with it. Such associations made Greece flourish for so long. By using them, the Romans attacked the universe, and with their use alone, the universe defended itself from the Romans, and when Rome had reached its greatest height, the barbarians were able to resist it by associations made beyond the Danube and the Rhine, associations made from fright. Because of them, Holland, Germany, and the Swiss leagues are regarded in Europe as eternal republics. Associations of towns were more necessary formerly than they are today. A city without power risked greater perils. Conquest made it lose not only executive and legislative power, as today, but also all property among men. This sort of republic, able to resist external force, can be maintained at its size without internal corruption. The form of this society curbs every drawback. One who might want to usurp could scarcely have equal credit in all the confederated states. If he became too strong in one state, he would alarm all the others. If he subjugated a part, the part still free could resist him with forces independent of those he had usurped and overwhelm him before he had completely established himself. If a sedition occurs in one of the members of the confederation, the others can pacify it. If some abuses are introduced somewhere, they are corrected by the healthy parts. This state can perish in one place without perishing in another. The confederation can be dissolved and the confederates remain sovereign. Composed of small republics, it enjoys the goodness of the internal government of each one, and, with regard to the exterior, it has, by the force of the association, all the advantages of large monarchies. Chapter 2. That the federal constitution should be composed of states of the same nature, above all of republican states. The Canaanites were destroyed because they were small monarchies that had not confederated and did not have a common defense. This is because it is not in the nature of small monarchies to confederate. The Federal Republic of Germany is composed of free towns and small states subject to princes. Experience shows that it is more imperfect than the federal republics of Holland and Switzerland. The spirit of monarchy is war and expansion. The spirit of republics is peace and moderation. The only way these two sorts of governments can continue to exist together in one federal republic is by force. Thus we see in Roman history that when the Veientes chose a king, all the small republics of Tuscany abandoned them. In Greece all was lost when the Macedonian kings gained a place among the Amphictyons. The Federal Republic of Germany, composed of princes and free towns, continues to exist because it has a leader who is, in a way, the magistrate of the Union and, in a way, the monarch. Chapter 3. Other things required in the Federal Republic. In the Republic of Holland, one province cannot make an alliance without the consent of the others. This law is good and even necessary in the Federal Republic. It is missing from the German constitution, where it would curb the misfortunes that can come to all the members from the imprudence, ambition, or avarice of one alone. A republic united in a political confederation has given itself entirely and has nothing more to give. It is unlikely that the states that associate will be of the same size and have equal power. The Republic of the Lycians was an association of 23 towns. The large ones had 3 votes in the Common Council, the medium-sized ones, 2, the small ones, 1. The Republic of Holland is composed of 7 provinces, large and small, each having 1 vote. The towns of Lycia paid the costs in proportion to their votes. The provinces of Holland cannot follow this proportion, they must follow that of their power. In Lycia, the judges and magistrates of the towns were elected by the Common Council in the proportion that we have said. In the Republic of Holland, they are not elected by the Common Council, and each town names its magistrates. If one had to propose a model of a fine federal republic, I would choose the Republic of Lycia. Chapter 4. How despotic states provide for their security. Just as republics unite to provide for their security, despotic states separate and hold themselves, so to speak, apart. They sacrifice a part of the country, ravage the frontiers, and leave them deserted, the main part of the empire becomes inaccessible. It is accepted in geometry that the larger a body, the smaller, relatively, its circumference. Therefore, this practice of laying waste the frontiers is more tolerable in large states than in medium-sized ones. This state does to itself all the ill that could be done by a cruel enemy, but an enemy that could not be checked. The despotic state preserves itself by another kind of separation, by which the distant provinces are put in the hands of a feudatory prince. The Moguls, the Persians, and the emperors of China have their feudatory princes, and the Turks are very well off for having put the Tartars, the Moldavians, the Wallachians, and formerly the Transylvanians between their enemies and themselves. Chapter 5. How monarchy provides for its security. Monarchy does not destroy itself as does the despotic state, but a state of medium size may quickly be invaded. Therefore, it has strongholds that protect its frontiers and armies that defend these strongholds. There one disputes artfully, courageously, and opinionatedly over the smallest area. Despotic states make invasions, only monarchies make war. Strongholds belong to monarchies, despotic states are afraid to have them. They dare not entrust them to anyone, for no one there loves the state or the prince. Chapter 6. On the defensive force of states in general. For a state to be at its full force, its size must be such that there is a relation between the speed with which one can execute an undertaking against it and its promptness in rendering this ineffective. As the one who attacks can suddenly appear everywhere, the one who defends must also be able to appear everywhere. Consequently, the state must be of a medium extent so as to be proportionate to the degree of speed nature has given men to move from one place to another. France and Spain are precisely the requisite size. Their forces communicate so well that they go immediately where they are wanted, the armies join together and go rapidly from one frontier to the other, and one fears none of the things that need a certain amount of time for their execution. It is remarkably fortunate for France that its capital is closer to the different frontiers in proportion to their greater weakness, and the prince here sees each part of his country the better as it is the more exposed. But when a vast state, such as Persia, is attacked, several months must pass before the dispersed troops can assemble, and there can be no forced march for this length of time, as there can be for 2 weeks. If the army on the frontier is beaten, it will surely disperse because its places of retreat are not nearby. The victorious army, finding no resistance, advances by long daily marches, appears at the capital, and besieges it, when the governors of the provinces have just been alerted to send help. Those who judge the revolution at hand hasten it by not obeying. For people, faithful only because punishment is at hand, are no longer faithful when it is distant. They work for their own particular interests. The empire dissolves, the capital is taken, and the conqueror disputes the provinces with the governors. The true power of a prince consists not so much in the ease he has in conquering as in the difficulty there is in attacking him, and, if I dare put it this way, in the immutability of his condition. But the expansion of states makes them expose new sides from which they can be taken. Thus, just as monarchs should be wise in increasing their power, they should be no less prudent in limiting it. While they put an end to the drawbacks of being small, they must always have an eye out for the drawbacks of being large. Chapter 7. Reflections. The enemies of a great prince who has long reigned have accused him 1,000 times, more from fears than from reasons, I believe, of having formed and pursued the project of universal monarchy. If he had succeeded in it, nothing would have been more fatal to Europe, to his first subjects, to himself, and to his family. Heaven, which knows the true advantages, has better served him by defeats than it would have by victories. Instead of making him the only king in Europe, it has favored him more by making him the most powerful of all. The people of his nation, who, in foreign countries, are affected only by that which they have left behind, who, on leaving their home, regard glory as the sovereign good, and in distant countries, as an obstacle to their return, who antagonize even by their good qualities because they seem to join scorn to them, who can bear wounds, perils, or exhaustion, but not the loss of their pleasures, who love nothing so much as their gaiety and are consoled for the loss of a battle by singing of their general, would never have completed such an undertaking, which cannot fail in one country without failing in all others, or fail for a moment without failing forever. Chapter 8. A case where the defensive force of a state is inferior to its offensive force. The comment of Sir de Coucy to King Charles V was that the English are never so weak or so easy to defeat as at home. This is what was said of the Romans, this is what the Carthaginians experienced, it is what will happen to any power that has sent its armies far away in order to bring together by force of discipline and of military power those who are divided among themselves by political or civil interests. The state is weak because of the ill that remains and has been further weakened by the remedy. The maxim of Sir de Coucy is an exception to the general rule by which one is never to undertake distant wars. And this exception indeed proves the rule, because it applies only to those who have themselves broken the rule. Chapter 9. On the relative force of states. All size, all force, all power is relative. One must take care that in seeking to increase real size, one does not diminish relative size. Toward the middle of the reign of Louis XIV, France was at the highest point of its relative size. Germany did not yet have the great monarchs it has since had. Italy was in the same situation. Scotland and England had not formed a monarchy. Aragon had not formed one with Castile, and the separate parts of Spain were weakened by this and weakened Spain. Muscovy was as yet no better known in Europe than was the Crimea. Chapter 10. On the weakness of neighboring states. When a neighboring state is in its decline, one should take care not to hasten its ruin, because this is the most fortunate situation possible. There is nothing more suitable for a prince than to be close to another who receives in his stead all the blows and outrages of fortune. By conquering such a state, one rarely increases as much in real power as one loses in relative power. Book 10. On laws in their relation with offensive force. Chapter 1. On offensive force. Offensive force is regulated by the right of nations, which is the political law of the nations considered in their relation with each other. Chapter 2. On war. The life of states is like that of men. Men have the right to kill in the case of natural defense. States have the right to wage war for their own preservation. In the case of natural defense, I have the right to kill, because my life is mine, as the life of the one who attacks me is his. Likewise a state wages war because its preservation is just, as is any other preservation. Among citizens, the right to natural defense does not carry with it a necessity to attack. Instead of attacking they have the recourse of the tribunals. Therefore, they can exercise that right of defense only in cases that occur so suddenly that one would be lost if one waited for the aid of the laws. But among societies, the right of natural defense sometimes carries with it a necessity to attack, when one people sees that a longer peace would put another people in a position to destroy it and that an attack at this moment is the only way to prevent such destruction. Hence small societies more frequently have the right to wage wars than large ones, because they are more frequently in a position to fear being destroyed. Therefore, the right of war derives from necessity and from a strict justice. If those who direct the conscience or the counsels of princes do not hold to these, all is lost, and, when that right is based on arbitrary principles of glory, of propriety, of utility, tides of blood will inundate the earth. Above all, let one not speak of the prince's glory. His glory is his arrogance, it is a passion and not a legitimate right. It is true that his reputation for power could increase the forces of his state, but his reputation for justice would increase them in any case. Chapter 3. On the right of conquest. From the right of war derives that of conquest, which is its consequence, therefore, it should follow the spirit of the former. When a people is conquered, the right of the conqueror follows four sorts of laws: the law of nature, which makes everything tend toward the preservation of species; the law of natural enlightenment, which wants us to do to others what we would want to have done to us; the law that forms political societies, which are such that nature has not limited their duration; lastly, the law drawn from the thing itself. Conquest is an acquisition. The spirit of acquisition carries with it the spirit of preservation and use, and not that of destruction. One state that has conquered another treats it in one of these four ways: the state continues to govern its conquest according to its own laws and takes for itself only the exercise of the political and civil government, or it gives its conquest a new political and civil government, or it destroys the society and scatters it into others, or, finally, it exterminates all the citizens. The first way conforms to the right of nations we follow at present; the fourth is more in conformity with the right of nations among the Romans. On this point, I leave others to judge how much better we have become. Here homage must be paid to our modern times, to contemporary reasoning, to the religion of the present day, to our philosophy, and to our mores. When the authors of our public right, for whom ancient histories provided the foundation, have no longer followed cases strictly, they have fallen into great errors. They have moved toward the arbitrary, they have assumed among conquerors a right, I do not know which one, of killing. This has made them draw consequences as terrible as this principle and establish maxims that the conquerors themselves, when they had the slightest sense, never adopted. It is clear that, once the conquest is made, the conqueror no longer has the right to kill, because it is no longer for him a case of natural defense and of his own preservation. What has made them think in this way is that they have believed the conqueror had the right to destroy the society, thus they have concluded that he had the right to destroy the men composing it, which is a consequence wrongly drawn from a wrong principle. For, from the annihilation of the society, it would not follow that the men forming that society should also be annihilated. The society is the union of men and not the men themselves; the citizen may perish and the man remain. From the right to kill during conquest, political men have drawn the right to reduce to servitude, but the consequence is as ill-founded as the principle. One has the right to reduce a people to servitude only when it is necessary for the preservation of a conquest. The purpose of conquest is preservation; servitude is never the purpose of conquest, but it is sometimes a necessary means for achieving preservation. In this case, it is against the nature of the thing for this servitude to be eternal. It must be possible for the enslaved people to become subjects. Slavery is accidental to conquest. When, after a certain length of time, all the parts of the conquering state are bound to those of the conquered state by customs, marriage, laws, associations, and a certain conformity of spirit, servitude should cease. For the rights of the conqueror are founded only on the fact that these things do not exist and that there is a distance between the two nations, such that the one cannot trust the other. Thus, the conqueror who reduces a people to servitude should always reserve for himself means, and these means are innumerable, for allowing them to leave it. I am not saying vague things here. Our fathers who conquered the Roman Empire acted in this way. They softened the laws that they made in the heat, impetuosity, and arrogance of victory. Their laws had been hard, they made them impartial. The Burgundians, the Goths, and the Lombards wanted the Romans to continue to be the vanquished people. The laws of Euric, of Gundobad, and of Rotharius made the barbarian and the Roman fellow citizens. To subdue the Saxons, Charlemagne deprived them of their freeborn status and of the ownership of goods. Louis the Pious freed them. He did nothing better during his reign. Time and servitude had softened their mores, they were forever faithful to him. Chapter 4. Some advantages for the conquered peoples. Instead of drawing such fatal consequences from the right of conquest, political men would have done better to speak of the advantages this right can sometimes confer on a vanquished people. They would have been more sensitive to these advantages if our right of nations were followed exactly and if it were established around the earth. Ordinarily states that are conquered do not have the force they had at their institution, corruption has entered them, their laws have ceased to be executed, the government has become an oppressor. Who can doubt that there would be gain for such a state and that it would draw other advantages from the conquest itself, if the conquest were not destructive? What would the government lose by being recast, if it had reached the point of being unable to reform itself? A conqueror who comes to a people among whom the rich, by 1,000 ruses and 1,000 tricks, have imperceptibly practiced an infinite number of usurpations, where the unfortunate man who trembles as he watches what he believed to be abuses become laws is oppressed and believes himself wrong to feel so, a conqueror, I say, can change the course of everything, and muffled tyranny is the first thing which is liable to violence. For example, one has seen states whose oppression by tax collectors was relieved by the conqueror, who had neither the engagements nor the needs of the legitimate prince. Abuses were corrected even without the conquerors correcting them. The frugality of the conquering nation has sometimes put it in a position to leave the vanquished people the necessities that had been taken from them under the legitimate prince. A conquest can destroy harmful prejudices, and, if I dare speak in this way, can put a nation under a better presiding genius. What good could the Spanish not have done the Mexicans? They had a gentle religion to give them, they brought them a raging superstition. They could have set the slaves free, and they made freemen slaves. They could have made clear to them that human sacrifice was an abuse, instead they exterminated them. I would never finish if I wanted to tell all the good things they did not do, and all the evil ones they did. It is for the conqueror to make amends for part of the evils he has done. I define the right of conquest thus, a necessary, legitimate, and unfortunate right, which always leaves an immense debt to be discharged if human nature is to be repaid. Chapter 5. Gelon, King of Syracuse. The finest peace treaty mentioned in history is, I believe, the one Gelon made with the Carthaginians. He wanted them to abolish the custom of sacrificing their children. Remarkable thing. After defeating 300,000 Carthaginians, he exacted a condition useful only to them, or rather, he stipulated one for mankind. The Bactrians had their elders eaten by large dogs. Alexander forbade them to do this, and this was a triumph he gained over superstition. Chapter 6. On a republic that conquers. It is against the nature of the thing for one confederated state under a federal constitution to conquer another, as we have seen among the Swiss in our own time. In mixed federal republics, with an association of small republics and small monarchies, such conquest is less shocking. It is also against the nature of the thing for a democratic republic to conquer towns that could not enter the sphere of the democracy. As the Romans had established from the beginning, the conquered people must be able to enjoy the privileges of sovereignty. The limit to conquest should be the number of citizens fixed for the democracy. If a democracy conquers a people in order to govern it as a subject, it will expose its own liberty, because it will entrust too much power to the magistrates whom it sends out to the conquered state. What danger would not the Republic of Carthage have run if Hannibal had taken Rome? Having caused so many revolutions in his own town after his defeat, what might he not have done there after that victory? Hanno could never have persuaded the Senate not to send aid to Hannibal if he had let only his jealousy speak. That Senate, which Aristotle tells us was very wise, something the prosperity of that republic proves very well, could reach a decision only for sensible reasons. One would have had to be dull-witted not to see that an army 300 leagues away had had necessary losses that had to be repaired. Hanno's party wanted Hannibal to surrender to the Romans. At that time, one could not have feared the Romans, therefore, one feared Hannibal. Hannibal's successes, they say, could not be believed, but how could they be doubted? Were the Carthaginians, scattered around the earth, unaware of what was happening in Italy? It was because they were aware of it that they did not want to send help to Hannibal. Hanno became firmer after Trebia, after Trasimene, after Cannae. It is not their incredulity that grows, it is their fear. Chapter 7. Continuation of the same subject. There is still another drawback to conquests made by democracies. Their kind of government is always odious to subject states. It is monarchical only by a fiction, but, in truth, it is harsher than monarchy, as the experience of all times and all countries has shown. The conquered peoples are in a sad state, they enjoy the advantages neither of the republic nor of the monarchy. What I have said of the popular state can be applied to aristocracy. Chapter 8. Continuation of the same subject. Thus, when a republic holds a people dependent, it must seek to make amends for the drawbacks that arise from the nature of the thing by giving this people a good political right and good civil laws. An Italian republic held certain islanders obedient to it, but its political and civil right in their regard was faulty. One recalls the act of amnesty that stipulated that they would no longer be condemned to corporal penalties in the privy knowledge of the governor. Peoples have often asked for privileges, here it is the sovereign who grants what is the right of all nations. Chapter 9. On a monarchy that conquers its neighbors. If a monarchy can have an influence long before its expansion weakens it, it will become formidable, and its force will last as long as neighboring monarchies continue to press it. Therefore it should conquer only up to the limits natural to its government. Prudence wants it to check itself as soon as it exceeds these limits. In this sort of conquest, things must be left as they were found, the same tribunals, the same laws, the same customs, the same privileges. Nothing should be changed but the army and the sovereign's name. When the monarchy has extended its limits by the conquest of a few neighboring provinces, it must treat them very gently. In a monarchy that has worked long for conquest, the provinces of its first domain will ordinarily be badly trampled. They have to suffer both the new abuses and the old ones, and often a vast capital that engulfs everything has decreased their population. Now if, after the conquest of the area around this domain, the vanquished peoples were treated as were the first subjects, the state would be lost, what the conquered provinces would send in tribute to the capital would no longer return to them, the frontiers would be ruined, and consequently weaker, the peoples would be badly affected by this. The sustenance of armies that were to remain there and have influence would be more precarious. Such is the necessary state of a conquering monarchy, frightful luxury in the capital, poverty in the provinces at some distance from it, abundance at the farthest points. It is as it is with our planet, fire is in the center, greenery on the surface, and between them an arid, cold, and sterile land. Chapter 10. On a monarchy that conquers another monarchy. Sometimes one monarchy conquers another. The smaller the latter is, the better it will be contained by strongholds, the larger, the better preserved by colonies. Chapter 11. On the mores of the vanquished people. In these conquests, it is not enough to leave the vanquished nation its laws, it is perhaps more necessary to leave it its mores, because a people always knows, loves, and defends its mores better than its laws. The French were driven out of Italy 9 times because, say the historians, they were insolent to women and girls. It is too much for a nation to have to suffer not only the conqueror's pride but also his incontinence, not only both these but also his indiscretion, probably the more trying because it multiplies outrages to infinity. Chapter 12. On a Law of Cyrus. I do not consider good the law that Cyrus made, that the Lydians could exercise none but vile or infamous professions. One attends to the most urgent, one thinks of rebellions and not invasions. But invasions will soon come, the two peoples unite, they corrupt each other. I should prefer that the laws maintained the roughness of the victorious people than that they kept up the softness of the vanquished people. Aristodemus, tyrant of Cumae, sought to weaken the courage of the youth. He wanted the boys to let their hair grow long like a girl's, dressing it with flowers, and to wear variously colored robes down to their heels, to have women bring them their parasols, perfumes, and fans when they went to their dancing masters and their music masters. In the bath women gave them their combs and mirrors. This education lasted until the age of 20. This is suitable only for a petty tyrant, who risks his sovereignty in order to defend his life. Chapter 13. Charles XII. This prince, who used only his own forces, brought on his fall by forming designs that could be executed only by a long war, one which his kingdom could not support. It was not a state in its decline that he attempted to overthrow, but a rising empire. The war this prince waged against the Muscovites served them as a school. After each defeat, they came closer to victory, and, while losing abroad, they learned to defend themselves at home. Charles believed himself master of the world in the uninhabited regions of Poland where he roamed and in which Sweden was spread out, as it were, while his principal enemy strengthened itself against him, surrounded him, established itself on the Baltic Sea, and destroyed or captured Livonia. Sweden was like a river whose waters were cut off at the source while its course was being deflected. It was not Poltava that ruined Charles. If he had not been destroyed at that place, he would have been destroyed at another. Accidents of fortune are easily rectified, one cannot avert events that continuously arise from the nature of things. But neither nature nor fortune was ever as strong against him as he himself. He was not ruled by the actual arrangement of things, but rather by a certain model he had chosen, even this he followed badly. He was not Alexander, but he would have been Alexander's best soldier. Alexander's project succeeded only because it was sensible. The unfavorable results of the Persians' invasions of Greece, the conquests of Agesilaus and the retreat of the 10,000 had made known just how superior the Greek manner of doing battle and their sort of weapons were, and it was well known that the Persians were too great to correct themselves. They could no longer weaken Greece by dividing it, it was then united under a leader for whom there was no better means of hiding its servitude from it than to dazzle it by the destruction of its eternal enemies and by the expectation of conquering Asia. As the empire was cultivated by a nation of the most industrious people in the world who plowed their lands on account of religious principle, a nation fertile and abundant in all things, it was very easy for an enemy to subsist there. By the arrogance of these kings, always humbled in vain by their defeats, one might judge that they would hasten their downfall by always giving battle and that flattery would never allow them to doubt of their greatness. And not only was the project wise, but it was wisely executed. Alexander, in the rapidity of his actions, even in the heat of his passions, was led by a vein of reason, if I dare use the term, and those who have wanted to make a romance of his story, those whose spirit was more spoiled than his, have been unable to hide it from us. Let us speak about him at length. Chapter 14. Alexander. He left Greece only after securing Macedonia from the neighboring barbarian peoples and completely oppressing the Greeks. He used this oppression only for the execution of his enterprise. He rendered the Lacedaemonians' jealousy powerless. He attacked the maritime provinces. He made his army follow the seashore in order not to be separated from his fleet. He used discipline remarkably well against numbers. He did not lack provisions, and if it is true that victory gave him everything, he also did everything in order to gain victory. In the beginning of his enterprise, that is, at a time when a defeat could have set him back, he left little to chance. When fortune set him above events, temerity was sometimes one of his means. When he marches against the Triballians and Illyrians before his departure, you see a war like the one Caesar later waged in Gaul. On his way to Greece, it is almost in spite of himself that he captures and destroys Thebes. Camped near their city, he waits until the Thebans want to make peace. They themselves hasten their ruin. When it is a question of battling the naval forces of the Persians, Parmenion is the more audacious, but Alexander is the wiser. By his industry he maneuvered the Persians away from the seashore and reduced them to abandoning their navy, which was superior. In principle, Tyre was attached to the Persians, who could not do without its commerce and its navy. Alexander destroyed it. He took Egypt, which Darius had left stripped of troops while he was collecting innumerable armies in another universe. Alexander owed his mastery of the Greek colonies to the crossing of the Granicus. The Battle of Issus gave him Tyre and Egypt. The Battle of Arbela gave him the whole earth. After the Battle of Issus, he lets Darius flee and concerns himself only with consolidating and ruling his conquests. After the Battle of Arbela, he follows Darius so closely that he leaves him no retreat in his empire. Darius enters his towns and provinces only to leave again. Alexander's marches are so rapid that you believe that empire of the universe is the prize for running, as in the Greek games, rather than the prize for victory. It is thus that he made his conquests. Let us see how he preserved them. He resisted those who wanted him to treat the Greeks as masters and the Persians as slaves. He thought only of uniting the two nations and wiping out the distinctions between the conquerors and the vanquished. After the conquest, he abandoned all the prejudices that had served him in making it. He assumed the mores of the Persians in order not to distress the Persians by making them assume the mores of the Greeks. This is why he showed so much respect for the wife and the mother of Darius and why he was so continent. Who is this conqueror who is mourned by all the peoples he subjected? Who is this usurper whose death moved to tears the family he had removed from the throne? This aspect of his life, historians tell us, can be claimed by no other conqueror. Nothing strengthens a conquest more than unions by marriage between two peoples. Alexander took wives from the nation he had vanquished. He wanted the men of his court to do likewise. The rest of the Macedonians followed his example. The Franks and the Burgundians allowed these marriages. In Spain the Visigoths forbade them and later permitted them. The Lombards not only permitted them but even fostered them. When the Romans wanted to weaken Macedonia, they established there that no unions by marriage could be made between the peoples of one province and another. Alexander, who sought to unite the two peoples, thought of making a large number of Greek colonies in Persia. He built an infinite number of towns and cemented all the parts of this new empire so well that after his death, in the trouble and confusion of the most horrible civil wars, after the Greeks had annihilated themselves, so to speak, none of the Persian provinces rebelled. In order not to drain Greece and Macedonia, he sent a colony of Jews to Alexandria. It was unimportant to him what mores these peoples had, provided they were faithful to him. He left to the vanquished peoples not only their mores but also their civil laws and often even the kings and governors he had found there. He put the Macedonians at the head of the troops and people from the invaded country at the head of the government, preferring to run the risk of the unfaithfulness of some individuals, which occurred a few times, to a general rebellion. He respected the old traditions and everything that recorded the glory or the vanity of these peoples. The kings of Persia had destroyed the temples of the Greeks, Babylonians, and Egyptians. He rebuilt them. There were few nations at whose altars he did not sacrifice. It seemed he had conquered only to be the monarch of each nation and the first citizen of each town. The Romans conquered all in order to destroy all. He wanted to conquer all in order to preserve all, and in every country he entered, his first ideas, his first designs, were always to do something to increase its prosperity and power. He found the first ways for doing this in the greatness of his genius, the second, in his own frugality and his own economy, the third, in his immense prodigality for great things. His hand was closed for private expenditures, it opened for public expenditures. Was it a question of regulating his household? He was a Macedonian. Was it a question of paying soldiers' debts, of letting the Greeks share in his conquest, of making the fortune of each man in his army? He was Alexander. He did two things that were bad: he burned Persepolis and killed Clitus. He made them famous by his repentance, so that one forgot his criminal actions and remembered his respect for virtue, so that these actions were considered misfortunes rather than things proper to him, so that posterity finds the beauty of his soul at virtually the same time as his ravings and his weaknesses, so that one had to be sorry for him and it was no longer possible to hate him. I shall compare him to Caesar. When Caesar wanted to imitate the kings of Asia, he drove the Romans to despair over a thing of pure ostentation. When Alexander wanted to imitate the kings of Asia, he did a thing that entered into the plan of his conquest. Chapter 15. A new means for preserving the conquest. When a monarch conquers a large state, there is an admirable practice, equally proper for moderating despotism and for preserving the conquest. Those who conquered China put it to use. In order not to drive the vanquished people to despair and not to make the victor more arrogant, in order to keep the government from becoming military and to hold the two peoples to their duty, the Tartar family now reigning in China has established that each body of troops in the provinces would be composed half of Chinese and half of Tartars, so that the jealousy between the two nations will hold them to their duty. The tribunals are likewise half Chinese, half Tartar. This produces many good results. 1. The two nations constrain one another. 2. Both keep military and civil power, and one is not wiped out by the other. 3. The conquering nation can spread throughout without weakening and ruining itself. It becomes capable of resisting civil and foreign wars. This is such a sensible institution, that the absence of a like one has led to the ruin of almost all the conquerors on earth. Chapter 16. On a despotic state that conquers. An immense conquest presupposes despotism. In this case, the army that is spread out in the provinces is insufficient. There must always be a specially trustworthy body around the prince, always ready to assail the part of the empire that may waver. This guard should constrain the others and make tremble all those to whom one has been obliged to leave some authority in the empire. Around the Emperor of China, a massive body of Tartars always stands ready in case of need. Among the Moguls, among the Turks, and in Japan, there is a body in the prince's pay, independent of the one maintained by the revenue from the lands. These special forces keep the general ones respectful. Chapter 17. Continuation of the same subject. We have said that the states conquered by the despotic monarch should be feudatory. Historians tire themselves praising the generosity of conquerors who have returned the crown to princes whom they have vanquished. Therefore, the Romans, who made kings everywhere in order to have instruments of servitude, were quite generous. Such an action is a necessary act. If the conqueror keeps the conquered state, the governors he sends will not be able to constrain the subjects, nor will he, his governors. He will be obliged to strip his first patrimony of troops in order to safeguard the new one. All the misfortunes of the two states will be shared, the civil war of the one will be the civil war of the other. But if, on the contrary, the conqueror returns the throne to the legitimate prince, he will of necessity have an ally who, with his own forces, will increase those of the conqueror. We have recently seen Shah Nadir conquer the treasures of the Mughal and leave Hindustan to him. Book 11. On the laws that form political liberty in its relation with the Constitution. Chapter 1. General idea. I distinguish the laws that form political liberty in its relation with the Constitution from those that form it in its relation with the citizen. The first are the subject of the present book, I shall discuss the second in the next book. Chapter 2. The various significations given to the word liberty. No word has received more different significations and has struck minds in so many ways as has liberty. Some have taken it for the ease of removing the one to whom they had given tyrannical power, some, for the faculty of electing the one whom they were to obey, others, for the right to be armed and to be able to use violence, yet others, for the privilege of being governed only by a man of their own nation, or by their own laws. For a certain people liberty has long been the usage of wearing a long beard. Men have given this name to one form of government and have excluded the others. Those who had tasted republican government put it in this government, those who had enjoyed monarchical government placed it in monarchy. In short, each has given the name of libertito the government that was consistent with his customs or his inclinations, and as, in a republic, one does not always have visible and so present the instruments of the ills of which one complains, and as the very laws seem to speak more and the executors of the law to speak less, one ordinarily places liberty in republics and excludes it from monarchies. Finally, as in democracies the people seem very nearly to do what they want, liberty has been placed in this sort of government and the power of the people has been confused with the liberty of the people. Chapter 3. What liberty is. It is true that in democracies the people seem to do what they want, but political liberty in no way consists in doing what one wants. In a state, that is, in a society where there are laws, liberty can consist only in having the power to do what one should want to do and in no way being constrained to do what one should not want to do. One must put oneself in mind of what independence is and what liberty is. Liberty is the right to do everything the laws permit, and if one citizen could do what they forbid, he would no longer have liberty because the others would likewise have this same power. Chapter 4. Continuation of the same subject. Democracy and aristocracy are not free states by their nature. Political liberty is found only in moderate governments. But it is not always in moderate states. It is present only when power is not abused, but it has eternally been observed that any man who has power is led to abuse it, he continues until he finds limits. Who would think it? Even virtue has need of limits. So that one cannot abuse power, power must check power by the arrangement of things. A constitution can be such that no one will be constrained to do the things the law does not oblige him to do or be kept from doing the things the law permits him to do. Chapter 5. On the purpose of various states. Although all states have the same purpose in general, which is to maintain themselves, yet each state has a purpose that is peculiar to it. Expansion was the purpose of Rome, war, that of Lacedaemonia, religion, that of the Jewish laws, commerce, that of Marseilles, public tranquility, that of the laws of China, navigation, that of the laws of the Rhodians, natural liberty was the purpose of the police of the savages, in general, the delights of the prince are the purpose of the despotic states, his glory and that of his state, that of monarchies. The independence of each individual is the purpose of the laws of Poland, and what results from this is the oppression of all. There is also one nation in the world whose constitution has political liberty for its direct purpose. We are going to examine the principles on which this nation founds political liberty. If these principles are good, liberty will appear there as in a mirror. Not much trouble need be taken to discover political liberty in the Constitution. If it can be seen where it is, if it has been found, why seek it? Chapter 6. On the Constitution of England. In each state there are three sorts of powers: legislative power, executive power over the things depending on the right of nations, and executive power over the things depending on civil right. By the first, the prince or the magistrate makes laws for a time or for always and corrects or abrogates those that have been made. By the second, he makes peace or war, sends or receives embassies, establishes security, and prevents invasions. By the third, he punishes crimes or judges disputes between individuals. The last will be called the power of judging, and the former simply the executive power of the state. Political liberty in a citizen is that tranquility of spirit which comes from the opinion each one has of his security, and in order for him to have this liberty the government must be such that one citizen cannot fear another citizen. When legislative power is united with executive power in a single person or in a single body of the magistracy, there is no liberty, because one can fear that the same monarch or senate that makes tyrannical laws will execute them tyrannically. Nor is there liberty if the power of judging is not separate from legislative power and from executive power. If it were joined to legislative power, the power over the life and liberty of the citizens would be arbitrary, for the judge would be the legislator. If it were joined to executive power, the judge could have the force of an oppressor. All would be lost if the same man or the same body of principal men, either of nobles, or of the people, exercised these three powers, that of making the laws, that of executing public resolutions, and that of judging the crimes or the disputes of individuals. In most kingdoms in Europe, the government is moderate because the prince, who has the first two powers, leaves the exercise of the third to his subjects. Among the Turks, where the three powers are united in the person of the Sultan, an atrocious despotism reigns. In the Italian republics, where the three powers are united, there is less liberty than in our monarchies. Thus, in order to maintain itself, the government needs means as violent as in the government of the Turks, witness the state inquisitors and the lion's maw into which an informer can, at any moment, throw his note of accusation. Observe the possible situation of a citizen in these republics. The body of the magistracy, as executor of the laws, retains all the power it has given itself as legislator. It can plunder the state by using its general wills, and, as it also has the power of judging, it can destroy each citizen by using its particular wills. There, all power is one, and, although there is none of the external pomp that reveals a despotic prince, it is felt at every moment. Thus princes who have wanted to make themselves despotic have always begun by uniting in their person all the magistracies, and many kings of Europe have begun by uniting all the great posts of their state. I do believe that the pure hereditary aristocracy of the Italian republics is not precisely like the despotism of Asia. The multitude of magistrates sometimes softens the magistracy. Not all the nobles always concur in the same designs, their various tribunals are formed that temper one another. Thus, in Venice, the Great Council has legislation, the pregati, execution, quarantia, the power of judging. But the ill is that these different tribunals are formed of magistrates taken from the same body, this makes them nearly a single power. The power of judging should not be given to a permanent Senate but should be exercised by persons drawn from the body of the people at certain times of the year in the manner prescribed by law to form a tribunal which lasts only as long as necessity requires. In this fashion the power of judging, so terrible among men, being attached neither to a certain state nor to a certain profession, becomes, so to speak, invisible and null. Judges are not continually in view, one fears the magistracy, not the magistrates. In important accusations, the criminal in cooperation with the law must choose the judges, or at least he must be able to challenge so many of them that those who remain are considered to be of his choice. The two other powers may be given instead to magistrates or to permanent bodies because they are exercised upon no individual, the one being only the general will of the state, and the other, the execution of that general will. But though tribunals should not be fixed, judgments should be fixed to such a degree that they are never anything but a precise text of the law. If judgments were the individual opinion of a judge, one would live in this society without knowing precisely what engagements one has contracted. Further, the judges must be of the same condition as the accused, or his peers, so that he does not suppose that he has fallen into the hands of people inclined to do him violence. If the legislative power leaves to the executive power the right to imprison citizens who can post bail for their conduct, there is no longer any liberty, unless the citizens are arrested in order to respond without delay to an accusation of a crime the law has rendered capital. In this case they are really free because they are subject only to the power of the law. But if the legislative power believed itself endangered by some secret conspiracy against the state or by some correspondence with its enemies on the outside, it could, for a brief and limited time, permit the executive power to arrest suspected citizens who would lose their liberty for a time only so that it would be preserved forever. And this is the only means consistent with reason of replacing the tyrannical magistracy of Thephers and the state inquisitors of Venice, who are also despotic. As, in a free state, every man, considered to have a free soul, should be governed by himself, the people as a body should have legislative power, but, as this is impossible in large states and is subject to many drawbacks in small ones, the people must have their representatives do all that they themselves cannot do. One knows the needs of one's own town better than those of other towns, and one judges the ability of one's neighbors better than that of one's other compatriots. Therefore, members of the legislative body must not be drawn from the body of the nation at large. It is proper for the inhabitants of each principal town to choose a representative from it. The great advantage of representatives is that they are able to discuss public business. The people are not at all appropriate for such discussions. This forms one of the great drawbacks of democracy. It is not necessary that the representatives, who have been generally instructed by those who have chosen them, be instructed about each matter of business in particular, as is the practice in the diets of Germany. It is true that, in their way, the word of the deputies would better express the voice of the nation, but it would produce infinite delays and make each deputy the master of all the others, and on the most pressing occasions the whole force of the nation could be checked by a caprice. Mr. Sidney says properly that when the deputies represent a body of people, as in Holland, they should be accountable to those who have commissioned them. It is another thing when they are deputed by boroughs, as in England. In choosing a representative, all citizens in the various districts should have the right to vote except those whose estate is so humble that they are deemed to have no will of their own. A great vice in most ancient republics was that the people had the right to make resolutions for action, resolutions which required some execution, which altogether exceeds the people's capacity. The people should not enter the government except to choose their representatives. This is quite within their reach. For if there are few people who know the precise degree of a man's ability, yet every one is able to know, in general, if the one he chooses sees more clearly than most of the others. Nor should the representative body be chosen in order to make some resolution for action, a thing it would not do well, but in order to make laws or in order to see if those they have made have been well executed. These are things it can do very well and that only it can do well. In a state there are always some people who are distinguished by birth, wealth, or honors, but if they were mixed among the people and if they had only one voice like the others, the common liberty would be their enslavement and they would have no interest in defending it, because most of the resolutions would be against them. Therefore, the part they have in legislation should be in proportion to the other advantages they have in the state, which will happen if they form a body that has the right to check the enterprises of the people, as the people have the right to check theirs. Thus, legislative power will be entrusted both to the body of the nobles and to the body that will be chosen to represent the people, each of which will have assemblies and deliberations apart and have separate views and interests. Among the three powers of which we have spoken, that of judging is in some fashion null. There remain only two, and, as they need a power whose regulations temper them, that part of the legislative body composed of the nobles is quite appropriate for producing this effect. The nobility should be hereditary. In the first place, it is so by its nature, and, besides, it must have a great interest in preserving its prerogatives, odious in themselves, and which, in a free state, must always be endangered. But, as a hereditary power could be induced to follow its particular interests and forget those of the people, in the things about which one has a sovereign interest in corrupting, for instance, in the laws about levying silver coin, it must take part in legislation only through its faculty of vetoing and not through its faculty of enacting. I call the right to order by oneself, or to correct what has been ordered by another, the faculty of enacting that I call the right to render null a resolution taken by another the faculty of vetoing, which was the power of the tribunes of Rome. And, although the one who has the faculty of vetoing can also have the right to approve, this approval is no more than a declaration that one does not make use of one's faculty of vetoing, and it derives from that faculty. The executive power should be in the hands of a monarch, because the part of the government that almost always needs immediate action is better administered by one than by many, whereas what depends on legislative power is often better ordered by many than by one. If there were no monarch and the executive power were entrusted to a certain number of persons drawn from the legislative body, there would no longer be liberty, because the two powers would be united, the same persons sometimes belonging and always able to belong to both. If the legislative body were not convened for a considerable time, there would no longer be liberty. For one of two things would happen: either there would no longer be any legislative resolution and the state would fall into anarchy, or these resolutions would be made by the executive power, and it would become absolute. It would be useless for the legislative body to be convened without interruption. That would inconvenience the representatives and besides would overburden the executive power, which would not think of executing, but of defending its prerogatives and its right to execute. In addition, if the legislative body were continuously convened, it could happen that one would do nothing but replace the deputies who had died with new deputies, and in this case, if the legislative body were once corrupted, the ill would be without remedy. When various legislative bodies follow each other, the people, holding a poor opinion of the current legislative body, put their hopes, reasonably enough, in the one that will follow, but if the legislative body were always the same, the people, seeing it corrupted, would expect nothing further from its laws, they would become furious or would sink into indolence. The legislative body should not convene itself. For a body is considered to have a will only when it is convened, and if it were not convened unanimously, one could not identify which part was truly the legislative body, the part that was convened or the one that was not. For if it had the right to prorogue itself, it could happen that it would never prorogue itself. This would be dangerous in the event that it wanted to threaten executive power. Besides, there are some times more suitable than others for convening the legislative body. Therefore, it must be the executive power that regulates, in relation to the circumstances it knows, the time of the holding and duration of these assemblies. If the executive power does not have the right to check the enterprises of the legislative body, the latter will be despotic, for it will wipe out all the other powers, since it will be able to give to itself all the power it can imagine. But the legislative power must not have the reciprocal faculty of checking the executive power. For, as execution has the limits of its own nature, it is useless to restrict it. Besides, executive power is always exercised on immediate things. And the power of the tribunes in Rome was faulty in that it checked not only legislation but even execution. This caused great ills. But if, in a free state, legislative power should not have the right to check executive power, it has the right and should have the faculty to examine the manner in which the laws it has made have been executed, and this is the advantage of this government over that of Crete and Lacedaemonia, where Thecusmoi and Thepors were not held accountable for their administration. But, whether or not this examination is made, the legislative body should not have the power to judge the person, and consequently the conduct, of the one who executes. His person should be sacred because, as he is necessary to the state so that the legislative body does not become tyrannical, if he were accused or judged there would no longer be liberty. In this case, the state would not be a monarchy but an unfree republic. But, as he who executes cannot execute badly without having as ministers wicked counselors who hate the law although the laws favor them as men, these counselors can be sought out and punished. And this is the advantage of this government over that of Cnidus, where the people could never get satisfaction for the injustices that had been done to them, as the law did not permit calling Theomimones to judgment even after their administration. Although in general the power of judging should not be joined to any part of the legislative power, this is subject to 3 exceptions founded on the particular interests of the one who is to be judged. Important men are always exposed to envy, and if they were judged by the people, they could be endangered and would not enjoy the privilege of the last citizen of a free state, of being judged by his peers. Therefore, nobles must not be called before the ordinary tribunals of the nation but before that part of the legislative body composed of nobles. It could happen that the law, which is simultaneously clairvoyant and blind, might be too rigorous in certain cases. But the judges of the nation are, as we have said, only the mouth that pronounces the words of the law, inanimate beings who can moderate neither its force nor its rigor. Therefore, the part of the legislative body, which we have just said is a necessary tribunal on another occasion, is also one on this occasion. It is for its supreme authority to moderate the law in favor of the law itself by pronouncing less rigorously than the law. It could also happen that a citizen, in matters of public business, might violate the rights of the people and commit crimes that the established magistrates could not or would not want to punish. But, in general, the legislative power cannot judge, and even less so in this particular case, where it represents the interested party, the people. Therefore, it can be only the accuser. But, before whom will it make its accusation? Will it bow before the tribunals of law, which are lower than it and are, moreover, composed of those who, being also of the people, would be swept along by the authority of such a great accuser? No, in order to preserve the dignity of the people and the security of the individual, that part of the legislature drawn from the people must make its accusation before the part of the legislature drawn from the nobles, which has neither the same interests nor the same passions. This last is the advantage of this government over most of the ancient republics, where there was the abuse that the people were judge and accuser at the same time. Executive power, as we have said, should take part in legislation by its faculty of vetoing, otherwise it will soon be stripped of its prerogatives. But if legislative power takes part in execution, executive power will equally be lost. If the monarch took part in legislation by the faculty of enacting, there would no longer be liberty. But as in spite of this, he must take part in legislation in order to defend himself, he must take part in it by the faculty of vetoing. The cause of the change in government in Rome was that the Senate, which had one part of the executive power, and the magistrates, who had the other, did not have the faculty of vetoing, as the people had. Here, therefore, is the fundamental constitution of the government of which we are speaking. As its legislative body is composed of two parts, the one will be chained to the other by their reciprocal faculty of vetoing. The two will be bound by the executive power, which will itself be bound by the legislative power. The form of these three powers should be rest or inaction. But as they are constrained to move by the necessary motion of things, they will be forced to move in concert. As executive power belongs to the legislative only through its faculty of vetoing, it cannot enter into the discussion of public business. It is not even necessary for it to propose, because, as it can always disapprove of resolutions, it can reject decisions on propositions it would have wanted left unmade. In some ancient republics, where the people as a body discussed the public business, it was natural for the executive power to propose and discuss with them, otherwise, there would have been a strange confusion in the resolutions. If the executive power enacts on the raising of public funds without the consent of the legislature, there will no longer be liberty, because the executive power will become the legislator on the most important point of legislation. If the legislative power enacts, not from year to year, but forever, on the raising of public funds, it runs the risk of losing its liberty, because the executive power will no longer depend upon it, and when one holds such a right forever, it is unimportant whether that right comes from oneself or from another. The same is true if the legislative power enacts, not from year to year, but forever, about the land and sea forces, which it should entrust to the executive power. So that the one who executes is not able to oppress, the armies entrusted to him must be of the people and have the same spirit as the people, as they were in Rome until the time of Marius. This can be so in only two ways: either those employed in the army must have enough goods to be answerable for their conduct to the other citizens and be enrolled for a year only, as was practiced in Rome, or, if the troops must be a permanent body, whose soldiers come from the meanest parts of the nation, legislative power must be able to disband them as soon as the legislature so desires. The soldiers must live with the citizens, and there must not be a separate camp, a barracks, or a fortified place. Once the army is established, it should be directly dependent on the executive power, not on the legislative body, and this is in the nature of the thing, as its concern is more with action than with deliberation. Men's manner of thinking is to make more of courage than of timidity, more of activity than of prudence, more of force than of counsel. The army will always scorn a senate and respect its officers. It will not make much of the orders sent from a body composed of people it believes timid and, therefore, unworthy to command it. Thus, whenever the army depends solely on the legislative body, the government will become military. And if the contrary has ever occurred, it is the effect of some extraordinary circumstances. It is because the army there is always separate, because it is composed of several bodies each of which depends upon its particular province, because the capitals are in excellent locations whose situation alone defends them and which have no troops. Holland is even more secure than Venice. It could flood rebellious troops, it could leave them to die of hunger, since the troops are not in towns that could give them sustenance, their sustenance is precarious. For if, in the case of an army governed by the legislative body, particular circumstances keep the government from becoming military, one will encounter other drawbacks. One of these two things must happen: either the army must destroy the government, or the government must weaken the army. And this weakening will have a fatal cause. it will arise from the very weakness of the government. If one wants to read the admirable work by Tacitus on the mores of the Germans, one will see that the English have taken their idea of political government from the Germans. This fine system was found in the forests. Since all human things have an end, the state of which we are speaking will lose its liberty, it will perish. Rome, Lacedaemonia, and Carthage have surely perished. This state will perish when legislative power is more corrupt than executive power. It is not for me to examine whether at present the English enjoy this liberty or not. It suffices for me to say that it is established by their laws, and I seek no further. I do not claim hereby to disparage other governments, or to say that this extreme political liberty should humble those who have only a moderate one. How could I say that, I who believe that the excess even of reason is not always desirable and that men almost always accommodate themselves better to middles than to extremities? Harrington, in his Oceana, has also examined the furthest point of liberty to which the constitution of a state can be carried. But of him it can be said that he sought this liberty only after misunderstanding it, and that he built Chalcedon with the coast of Byzantium before his eyes. Chapter 7. The monarchies that we know. The monarchies we know do not have liberty for their direct purpose as does the one we have just mentioned. They aim only for the glory of the citizens, the state, and the prince. But this glory results in a spirit of liberty that can, in these states, produce equally great things and can perhaps contribute as much to happiness as liberty itself. The three powers are not distributed and cast on the model of the constitution which we have mentioned. Each instance shows a particular distribution of them and each approximates political liberty accordingly, and, if it did not approximate it, the monarchy would degenerate into despotism. Chapter 8. Why the ancients had no clear idea of monarchy. The ancients did not at all know the government founded on a body of nobility and even less the government founded on a legislative body formed of the representatives of a nation. The republics of Greece and Italy were towns in which each had its own government and assembled its own citizens within its walls. Before the Romans had swallowed up all the republics, there were almost no kings anywhere. In Italy, Gaul, Spain, Germany, all of these were small peoples or small republics. Even Africa was subject to a large republic. Asia Minor was occupied by Greek colonies. Therefore, there was no example either of deputies from towns or of assemblies of the estates. One had to go as far as Persia to find the government of one alone. It is true that there were federal republics. Many towns sent deputies to an assembly. But I say that there was no monarchy on this model. Here is how the plan for the monarchies that we know was formed. The Germanic nations who conquered the Roman Empire were very free, as is known. On the subject one has only to see Tacitus on the mores of the Germans. The conquerors spread out across the country. They lived in the countryside, rarely in the towns. When they were in Germany, the whole nation could be assembled. When they dispersed during the conquest, they could no longer assemble. Nevertheless, the nation had to deliberate on its business as it had done before the conquest. It did so by representatives. Here is the origin of Gothic government among us. It was at first a mixture of aristocracy and monarchy. Its drawback was that the common people were slaves. It was a good government that had within itself the capacity to become better. Giving letters of emancipation became the custom, and soon the civil liberty of the people, the prerogatives of the nobility and of the clergy, and the power of the kings, were in such concert that there has never been, I believe, a government on earth as well tempered as that of each part of Europe during the time that this government continued to exist. And it is remarkable that the corruption of the government of a conquering people should have formed the best kind of government men have been able to devise. Chapter 9. Aristotle's manner of thinking. An awkwardness is clearly seen in Aristotle's treatment of monarchy. He establishes 5 kinds. He does not distinguish among them by the form of the constitution but by accidental things, like the virtues or the vices of the prince, or by extrinsic things, like the usurpation of the tyranny or succession to it. Aristotle includes in the list of monarchies both the empire of the Persians and the kingdom of Lacedaemonia. But who does not see that the one was a despotic state and the other a republic? The ancients, who did not know of the distribution of the 3 powers in the government of one alone, could not achieve a correct idea of monarchy. Chapter 10. The manner of thinking of other political men. In order to temper the government of one alone, Erebus, king of Epirus, could imagine only a republic. The Molossians, not knowing how to restrict this power, made 2 kings. This weakened the state more than the command. One wanted rivals, and one had enemies. 2 kings were allowed only in Lacedaemonia. They did not form the constitution there but rather were a part of the constitution. Chapter 11. On the kings of heroic times among the Greeks. Among the Greeks in heroic times, a kind of monarchy was established that did not continue to exist. Those who had invented the arts, waged war for the people, assembled men who were scattered here and there or given them lands, won the kingdom for themselves and passed it down to their children. They were kings, priests, and judges. This is one of the 5 kinds of monarchy of which Aristotle speaks, and this is the only one that might arouse the idea of the monarchical constitution. But the plan of this constitution is the opposite of that of our monarchies today. The 3 powers were distributed there so that the people had the legislative power, and the king, the executive power and the power of judging, whereas, in the monarchies we know, the prince has the executive and the legislative power, or at least a part of the legislative power, but he does not judge. In the government of the kings of heroic times, the 3 powers were badly distributed. These monarchies could not continue to exist, for, as soon as the people could legislate, they could reduce royalty to nothing at the least caprice, as they did everywhere. Among a free people who have legislative power, among a people enclosed within a town, where everything odious becomes even more odious, the masterwork of legislation is to know where properly to place the power of judging. But it could not be placed worse than in the hands of the one who already had executive power. The monarch became terrible immediately. But at the same time, since he did not legislate, he could not defend himself against legislation. He had too much power and he did not have enough. It had not yet been discovered that the prince's true function was to establish judges and not to judge. The opposite policy rendered unbearable the government of one alone. All these kings were driven out. The Greeks did not imagine the true distribution of the 3 powers in the government of one alone, they imagined it only in the government of many, and they called this sort of constitution police. Chapter 12. On the government of the Roman kings and how the 3 powers were distributed in it. The government of the Roman kings was somewhat related to that of the kings of heroic times among the Greeks. Like them it fell, from its general vice, although in itself and in its particular nature it was very good. In order to make this government understood, I shall distinguish the government of the first 5 kings from that of Servius Tullius and from that of Tarquin. The crown was elective, and under the first 5 kings, the Senate took the greatest part in their election. After a king died, the Senate considered whether one would keep the form of government that had been established. If the Senate judged it advisable to keep the form of government, it named a magistrate drawn from its body to elect a king. The Senate had to approve the election, the people, to confirm it, the auspices, to guarantee it. If one of these 3 conditions were missing, there had to be another election. The constitution was monarchical, aristocratic, and popular, and such was the harmony of power that there was neither jealousy nor dispute in the first reigns. The king commanded the armies and had the stewardship of the sacrifices, he had the power of judging civil and criminal suits, he convoked the Senate, he assembled the people, he brought certain matters of public business before them and ruled on others with the Senate. The Senate had great authority. The kings often picked senators to judge with them, they brought matters of public business to the people only after these had been deliberated upon in the Senate. The people had the right to elect magistrates, to consent to the new laws, and, when the king permitted, to declare war and to make peace. They did not have the power to judge. When Tullius Hostilius referred the judgment of Horatius to the people, he had particular reasons that are found in Dionysius of Halicarnassus. The constitution changed under Servius Tullius. The Senate had no part in his election, he had himself proclaimed king by the people. He divested himself of civil judgments and kept only criminal judgments for himself, he carried all public business directly to the people, he relieved the people of taxes and put the entire load on the patricians. Thus, to the extent that he weakened the royal power and the authority of the Senate, he increased the power of the people. Tarquin had himself elected neither by the Senate nor by the people, he regarded Servius Tullius as a usurper and took the crown as a hereditary right, he exterminated most of the senators, he no longer consulted those who remained and did not even summon them to hear his judgments. His power increased, but what was odious about this power became still more odious, he usurped the power of the people, he made laws without them, he even made some in opposition to them. He would have united the three powers in his person, but the people remembered at a certain moment that they were the legislator, and Tarquin was no longer. Chapter 13. General reflections on the state of Rome after the expulsion of the kings. One can never leave the Romans, thus it is that even today in their capital one leaves the new palaces to go in search of the ruins, thus it is that the eye that has rested on flower-strewn meadows likes to look at rocks and mountains. The patrician families had always had great prerogatives. These distinctions, great under the kings, became much more important after the kings were expelled. This caused jealousy among the plebeians, who wanted to bring down the patricians. Dispute struck at the constitution without weakening the government, for, provided the magistracies preserved their authority, it did not matter from which family the magistrates came. An elective monarchy, as was Rome, necessarily assumes a powerful aristocratic body that sustains it, this failing, it changes immediately into a tyranny or into a popular state. But a popular state does not need family distinctions to maintain itself. This is why the patricians, who were necessary parts of the constitution at the time of the kings, became a superfluous part of it at the time of the consuls. The people were able to bring down the patricians without destroying themselves and to change the constitution without corrupting it. When Servius Tullius debased the patricians, Rome had to fall from the hands of the kings into those of the people. But when the people brought the patricians down, they did not have to fear falling back into the hands of the kings. A state can change in two ways, either because its constitution is corrected or because it is corrupted. If the state has preserved its principles and its constitution changes, the latter corrects itself. If the state has lost its principles when its constitution starts to change, the constitution is corrupted. After the expulsion of the kings, Rome would have been a democracy. The people already had legislative power, their unanimous vote had driven out the kings, and if their will had flagged, the Tarquins could have returned at any moment. To claim that the people had wanted to drive away the kings only to become slaves to a few families would not be reasonable. Therefore the situation required that Rome be a democracy, but nevertheless it was not one. The power of the principal men had yet to be tempered, and the laws had yet to be inclined toward democracy. States are often more flourishing during the imperceptible shift from one constitution to another than they are under either constitution. At that time all the springs of the government are stretched, all the citizens have claims, one is attacked or flattered, and there is a noble rivalry between those who defend the declining constitution and those who put forward the one that prevails. Chapter 14. How the distribution of the three powers began to change after the expulsion of the kings. For things principally ran counter to the liberty of Rome. The patricians alone had obtained all the sacred, political, civil and military employments, an exorbitant power had been attached to the consulate, the people were subjected to outrages, finally, they had almost no influence left in the voting. The people corrected these four abuses. 1. They had it established that there would be magistracies to which plebeians could aspire, and they gradually obtained a place for themselves in all of them except that of the interrex. 2. The consulate was broken up and formed into several magistracies. Praetors were created who were given the power to judge on private suits, quaestors were named in order to have public crimes judged, aediles were established to whom supervision of the police was given, also treasurers were made who were to administer the public monies. Finally, by the creation of censors, the consuls were removed from the part of the legislative power that regulates the mores of citizens and the immediate police of the various bodies of the state. The principal prerogatives that remained to the consuls were that they presided over the great assemblies of the people, convened the Senate, and commanded the armies. 3. The sacred laws established tribunes who could, at any moment, check the enterprises of the patricians and who prevented not only particular wrongs but also general ones. Finally, the plebeians increased that influence in public decisions. The Roman people were divided in three ways, by centuries, by curiae, and by tribes, and when they voted, they were convened and formed in one of these three ways. In the first, the patricians, the principal men, the rich people, and the Senate, groups that were nearly the same, had almost all the authority. In the second, they had less, in the third, still less. The division by centuries was a division based on the census and on means, rather than a division by persons. The whole of the people was divided into 193 centuries, each having one vote. The patricians and the principal men formed the first 98 centuries, the rest of the citizens were spread over the other 95. Therefore the patricians were the masters of the votes in this division. In the division by curiae, the patricians did not have the same advantages. Yet they had some. The auspices had to be consulted, and the patricians were in control of them. No proposition could be made to the people that had not previously been brought to the Senate and approved by a senatus consult. But in the division by tribes, there was no question of auspices or of senatus consult, and the patricians were not admitted. Now, the people kept on seeking to use the division by curiae for those assemblies that were customarily divided by centuries and the division by tribes for those assemblies that were done by curiae, which led to the transfer of public business from the hands of the patricians into those of the plebeians. Thus, when the plebeians had gained the right to judge patricians, beginning with the affair of Coriolanus, the plebeians wanted to judge them assembled by tribes and not by centuries, and when the new magistracies of tribunes and aediles, which favored the people, were established, the people obtained that they would be assembled by curiae to name them, and when their power was firm, they gained the naming of the tribunes and the aediles in an assembly by tribes. Chapter 15. How, in the flourishing state of the Republic, Rome suddenly lost its liberty. In the heat of the disputes between the patricians and the plebeians, the latter asked for fixed laws to be given so that judgments would no longer be the result of a capricious will or an arbitrary power. After much resistance, the Senate acquiesced. Decemvirs were named to compose these laws. It was believed that they had to be granted great power because they had to give laws to parties that were almost incompatible. The naming of all the magistrates was suspended, and in Thecamitiathi were elected sole administrators of the republic. They were invested with both the power of the consuls and the power of the tribunes. The former gave them the right to convene the Senate, the latter, that of convening the people, but they convoked neither the Senate nor the people. 10 men alone in the republic had all the legislative power, all the executive power, all the power of judgment. Rome saw itself subject to a tyranny as cruel as that of Tarquin. When Tarquin exercised his oppressive measures, Rome was indignant at the power he had usurped. When the Decemvirs exercised theirs, it was astonished by the power it had given away. But what was this tyrannical system, produced by people who had gained political and military power only from their knowledge of civil business, and who in the circumstances of that time needed the citizens' cowardice inside so that they would let themselves be governed, and the citizens' courage outside as a defense? The spectacle of the death of Virginia, sacrificed by her father to modesty and to liberty, made the power of the Decemvirs evaporate. Each man was free because each one was offended, everyone became a citizen because everyone was a father. The Senate and the people returned to a liberty that had been entrusted to ridiculous tyrants. The Roman people, more than any other, were moved by spectacles. That of the bloody body of Lucretia brought royalty to an end. The debtor who appeared covered with sores in the square changed the form of the republic. The sight of Virginia drove out the Decemvirs. For Manlius to be condemned, the people had to be put where they could not see the capital. The bloody robe of Caesar returned Rome to servitude. Chapter 16. On legislative power in the Roman Republic. There were no rights to dispute under the Decemvirs, but when liberty returned, jealousies could be seen anew. So long as some privileges remained to the patricians, the plebeians took them away. Little ill would have been done if the plebeians had been satisfied to deprive the patricians of the prerogatives instead of also offending them in their status as citizens. When the people were assembled by curiae or by centuries, they were composed of senators, patricians, and plebeians. In the disputation, the plebeians won the point that they alone, without the patricians or the Senate, could make laws, which were called plebiscites, and Thecamitia where they were made was called Thecamitiae tribes. Thus, there were cases in which the patricians had no part in legislative power and in which they were subject to the legislative power of another body of the state. It was a frenzy of liberty. The people, in order to establish democracy, ran counter to the very principles of democracy. It seemed that such an exorbitant power should have reduced the authority of the Senate to nothing, but Rome had admirable institutions. These were principally two: in the one, the legislative power of the people was regulated, in the other, it was limited. Every 5 years the censors formed and created the body of the people, as the consuls had formerly done. They exercised legislation even over the body that had legislative power. Tiberius Gracchus, censor, says Cicero, transferred the freedmen to the tribes of the town, not by the force of his eloquence, but by a word and by a gesture, and if he had not, we would no longer have this republic, which we barely sustain today. On the other hand, the Senate had the power to remove the republic from the hands of the people, so to speak, by creating a dictator before whom the sovereign bowed and the most popular laws remained silent. Chapter 17. On executive power in the same republic. If the people were jealous of their legislative power, they were less so of their executive power. They left it almost entirely to the Senate and the consuls, and they reserved to themselves scarcely more than the right to elect magistrates and to confirm the acts of the Senate and of the generals. Rome, whose passion was to command, whose ambition was to subject everything, who had always usurped, who usurped still, continually pursued great matters of public business, its enemies plotted against it, or it plotted against them. As it was obliged to conduct itself, on the one hand, with heroic courage and, on the other hand, with consummate wisdom, the state of things required that the Senate direct public business. The people quarreled with the Senate over all the branches of legislative power, because they were jealous of their liberty. They did not quarrel with it over the branches of executive power, because they were jealous of their glory. The part played by the Senate in executive power was so great that Polybius says all foreigners thought that Rome was an aristocracy. The Senate dispersed the public funds and farmed out the revenues. It was the arbiter for suits of the allies. It decided on war and peace and directed the consuls in this regard. It fixed the number of Roman and allied troops, distributed the provinces and the armies to the consuls or the praetors, and, when their year of command expired, it could give them to a successor. It decreed triumphs. It received and sent embassies. It named kings, rewarded them, punished them, judged them, and gave, or made them lose the title of allies of the Roman people. The consuls levied the troops that they were to lead to war. They commanded the armies on land or on sea. They marshaled the allies. In the provinces they had all the power of the republic. They made peace with vanquished peoples, and imposed conditions on them or referred them to the Senate. In early times, when the people had some part in the business of war and peace, they exercised their legislative power rather than their executive power. They scarcely did more than confirm what the kings had done and what the consuls or the Senate had done after them. The people were so far from being the arbiters of war that we see that the consuls or the Senate often made war in spite of the opposition of their tribunes. But in the drunkenness of their prosperity, they increased their executive power. Thus, they themselves created tribunes in the legions who had until then been named by the generals, and some time before the First Punic War they ruled that they alone would have the right to declare war. Chapter L8. On the power of judging in the Roman government. The power of judging was given to the people, to the Senate, to the magistrates, and to certain judges. Its distribution must be seen. I begin with matters of civil business. After the kings, the consuls judged, and the praetors judged after the consuls. Servius Tullius had divested himself of judging civil suits. The consuls did not judge them either except in very rare cases that were called, for this reason, extraordinary. They were satisfied to name the judges and to form the tribunals that were to judge. It seems, according to the discourse of Appius Claudius, in Dionysius of Halicarnassus, that as early as the Roman year 259, for 95 B.C., this was regarded as an established custom among the Romans, and tracing it back to Servius Tullius is not going very far back. Each year, the praetor made a list or table of those he chose to perform the function of judges during the year of his magistracy. A number sufficient for each suit was taken from it. The English practice is quite similar. And, what was very favorable to liberty is that the praetor selected the judges with the consent of both parties. That many objections to judges may be made in England today amounts to approximately this usage. These judges decided only questions of fact, for example, if a sum had been paid or not, if an action had been committed or not. But because questions of right required a certain ability, these were taken to the tribunal of the centumvirs. The kings kept for themselves the judgment of criminal suits, and the consuls succeeded them in this. As a consequence of this authority, the consul Brutus had his children put to death as well as all who had conspired on behalf of the Tarquins. This power was exorbitant. The consuls, who already held military power, carried its exercise even into the public business of the town, and their proceedings, devoid of the forms of justice, were violent actions rather than judgments. This brought about the Valerian law, which permitted an appeal to the people of all the ordinances of the consuls that might imperil the life of a citizen. The consuls could no longer pronounce a capital penalty against a Roman citizen except with the will of the people. One sees in the first conspiracy to reinstate the Tarquins that the consul Brutus judges the guilty, in the second, the Senate and thecomitiaire convene to judge. The laws Caled Sacred gave the plebeians the tribunes, who formed a body that at first made immense claims. One does not know which was greater, the cowardly effrontery of the plebeians in asking or the complaisance and readiness of the Senate in acquiescing. The Valerian law had permitted appeals to the people, that is, to the people composed of senators, patricians, and plebeians. The plebeians established that appeals would be brought before them. Soon the question was raised as to whether the plebeians could judge a patrician. This was the subject of a debate that arose with the affair of Coriolanus and ended with it. Coriolanus, accused by the tribunes before the people, maintained, contrary to the spirit of the Valerian law, that, being a patrician, he could be judged only by the consuls. The plebeians, contrary to the spirit of the same law, claimed that he was to be judged by them alone, and they judged him. The law of the 12 Tables modified the preceding. It ordered that one could not decide upon the life of a citizen except in the great estates of the people. Thus, the body of plebeians, or what is the same thing, thecomitiae tribes, no longer judged any but the crimes whose penalty was only a pecuniary fine. There had to be a lotto inflict a capital penalty. To condemn to a pecuniary penalty, there had only to be a plebiscite. This provision of the law of the 12 Tables was very wise. It led to forming an admirable conciliation between the body of the plebeians and the Senate. For, as the competence of each to judge depended on the magnitude of the penalty and the nature of the crime, they had to join together. The Valerian law removed all that remained in Rome of that government which was related to the Greek kings of heroic times. The consuls found themselves without the power to punish crimes. Although all crimes are public, one must distinguish between those of more interest to the citizens among themselves and those of more interest to the state in its relation with a citizen. The first crimes are called private, the second are public. The people themselves judged public crimes, and in regard to private ones, they named through a particular commission a quaestor to pursue each crime. The people often chose one of the magistrates, but sometimes they chose a private man. He was called a quaestor of parricide. This is mentioned in the law of the 12 Tables. The quaestor named the judge of the question, as he was called, who picked the judges by lot, formed the tribunal, and presided under him at the judgment. It is well to observe here the part the Senate took in naming the quaestor, so that one may see how the powers were balanced in this regard. Sometimes the Senate had a dictator elected to perform the function of the quaestor, sometimes it ordered the people to be convoked by a tribune so that they would name a quaestor. Finally, the people sometimes named a magistrate to report to the Senate about a certain crime and to ask it to name a quaestor, as seen in the judgment of Lucius Scipio in Livy. In the Roman year 604, 150 B.C., some of these commissions were made permanent. One gradually divided all criminal matters into various parts, which were called perpetual questions. Various praetors were created, and each was given one of these questions. The praetors were given the power to judge the crimes which fell to them for a year, and after that they went to govern their provinces. In Carthage, the Senate of the 100 was composed of judges serving for life. But in Rome the praetors served for 1 year and the judges served even less than a year because they were chosen for each suit. One has seen, in of this book, how much this provision was favorable to liberty in certain governments. Judges were drawn from the order of senators until the times of the Gracchi. Tiberius Gracchus ordered that they be drawn from that of knights, this was such a considerable change that the tribune boasted of having by a single rogation cut the sinews of the senatorial order. It must be observed that the three powers may be well distributed in relation to the liberty of the Constitution, though they are not so well distributed in their relation with the liberty of the citizen. In Rome, as the people had the greater part of the legislative power, part of the executive power, and part of the power of judging, they were a great power that had to be counterbalanced by another. The Senate certainly had part of the executive power, it had some branch of the legislative power, but this was not enough to counterbalance the people. It had to have part of the power of judging, and it had a part when judges were chosen from among the senators. When the Gracchi deprived the senators of the power of judging, the Senate could no longer stand up to the people. Therefore, they ran counter to the liberty of the Constitution in order to favor the liberty of the citizen, but the latter was lost along with the former. Infinite ills resulted. The Constitution was changed at a time when, in the heat of civil discords, there was scarcely a constitution. The knights were no longer the middle order uniting the people and the Senate, and the chain of the Constitution was broken. There were also some particular reasons that should have kept judging from being transferred to the knights. The Roman constitution was founded on the principle that those who had enough goods to be responsible to the Republic for their conduct should be soldiers. The knights, as the richest men, formed the cavalry of the legions. When their status was raised, they refused to serve any longer in this guard, another cavalry had to be levied, Marius admitted all sorts of people into the legions, and the Republic was lost. In addition, the knights were the tax collectors of the Republic, they were rapacious, they heaped misfortune on misfortune and made public needs rise from public needs. Far from giving such people the power of judging, they should continually have been watched by judges. It must be said in praise of the old French laws that the stipulations made for the men of public business were made with the distrust one has for enemies. In Rome, when judgments were transferred to the tax collectors, virtue, police, laws, magistracy, and magistrates were no longer. An artless picture of this is found in fragments of Diodorus of Sicily and of Dio. Diodorus says, Mutius Scaevola wanted to call back the old mores and live from his own means with frugality and integrity. For his predecessors, in league with the tax collectors who were at that time judging in Rome, had filled the province with all sorts of crimes. But Scaevola meted out justice to the publicans and put into prison those who had been sending others there. Dio tells us that Publius Rutilius, his lieutenant, who was no less odious to the knights, was accused on his return of having accepted some presents and was condemned to pay a fine. He surrendered his goods at once. His innocence was manifest, for he was found to have many fewer goods than he was accused of having stolen, and he showed the titles to the property. He would no longer remain in the town with such people. Diodorus says further, the Italians bought troops of slaves in Sicily to plough their fields and care for their herds, they refused them food. These unfortunate men were obliged to rob on the highways, armed with lances and clubs, covered with the skins of beasts and accompanied by big dogs. The whole province was ravaged, and the people of that country could properly call their own only the things within the town walls. There was neither proconsul nor praetor who could or would oppose this disorder or who would dare punish these slaves, because they belonged to the knights who were the judges in Rome. This was one of the causes of the slave war. I shall say only one word, a profession that neither has nor can have any object but gain, a profession that was always asking and of whom nothing was asked, an insidious and inexorable profession which impoverished wealth and even poverty, should not have been giving judgments in Rome. Chapter 19. On the government of the Roman provinces. The three powers were distributed in the town in this way, but it was far from being the same in the provinces. Liberty was at the center and tyranny at the extremities. At the time when Rome dominated only Italy, the peoples were governed as confederates, the laws of each republic were followed. But, when it carried its conquests further, when the Senate had no direct view of the provinces, when the magistrates in Rome could no longer govern the empire, then praetors and proconsuls had to be sent. From then on, there was no longer harmony between the three powers. The power of those who were sent brought together that of all the Roman magistrates, what am I saying, even that of the Senate, even that of the people. These were despotic magistrates, quite suitable for the far distant places to which they were sent. They exercised the three powers, they were, if I dare use this term, the pashas of the republic. We have said elsewhere that by the nature of things in a republic the same citizens had civil and military employments. The result is that a conquering republic can scarcely extend its government and control the conquered state in accordance with the form of its constitution. Indeed, since the magistrate it sends to govern has the executive power over both civil and military business, he must also have legislative power, for who else would make the laws? He must also have the power of judging, for who would judge independently of him? Therefore, the governor sent by a republic must have the three powers, as he had in the Roman provinces. A monarchy can more easily extend its government, because some of the officers it sends to the provinces have executive power in matters of civil business and others, executive power in matters of military business, which does not bring about despotism. That a Roman citizen could be judged only by the people was a privilege of great consequence for him. Otherwise he would have been subjected to the arbitrary power of a proconsul or a propraetor in the provinces. The town did not feel the tyranny, which was exercised only over the subject nations. Thus, in the Roman world, as in Lacedaemonia, those who were free were exceedingly free, and those who were slaves were exceedingly enslaved. While the citizens paid taxes, they were levied with a very great fairness. The levy was in accord with the establishment of Servius Tullius, who had distributed all the citizens into 6 classes in the order of their wealth and had set their share of the impost in proportion to the share each one had in the government. The result was that some tolerated the high tax because of their great influence, and that others consoled themselves for their small influence with their low tax. There was another remarkable thing, it is that, since the division of Servius Tullius by classes was the fundamental principle of the constitution, so to speak, it happened that fairness in levying taxes derived from the fundamental principle of this government and could be removed only when it was. But while Rome paid taxes painlessly or paid none at all, the provinces were ravaged by the knights, who were the tax collectors for the republic. We have spoken of their harassments, and all history is full of them. All Asia awaits me as its liberator, said Mithridates, the pillages of the proconsuls, the exactions of the men of public business, and the calumny of their judgments have aroused such great hatred for the Romans. This is why the force of the provinces added nothing to the force of the republic and, on the contrary, only weakened it. This is why the provinces regarded the loss of liberty in Rome as the period of the establishment of their own. Chapter 20. End of this book. I should like to seek out in all the moderate governments we know the distribution of the three powers and calculate thereupon the degrees of liberty each one of them can enjoy. But one must not always so exhaust a subject that one leaves nothing for the reader to do. It is not a question of making him read but of making him think. Book 12. On the laws that form political liberty in relation to the citizen. Chapter 1. The idea of this book. It is not enough to treat political liberty in its relation to the Constitution, it must be shown in its relation to the citizen. I have said that, in the former instance, liberty is formed by a certain distribution of the three powers, but in the latter it must be considered with a different idea in view. It consists in security or in one's opinion of one's security. It can happen that the constitution is free and that the citizen is not. The citizen can be free and the constitution not. In these instances, the constitution will be free by right and not in fact, the citizen will be free in fact and not by right. Only the disposition of the laws, and especially of the fundamental laws, forms liberty in its relation to the constitution. But, in the relation to the citizen, mores, manners, and received examples can give rise to it and certain civil laws can favor it, as we shall see in the present book. Further, as in most states liberty is more hampered, countered, or beaten down than is required by their constitutions, it is well to speak of the particular laws that, in each constitution, can aid or run counter to the principle of the liberty of which each government can admit. Chapter 2. On the liberty of the citizen. Philosophical liberty consists in the exercise of one's will or, at least, if all systems must be mentioned, in one's opinion that one exerts one's will. Political liberty consists in security or, at least, in the opinion one has of one's security. The security is never more attacked than by public or private accusations. Therefore, the citizen's liberty depends principally on the goodness of the criminal laws. Criminal laws were not perfected all at once. In the very places one most sought liberty, one did not always find it. Aristotle tells us that at Cumae, the accuser's relatives could be witnesses. Under the Roman kings, the law was so imperfect that Servius Tullius pronounced sentence against the children of Ancus Marcius, accused of having assassinated his father-in-law, the king. Under the first kings of the Franks, Clotaire made a law that an accused man could not be condemned without being heard, which proves that there was an opposite practice in some particular case or among some barbarian people. It was Charondas who introduced judgments against false testimonies. When the innocence of the citizens is not secure, neither is liberty. The knowledge already acquired in some countries and yet to be acquired in others, concerning the surest rules one can observe in criminal judgments, is of more concern to mankind than anything else in the world. Liberty can be founded only on the practice of this knowledge, and in a state that had the best possible laws in regard to it, a man against whom proceedings had been brought and who was to be hung the next day would be freer than is a pasha in Turkey. Chapter 3. Continuation of the same subject. The laws that send a man to his death on the deposition of a single witness are fatal to liberty. Reason requires two, because a witness who affirms and an accused who denies produce a division, and there must be a third for a decision. The Greeks and the Romans required one additional voice to condemn. Our French laws require two. The Greeks claimed that their usage had been established by the gods, but ours was. Chapter 4. That liberty is favored by the nature of penalties, and by their proportion. It is the triumph of liberty when criminal laws draw each penalty from the particular nature of the crime. All arbitrariness ends, the penalty does not ensue from the legislator's capriciousness but from the nature of the thing, and man does not do violence to man. There are four sorts of crimes. Those of the first kind run counter to religion, those of the second, to mores, those of the third, to tranquility, those of the fourth, to the security of the citizens. The penalties inflicted should derive from the nature of each of these kinds. I include in the class of crimes concerning religion only those that attack it directly, such as all cases of simple sacrilege. For crimes of disturbing the exercise of religion are of the nature of those that run counter to the tranquility or the security of the citizens and should be shifted to these classes. In order for the penalty against simple sacrilege to be drawn from the nature of the thing, it should consist in the deprivation of all the advantages given by religion, expulsion from the temples, deprivation of the society of the faithful for a time or forever, shunning the presence of the sacrilegious, execration, detestation, and exorcism. In the things that disturb the tranquility or security of the state, hidden actions are a concern of human justice. But in those that wound the divinity, where there is no public action, there is no criminal matter, it is all between the man and God who knows the measure and the time of his vengeance. For if the magistrate, confusing things, even searches out hidden sacrilege, he brings an inquisition to a kind of action where it is not necessary, he destroys the liberty of citizens by arming against them the zeal of both timid and brash consciences. The ill came from the idea that the divinity must be avenged. But one must make divinity honored, and one must never avenge it. Indeed, if one were guided by the latter idea, where would punishments end? If men's laws are to avenge an infinite being, they will be ruled by his infinity and not by the weakness, ignorance, and caprice of human nature. An historian of Provence reports a fact that paints very clearly for us what this idea of avenging the divinity can produce in weak spirits. A Jew, accused of having blasphemed the Holy Virgin, was condemned to be flayed. Masked knights with knives in their hands mounted the scaffold and drove away the executioner in order to avenge the honor of the Holy Virgin themselves. I certainly do not want to anticipate the reader's reflections. The second class is of crimes against the mores. These are the violation of public or individual continence, that is, of the police concerning how one should enjoy the pleasures associated with the use of one's senses and with corporal union. The penalties for these crimes should also be drawn from the nature of the thing. Deprivation of the advantages that society has attached to the purity of mores, fines, shame, the constraint to hide oneself, public infamy, and expulsion from the town and from society, finally, all the penalties within the correctional jurisdiction suffice to repress the temerity of the two sexes. Indeed, these things are founded less on wickedness than on forgetting or despising oneself. Here it is a question only of crimes that involve mores alone, not of those that also run counter to public security, such as kidnapping and rape, which are of the fourth kind. The crimes of the third class are those that run counter to the citizen's tranquility, and the penalties for them should be drawn from the nature of the thing and relate to that tranquility, such as deprivation, exile, corrections, and other penalties that restore men's troubled spirits and return them to the established order. I restrict crimes against tranquility to the things that are a simple breach of police, the ones that, while disturbing tranquility, attack security at the same time, should be put in the fourth class. The penalties for these last crimes are what are called punishments. They are a kind of retaliation, which causes the society to refuse to give security to a citizen who has deprived or has wanted to deprive another of it. This penalty is derived from the nature of the thing and is drawn from reason and from the sources of good and evil. A citizen deserves death when he has violated security so far as to take or to attempt to take a life. The death penalty is the remedy, as it were, for a sick society. When one violates security with respect to goods, there can be reasons for the penalty to be capital, but it would perhaps be preferable, and it would be more natural, if the penalty for crimes committed against the security of goods were punished by the loss of goods. And that ought to be so, if fortunes were common or equal, but as those who have no goods more readily attack the goods of others, the corporal penalty has had to replace the pecuniary penalty. All that I say is drawn from nature and is quite favorable to the citizen's liberty. Chapter 5. On certain accusations in particular need of moderation and prudence. Important maxim: one must be very circumspect in the pursuit of magic and of heresy. Accusation of these two crimes can offend liberty in the extreme and be the source of infinite tyrannies if the legislator does not know how to limit it. For, as it does not bear directly on the actions of a citizen, but rather on the idea one has of his character, the accusation becomes dangerous in proportion to the people's ignorance, and from that time, a citizen is always in danger because the best conduct in the world, the purest morality, and the practice of all one's duties do not guarantee one from being suspected of these crimes. Under Manuel Comnès, the protestator was accused of conspiring against the emperor and of using to this end certain secrets that made men invisible. It is said, in the life of this emperor, that Aaron was caught reading a book of Solomon, and that by reading it legions of demons would appear. Now, by supposing a power in magic that can arm hell, and by starting from this, he whom one calls a magician is considered the man in the world most likely to disturb and overthrow society, and one is drawn to punish him immeasurably. Indignation grows when one includes in magic the power to destroy religion. The history of Constantinople tells us that, when a bishop had the revelation that a miracle had ceased because of the magic of a certain individual, that person and his son were condemned to death. On how many prodigious things did this crime not depend? That it should not be rare for there to be revelations, that this bishop had had one, that it was true, that there had been a miracle, that this miracle had ceased, that there is magic, that magic can overturn religion, that this individual was a magician, finally, that he had done this act of magic. The Emperor Theodore Lascaris attributed his illness to magic. Those who were accused of it had no other recourse but to handle a hot iron without burning themselves. It would have been a good thing, among these Greeks, to be a magician in order to vindicate oneself of the accusation of magic. Such was the excess of their ignorance that, to the most dubious crime in the world, they joined the most dubious proofs. Under the reign of Philip the Tall, the Jews were run out of France, having been accused of allowing lepers to pollute the wells. This absurd accusation certainly should cast doubt on all accusations founded on public hatred. I have not said here that heresy must not be punished, I say that one must be very circumspect in punishing it. Chapter 6. On the crime against nature. Please God that I may not diminish the horror that one has for a crime that religion, morality, and policy condemn in turn. It would have to be proscribed if it did no more than give to one sex the weaknesses of the other and prepare for an infamous old age by a shameful youth. What I shall say will leave it all of its stigma and will bear only on the tyranny that can take an unfair advantage of even the horror in which it should be held. As it is in the nature of this crime to be hidden, legislators have often punished it on the deposition of a child. This opened wide the door to calumny. Justinian, says Procopius, published a law against this crime. He made inquiries about those who were guilty of it, not only after the law was made but before. The deposition of a witness, sometimes a child, sometimes a slave, sufficed, especially against the rich and those who were of the faction of the Greens. It is singular that among ourselves 3 crimes, magic, heresy, and the crime against nature, of which it can be proved that the first does not exist, that the second is susceptible to infinite distinctions, interpretations and limitations, and that the third is often hidden, were all 3 punished by the penalty of burning. I shall assert that the crime against nature will not make much progress in a society unless the people are also inclined to it by some custom, as among the Greeks, where the young people performed all their exercises naked, as among ourselves where education at home is no longer the usage, as among the Asians where some individuals have a large number of wives whom they scorn while others can have none. Do not clear the way for this crime, let it be proscribed by an exact police, as are all the violations of mores, and one will immediately see nature either defend her rights or take them back. Gentle, pleasing, charming, nature has scattered pleasures with a liberal hand, and by overwhelming us with delights, she prepares us with our children through whom we are born again, as it were, for satisfactions greater even than those delights. Chapter 7. On the crime of high treason. The laws of China decide that whoever lacks respect for the emperor should be punished by death. As they do not define what lack of respect is, anything can furnish a pretext for taking the life of whomever one wants and for exterminating whatever family one wants. 2 persons charged with writing the court gazette noted some circumstances about a deed which were found not to be true, and, as lying in a court gazette was said to show lack of respect for the court, they were put to death. When a prince of the blood inadvertently placed a note on a day book signed with the red paintbrush of the emperor, it was decided that he had shown a lack of respect for the emperor, which brought against this family one of the most terrible persecutions of which history has ever spoken. Vagueness in the crime of high treason is enough to make government degenerate into despotism. I shall treat the subject at length in the book on the composition of the laws. Chapter 8. On the wrong application of the name of crime of sacrilege and high treason. It is also a violent abuse to give the name of crime of high treason to an action which is not one. A law of the emperors pursued as sacrilegious those who called the prince's judgment into question and doubted the merit of those he had chosen for certain employments. The cabinet and the favorites established this crime. Another law declared that those who made an attempt on the prince's ministers and officers were guilty of the crime of treason, as if they had made an attempt on the prince himself. We owe this law to 2 princes whose weakness is famous in history, 2 princes who were led by their ministers as flocks are led by shepherds, 2 princes, slaves in the palace, children in the council, strangers in the armies, who preserved the empire only because they gave it away every day. Several of these favorites conspired against their emperors. They did more, they conspired against the empire, they summoned the barbarians, and when one wanted to check them, the state was so weak that it had to violate their law and run the risk of committing the crime of treason in order to punish them. Yet the judge advocate for M. de Cinq-Mars relied upon this law when, wanting to prove the latter guilty of the crime of treason for attempting to dismiss Cardinal Richelieu from matters of public business, he said, by the constitutions of the emperors the crime touching the person of the prince's ministers is counted of the same weight as one affecting the prince's person. A minister serves both his prince and his state. If he is removed, it is as if the former were deprived of an arm and the latter of a part of its power. If servitude herself arrived on earth, she would not speak otherwise. Another law of Valentinian, Theodosius, and Arcadius declares counterfeiters guilty of the crime of high treason. But does that not confuse ideas about things? Does not giving the name of high treason to another crime diminish the horror of the crime of high treason? Chapter 9. Continuation of the same subject. When Paulinus sent word to the Emperor Alexander that he was preparing to pursue as a traitor a judge who had pronounced against his orders, the emperor answered him that, in a century like this, indirect crimes of high treason had no place. When Faustinianus wrote to the same emperor that, having sworn on the life of the prince that he would never pardon his slave, he was obliged to keep his anger alive in order not to make himself guilty of the crime of high treason, the emperor answered him, "Your terror has been empty and you do not know my maxims." A senatus consult ordered that anyone who had melted down the rejected statues of the emperor would not be at all guilty of high treason. The emperors Severus and Antoninus wrote to Pontius that one who sold unconsecrated statues of the emperor would not fall under the crime of high treason. The same emperors wrote to Julius Cassianus that one who chanced to throw a rock at a statue of the emperor should not be pursued as a traitor. The Julian law required these sorts of modifications, for it had rendered guilty of treason not only those who melted down the statues of the emperors but those who committed some similar action, making this crime arbitrary. Once many crimes of high treason had been established, one necessarily had to distinguish among these crimes. Thus the jurist Ulpian, after saying that the accusation of the crime of high treason did not cease on the death of the guilty parties, added that this did not extend to all the crimes of high treason as established by the Julian law, but only to the one that included an attempt on the empire or on the emperor's life. Chapter 10. Continuation of the same subject. A law of England, passed under Henry VIII, declared that all those who predicted the king's death were guilty of high treason. This law was very vague. Despotism is so terrible that it even turns against those who exercise it. In the last illness of this king, the doctors never dared to say that he was in danger, and no doubt they acted accordingly. Chapter 11. On Thoughts. A certain Marsyas dreamed he cut the throat of Dionysius. Dionysius had him put to death, saying that Marsyas would not have dreamed it at night if he had not thought it during the day. This was a great tyranny, for, even if he had thought it, he had not attempted it. Laws are charged with punishing only external actions. Chapter 12. On Indiscreet Speech. Nothing makes the crime of high treason more arbitrary than when indiscreet speech becomes its material. Discourse is so subject to interpretation, there is so much difference between indiscretion and malice and so little in the expressions they use, that the law can scarcely subject speech to a capital penalty, unless it declares explicitly which speech is subject to it. Speech does not form a corpus delicti, it remains only an idea. Most frequently it has no meaning in itself but rather in the tone in which it is spoken. Often when repeating the same words, one does not express the same meaning, the meaning depends on the link the words have with other things. Silence sometimes expresses more than any speech. Nothing is so equivocal. How, then, can one make speech a crime of high treason? Wherever this law is established, not only is there no longer liberty, there is not even its shadow. In the manifesto of the late Tsarina against the family Olgoruki, one prince of this family is condemned to death for speaking indecently of her person and another for interpreting spitefully her wise arrangements for the empire and for offending her sacred person by disrespectful speech. I do not intend to diminish the indignation one should have against those who want to stigmatize the glory of their prince, but I do say that if one wants to moderate despotism, punishing with a simple correction will suit these occasions better than an accusation of high treason, which is always terrible, even to the innocent. Actionable acts are not an everyday occurrence, they may be observed by many people, a false accusation over facts can easily be clarified. The words that are joined to an act take on the nature of that action. Thus a man who goes into the public square to exhort the subjects to revolt becomes guilty of high treason, because the speech is joined to the act and participates in it. It is not speech that is punished but an act committed in which speech is used. Speech becomes criminal only when it prepares, when it accompanies, or when it follows a criminal act. Everything is turned upside down if speech is made a capital crime instead of being regarded as the sign of a capital crime. The emperors Theodosius, Arcadius, and Honorius wrote to Rufinus, the Praetorian prefect, "If someone speaks ill of our person or our government, we do not want to punish him. If he has spoken frivolously, he must be scorned. If it is madness, he must be pitied. If it is an insult, he must be pardoned." Thus, looking at the thing as a whole, you will inform us of it so that we may judge speeches by the persons and weigh carefully whether we should subject them to judgment or ignore them. Chapter 13. On Writings. Writings contain something more permanent than speech, but when they do not prepare the way for high treason, they are not material to the crime of high treason. Nevertheless Augustus and Tiberius appended to writings the penalty for this crime. Augustus, when certain things were written against illustrious men and women; Tiberius, because of those he believed written against himself. Nothing was more fatal to Roman liberty. Cremutius Cordus was accused because in his annals he had called Cassius the last of the Romans. Satirical writings are scarcely known in despotic states, where dejection on the one hand and ignorance on the other produce neither the talent nor the will to write them. In democracy, they are not prevented, for the very reason that they are prohibited in the government of one alone. As they are usually composed against powerful people, they flatter the spitefulness of the people who govern in a democracy. In a monarchy, they are prohibited, but they have been made an object of police rather than of crime. They can amuse the general spitefulness, console malcontents, reduce envy of those in high positions, give the people the patience to suffer, and make them laugh about their sufferings. Aristocracy is the government that most proscribes satirical works. Magistrates, there are little sovereigns who are not big enough to scorn insults. If in monarchy some barb is thrown against the monarch, he is so high that the barb does not reach him. An aristocratic lord is pierced through and through. Thus, the Decemvirs, who formed an aristocracy, punished satirical writings with death. Chapter 14. The violation of modesty in punishing crimes. Rules of modesty are observed among almost all the nations of the world. It would be absurd to violate them in punishing crimes, when its purpose should always be the re-establishment of order. Did those in the East, who exposed women to elephants trained for an abominable kind of punishment, want to make the law violate the law? An old usage of the Romans forbade putting to death girls who were not nubile. Tiberius hit upon the expedient of having them raped by the executioner before sending them to their punishment. A crafty and cruel tyrant, he destroyed mores in order to preserve customs. When the Japanese magistracy had naked women exposed in public squares and forced them to walk like beasts, it made modesty tremble, but when it wanted to compel a mother, when it wanted to compel a son, I cannot go on, it made even nature tremble. Chapter 15. On freeing the slave in order to accuse the master. Augustus established that the slaves of those who had conspired against him would be sold to the public, so that they could make depositions against their masters. Nothing should be neglected that leads to the discovery of a serious crime. Thus, in a state where there are slaves, it is natural for them to be informers, but they cannot be witnesses. Vindex denounced the conspiracy in support of Tarquin, but he was not a witness against the children of Brutus. To give liberty to one who had rendered such a great service to his homeland was just, but liberty was not given to him so that he would render this service to his homeland. Thus, the Emperor Tacitus ordered that slaves would not be witnesses against their master, even in the crime of high treason, a law that was not put into Justinian's compilation. Chapter 16. Slander and the crime of high treason. One must be just to the Caesars, they were not the first to imagine the sad laws they made. It was Sulla who taught them that slanderers must not be punished. Soon one went so far as to reward them. Chapter 17. On revealing conspiracies. If thy brother, or thy son, or thy daughter, or the wife of thy bosom, or thy friend, which is as thine own soul, entice thee secretly, saying, Let us go to other gods, thou shalt stone him, thine hand shall be first upon him, and afterwards the hand of all the people. This law of Deuteronomy cannot be a civil law among most of the peoples that we know because it would open the door to all crimes. The law in many states that ordered that, on penalty of death, one reveal even the conspiracies in which one did not have a hand, is scarcely less harsh. It is very suitable to restrict this law when it is carried into a monarchical government. It should be applied there in all its severity only to the crime of high treason in the first degree. In such states it is very important not to confuse the different degrees of this crime. In Japan, where the laws upset all ideas of human reason, the failure to reveal a crime is considered a crime in the most ordinary cases. An account tells us of two young ladies who were shut up in a box studded with nails until they died, the one, for having had some intrigue of gallantry, the other, for not having revealed it. Chapter 18. How dangerous it is in republics to punish excessively the crime of high treason. When a republic has destroyed those who want to upset it, one must hasten to put an end to vengeances, penalties, and even rewards. One cannot inflict great punishments, and consequently, make great changes, without putting a great power into the hands of a few citizens. It is better then, in this case, to pardon many than to punish many, to exile few than to exile many, to leave men their goods than to multiply confiscations. On the pretext of avenging the republic, one would establish the tyranny of the avengers. It is not a question of destroying the one who dominates but of destroying domination. One must return as quickly as possible to the ordinary pace of government ere the laws protect all and are armed against no one. The Greeks put no limits to the vengeances they wreaked on tyrants or on those they suspected of being tyrants. They put children to death, sometimes 5 of the closest relatives. They drove out an infinite number of families. Their republics were shaken by this. Exile and the return of the exiled were always periods marking a change in the constitution. The Romans were wiser. When Cassius was condemned for aspiring to tyranny, the question of putting his children to death was raised. His children were not condemned to any penalty. Those who wanted to change this law at the end of the war with the Marsi and of the Civil War and to exclude from public offices the children of those proscribed by Sulla, are certainly criminal, says Dionysius of Halicarnassus. In the wars of Marius and Sulla one sees the extent to which the souls of the Romans had gradually become depraved. Things were so lamentable that one believed they would not be seen again. But under the triumvirate one wanted to be more cruel and appear less so. The sophisms that were used by cruelty are distressing to see. The formula for proscriptions is found in Appian. You would say that one has there no other purpose than the good of the republic, so coolly does one speak there, so many advantages does one show, so preferable to others are the means one takes, so secure will the rich be, so tranquil will the common people be, so much does one fear to put the citizens' lives in danger, so much does one want to pacify the soldiers, finally, so happy will one be. Rome was drowned in blood when Lepidus triumphed over Spain, and, by an unexampled absurdity, he ordered the people to rejoice over the triumph, on penalty of proscription. Chapter 19. How the usage of liberty is suspended in a republic. There are, in the states where one sets the most store by liberty, laws that violate it for a single person in order to keep it for all. Such are what are called bills of attainder in England. They are related to those laws of Athens that were enacted against an individual provided they were made by the vote of 6,000 citizens. They are related to those laws made in Rome against individual citizens, which were called privileges. They were made only in the great estates of the people. But, however the people made them, Cicero wanted them abolished, because the force of the law consists only in its being enacted for everyone. I admit, however, that the usage of the freest peoples that ever lived on earth makes me believe that there are cases where a veil has to be drawn, for a moment, over liberty, as one hides the statues of the gods. Chapter 20. On laws favorable to the citizens' liberty in the Republic. It often happens in popular states that accusations are made in public and any man is permitted to indict whomever he wants. This has brought about the establishment of laws proper to the defense of the innocence of the citizens. In Athens, the accuser who did not get a fifth of the votes for his side paid a fine of 1,000 drachmas. Aeschines, who had accused Ctesiphon, was condemned for this. In Rome, the unjust accuser was branded with infamy, and the letter K was stamped on his forehead. Guard was kept on the accuser so that he would not be in a position to corrupt the judges or witnesses. I have already spoken of that Athenian and Roman law that permitted the one indicted to go into exile before the judgment. Chapter 21. On the cruelty of laws concerning debtors in a republic. One citizen has already gained a great superiority over another citizen by lending silver that the latter had borrowed only to disburse and that, in consequence, he no longer has. What will happen in a republic, if the laws increase this servitude still more? In Athens and in Rome, it was at first permitted to sell debtors who were not in a position to pay. Solon corrected this usage in Athens. He ordered that no one would be obligated by his person for civil debts. But the Decemvirs did not similarly reform the Roman usage, and although they had Solon's regulation before their eyes, they refused to follow it. This is not the only place in the Law of 12 Tables where one sees that the design of the Decemvirs ran counter to the spirit of democracy. The cruel laws concerning debtors often endangered the Roman Republic. A man covered with sores escaped from the house of his creditor and appeared in the square. The people were moved by this spectacle. Other citizens left their prisons when their creditors no longer dared hold them. Promises were made, but they were broken. The people withdrew to the Mons Caesar. The people gained, instead of the abrogation of these laws, a magistrate to defend them. One was moving away from anarchy. One risked falling into tyranny. Manlius, in order to make himself popular, was going to take from the hands of their creditors the citizens who had been reduced to slavery. One prevailed against his designs, but the evil remained. Particular laws facilitated payments by debtors, and in Roman year 428, 328 B.C., the consuls proposed a law that took away the creditor's right to hold debtors in servitude in their houses. A usurer named Papirius had wanted to corrupt the modesty of a young man named Publius whom he kept in irons. The crime of Sextus gave Rome political liberty, that of Papirius gave it civil liberty. It was Rome's fate that new crimes confirmed the liberty that old crimes had procured for it. The attempt of Appius on Virginia revived in the people the horror of tyrants inspired in them by Lucretia's misfortune. 37 years after the crime of the infamous Papirius, a similar crime made the people withdraw to the Janiculum and renewed the force of the law made for the security of debtors. Subsequently, more creditors were pursued by debtors for violating the laws made against usurers than debtors were pursued for not having paid their debts. Chapter 22. On things that attack liberty in a monarchy. The least useful thing in the world to the prince has often weakened liberty in monarchies, the commissioners sometimes named to judge an individual. The prince has so little use for commissioners that it is not worthwhile for him to change the order of things for their sake. It is morally certain that he has more of the spirit of integrity and justice than his commissioners, who always believe themselves sufficiently justified by orders, by a hidden interest of the state, by having been chosen, and even by their fears. Under Henry VIII, when a peer was tried, he was to be judged by commissioners drawn from the House of Lords. With this method one put to death all the peers one wanted. Chapter 23. On spies in a monarchy. Must there be spies in a monarchy? It is not the ordinary practice of good princes. When a man is faithful to the laws, he has satisfied what he owes to the prince. He must at least have his house as an asylum and be secure about the rest of his conduct. Spying would perhaps be tolerable if it could be exercised by honest people, but the necessary infamy of the person can make the thing be judged infamous. A prince should act toward his subjects with candor, frankness, and trust. He who has so many anxieties, suspicions, and fears, is an actor who plays his role awkwardly. When he sees that in general the laws are enforced and respected, he can judge himself secure. The general demeanor speaks to him for the demeanor of all the individuals. Let him have no fear, he cannot believe how readily he is loved. Indeed, why would one not love him? He is the source of almost all the good that is done, and almost all punishing is the responsibility of the laws. He shows himself to the people only with a serene countenance, his very glory is communicated to us and his power sustains us. A proof that one loves him is that one trusts him, and what a minister refuses, one always imagines the prince would have granted. Even during public calamities, one does not accuse his person, one complains that he is unaware of them or that he is importuned by corrupt people. If only the prince knew, say the people. These words are a kind of invocation and a proof of their trust in him. Chapter 24. On Anonymous Letters. The Tartars are obliged to put their name on their arrows, so that the hand from which they come can be known. When Philip of Macedonia was wounded at the siege of a town, one found on the javelin Astor gave this mortal blow to Philip. If those who accuse a man did it with a view to the public good, they would not accuse him before the prince, for he can easily be prejudiced. Instead they would go before the magistrates, whose rules are fearsome only to slanderers. For if they do not want to leave the laws between themselves and the accused, it proves that they have cause to fear the laws, and the least penalty that might be inflicted on these men is not to believe them. One can pay attention to them only in cases that cannot tolerate the delays of ordinary justice and when it is a question of the prince's safety. In that instance, one can believe that the accuser has made an effort that loosened his tongue and made him talk. But in other cases one must say with the Emperor Constantius, we cannot suspect a man who has no accuser although he does not lack enemies. Chapter 25. On the manner of governing in monarchy. Royal authority is a great spring that should move easily and noiselessly. The Chinese praise one of their emperors who governed, they say, like the heavens, that is, by example. There are cases when power should act to its full extent, there are cases when it should act within its limits. An administration is sublime if it is well aware what part of power, great or small, should be used in various circumstances. In our monarchies, all felicity lies in the people's opinion of the gentleness of the government. An unskillful minister always wants to tell you that you are slaves. But, if that were so, he should seek to keep it from being known. He can say or write nothing to you, except that the prince is angry, that he is surprised, that he will restore order. In a certain way, command is easy, the prince must encourage and the laws must menace. Chapter 26. That, in a monarchy, the prince should be accessible. This will be much better felt by contrasts. Tsar Peter I, says Lord Perry, has made a new ordinance that forbids presenting him with a request before presenting it twice to his officers. One can, in the case of denial of justice, present it to him the third time, but if he who presents it is wrong, he must lose his life. Since that time, no requests have been addressed to the Tsar. Chapter 27. On the mores of the monarch. The mores of the prince contribute as much to liberty as do the laws. Like the laws, the prince can make beasts of men and men of beasts. If he loves free souls, he will have subjects, if he loves common souls, he will have slaves. Does he want to know the great art of ruling? Let him bring honor and virtue close to him, let him call forth personal merit. He can sometimes even cast his eyes toward the talented. Let him not fear his rivals, who are called men of merit, he is their equal once he loves them. Let him win the heart, but let him not capture the spirit. Let him make himself popular. He should be flattered by the love of the least of his subjects, they are all men. The people ask so little attention that it is just to grant it to them. The infinite distance between the sovereign and the people keeps them from disturbing him. Let him yield to prayers but be firm against demands, and let him know that his people benefit from his refusals as do his courtiers from his favors. Chapter 28. On the regard monarchs owe their subjects. They must be extremely restrained in their banter. It flatters when it is moderate because it provides the means of becoming familiar, but a caustic banter is much less permissible to them than to the least of their subjects because they are the only ones who always wound mortally. Even less should they conspicuously insult one of their subjects. They are established to pardon, to punish, never to insult. When they insult their subjects, they treat them more cruelly than the Turk or the Muscovite treats his. When the latter insults someone, they humble and do not dishonor, but, as for monarchs, they both humble and dishonor. Such is the prejudice of those of the East that they consider an affront by the prince to be a result of paternal goodness, and such is our way of thinking that we join to the bitter feeling resulting from this affront the despair of being unable to clear ourselves of it. They should be charmed to have subjects whose honor is dearer to them than life and is no less a motive for faithfulness than for courage. One can recall misfortunes that have befallen princes as a result of insulting their subjects, the vengeances of Charia, of the eunuch Narses, and of the Count Julian, finally, of the Duchess of Montpensier, who, enraged at Henry III for having revealed some one of her secret failings, vexed him for the rest of his life. Chapter 29. On civil laws appropriate for putting a little liberty in despotic government. Though despotic government in its nature is everywhere the same, yet circumstances, a religious opinion, a prejudice, received examples, a turn of mind, manners, mores, can leave considerable differences among them. It is well for certain ideas to be established in them. Thus in China, the prince is regarded as the father of the people, and, at the beginning of the empire of the Arabs, the prince was their preacher. It is suitable for there to be some sacred book that acts as a rule, like the Quran for the Arabs, the books of Zoroaster for the Persians, the Veda for the Indians, the classics for the Chinese. The religious code replaces the civil code and fixes what is arbitrary. It is not bad for judges to consult the ministers of religion in cases that are unclear. Thus in Turkey, the cadis question the mullahs. And, if the case merits death, the particular judge, if there is one, may also suitably seek the advice of the governor, so that the civil power and the ecclesiastic power are further tempered by the political authority. Chapter 30. Continuation of the same subject. It is despotic rage that has established that the father's disgrace would involve the disgrace of children and wives. The latter are already unfortunate without being criminal, and besides, the prince must leave suppliants between the accused and himself to soften his wrath or enlighten his justice. In the Maldives, it is a good custom for a lord who is disgraced to pay daily court to the king until he is returned to favor. His presence disarms the prince's wrath. There are despotic states in which it is thought that speaking to a prince on behalf of a disgraced man is to lack the respect due the prince. These princes seem to make every effort to deprive themselves of the virtue of mercy. Arcadius and Honorius, in the law of which I have spoken at length, declare that they will not pardon those who dare entreat them on behalf of guilty men. This law was very bad, for it is bad even in despotism. The Persian custom that permits anyone to leave the kingdom who wants to, is very good, and though the opposite usage had its origin in despotism, where subjects were regarded as slaves and those who left were regarded as fugitive slaves, nevertheless, the Persian practice is very good in despotisms, where fear of the people's fleeing or departing with what they owe checks or moderates the persecution of pashas and extortioners.